I do believe that there's probably someone there, but yeah. All
There
right, go for
definitely
it.
is, but I'm getting
Yeah, no, I definitely I can feel the awkwardness. So at least you don't have to ask him now. I know.
all
So
right. Okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate you trusting me at least. So yeah, I mean, I believe that we measure life based on potential, right? That's how, we see life based on potential. So it would be like if I asked you, if there was a 90-year-old that was dying and there's a 1-year-old that's dying, and you have the option to save one or the other, right? This is just obviously completely hypothetical. Who do you choose, right? You choose the 1-year-old, obviously, if you don't have any relation to them, but the vast majority of people would choose the 1-year-old. That's because we know that the 1-year-old has a certain potential of life that they could live.
but they also have one that's actualized. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I do care about the future, just so long as that there is a present or past established. Like if someone's in a coma, right?
Right.
Let's say that they're in a state in which they aren't sentient, right, or something like that.
Sure.
Right, where they currently don't possess these characteristics. I still care about them because they have past and future sentience established.
But you would understand if somebody could pull the plug on them.
Not in a coma, brain dead.
So if somebody's brain dead, right? Okay, so
Yeah,
fine.
brain dead. Brain dead means no future. So I have what's called a conjunction. It's like an and gate. It's saying this and this quality would grant it value. So I'm saying it meets past or present and future, then it's valuable. So if it just has future, it's not valuable. If it just has past or present, it's not valuable.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's just really subjective. I guess it's just very subjective. I feel like the way that we measure life is based on potential. I mean, that's the way that I feel like we measure life regularly. I think the medical industry, that's the way that they measure life, is based on potential. When there's organ transplants, that's how they base it. And I don't think that they base it based on the fact that there's past life. I think that it's just based on that this person has the potential of more life. So that's the way that I look at it. I mean, I've even made the argument before that, there could be unborn babies that are, potentially more important to human existence than, 50-year-old people, 40-year-old people, maybe even the mother, maybe a 35-year-old. I'm not. Well,
If they're sentient, yes, but if they're not sentient, absolutely not.
okay.
What?
Well, an unborn child, right, could be sentient, right? But
Yeah. I never said that abortion is permissible when they're sentient.
understood. Yeah, I honestly just read your why is abortion wrong during the first trimester, and the reason why I feel like it's wrong is because that's the way that I feel like we measure life in a lot of different aspects of our life here. So, and that potential, a fetus or even sooner has more potential of life than anybody else in the entire world. So
Like, let me ask you this question, right? Like, let's say you're in a burning building, and on one side of the burning building, there are two zygotes in petri dishes that are going to, in the future, be implanted into a uterine wall and become human beings like me and you.
Right.
Right. And on the other end of the room, there's a newborn baby crying. Right. You can either save the newborn baby from the burning building, or you can save the two zygotes. Which would you save?
Well, me personally, I would save the newborn baby, and the reason.
Yeah. Why?
The reason would be because I have emotion. I have emotion that I can, that is present in me. So meaning I can look at a newborn baby and I can feel a newborn baby. I can, play with a newborn baby. I can see the emotion on a newborn baby. I'm a human being. So like,
it's fundamentally different, right?
it is, well, no.
We're talking the life at conception, that zygote, fundamentally different from what we are talking about when we're talking about me, you, a newborn baby. What is that fundamental difference? The fundamental difference is the fact that we're able to conceptualize of experience.
Correct. But
So that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying is valuable. I'm saying abortion prior to this point in which there's a conceptualization of experience, and there never would be if there was an abortion performed, well, then I don't have any issue with it.
Well, but that doesn't make it right, though. That just makes us flawed.
I don't see how that makes us flawed.
It makes us flawed because our emotion gets the best of us, considering a zygote has more potential of life than anybody else on the face of the earth, including a newborn baby. We are flawed.
I don't care about just potential. So that's my view. I care about a potential, again, so long as that there's an actual established.
I understand. But what I'm saying is that if this was just based on, let's just say, some natural science, I mean, I feel like science would save the zygote before it would save the newborn baby. And the reason, again, would just be because...
What? That's just not true across the board.
So, I mean, again, this is just a hypothetical. This doesn't happen in real life.
No, well, I mean, actually it does, right? Because we have IVF and stuff like that.
Yeah, which helps women to get pregnant.
Yeah, but like, I mean, there's also zygotes we don't use.
Understood. That's us as human beings you're talking about.
Yeah, and do you have an issue with that?
No, I'm not saying that I have an issue with it. I am saying...
Well, if you don't have an issue with it, that's technically murder under your view, but...
What's murder under my view?
Making a zygote and then just like letting it die.
Well, first of all, I didn't say that abortion in the first trimester should be viewed as murder. I didn't say that either. I just said
if it's wrong, then it would be murder.
No, I mean, I think plenty of things are wrong. I think killing a deer is wrong. Other people don't think that. I wouldn't consider that murder. I would,
Yeah, but what's your definition of murder?
Wrong and murder are two different.
What's your definition of murder?
I think it would be killing a life. Killing a human.
Unjustified killing of a human life, right?
Correct.
Like you wouldn't consider self-defense murder.
No, I wouldn't. Well, nobody would. Right.
Okay. So, I mean, if you don't consider that murder, right, then clearly speaking, right, I would say that, like, why would we care about the zygote prior?
Well, because I don't think us as a society have even come close to, giving that sort of care to a zygote or to most unborn children. I mean, I think we've gotten somewhat close. I think maybe at 3 months, at 4 months, at 5, even like you said, like when it's sentient or when it's at 6 months, when there's viability, I think we've started to have more of a care in those areas. But at the same time, I feel like we still have a long way to go as human beings to understand that this is our human existence and that, we should be here as human beings to, to protect human life and to ultimately, make sure human life continues to prosper. An abortion prevents that from happening. It prevents human life from happening. So I feel like us as human beings...
Human sentient life, right? Like, again, let's bring up a scenario where there's a brain dead individual, right? Is it morally permissible for the family to pull the plug?
Yes, because there's no potential of life.
Okay, so the idea is that so it's only based upon potential. So if we want to relate to potential, if the two zygotes, right, would then be more valuable than the one newborn baby, as it is the case that there's two individuals in which have potential rather than just one.
I mean, I've said this already. I've said that we are flawed as human beings, where our emotion would let us save the newborn baby.
So you think your emotions are irrational there?
I think that where we
you understand the entire basis for your ethical position is emotion.
It is
like how you feel about different things.
Everything is emotion, of course. So I feel like
there's some rational aspect of it, but a lot of it's emotional based, right? Because that's where the intuitions are derived from. It's about our emotional feelings about different types of events that happen, and then we're trying to rationalize and explain the different types of ways that we feel about different things happening. That's what we're trying to do here.
Of course. What I'm saying is that us as human beings, we have become so self-aware, that more self-aware than any other species on the face of the earth, that our emotion makes us flawed in the sense that we can't even realize that preventing human life from occurring is like detrimental to human existence. So it doesn't make sense to me why anybody would be for abortion at a first trimester. I can understand if there are people that are somewhat understanding toward it, that understand, what women have to go through and the situations that can occur. I can understand that. But anybody that's for abortion in the first trimester doesn't make sense to me, because it's like, you're a human being. Like, your job should be to ensure that human life, that it becomes, a full grown human being. And I feel like that should be a crucial part of our nature, and it's not.
Yeah, so that's just what you would feel like. That's your position. You think that someone should care about the fact that there's a zygote or something. I don't see that at all. I see no reason to care about it at all. Right? I don't think there's a basis that we would apply. Right? Again, the same way that like when we just relate to the potential of individuals, we don't see just the potential to be valuable. That's what I would relate to. So I don't know. I don't think it's a mistake for us to say that, right, a zygote isn't valuable.
Okay. I mean, I don't,
I got a call here. 1 second.
sure.
I got a call. I also don't think, hold up, let me finish because I got a call. So I also don't think it's detrimental, right, to human beings or to humans like across the board for there to be abortions in the first trimester. I think that's an absurd claim that you have absolutely no justification for, that it's somehow detrimental to the human species.
Well,
If anything,
I mean,
you can argue that abortion actually leads to like better outcomes for individuals.
you're preventing human life from occurring. That's detrimental to human beings, 100%. I mean, there's
Yeah,
not,
but like, what do you consider a human being?
I consider a human being
Jessica, thank you for the cash app. I appreciate it.
anything after conception. So when the sperm meets the egg, that's conception. That's a human life. That's what I
Okay,
consider.
so a brain dead individual is a human being. So you're for
It is.
detrimental things towards human beings.
So I'm what?
You're for detrimental things towards human beings, like unaliving them.
I mean, I've given you my basis already. I've told you that the potential of life is important here.
So it's not not just being a human being; it's the potential for life, for sentient life,
I mean, there's a
not just for life, for sentient life.
there's a million different circumstances and extreme circumstances that can go outside of that realm too. I mean,
Zygote and the newborn baby, you would have said if you just only valued the potential for life that you valued the zygotes more, but you didn't. You valued the baby more. And I don't think you made a distinction between saying that whether or not you think that's right or wrong, because you were trying to like make a claim that like, oh, that's related to your emotions, but your emotions are flawed. Catherine, thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate it. I just did God topic yesterday, so probably here in the next few days.
I mean, our emotions are flawed. I mean, it would be the same thing as saying, you know, if you have a 5-year-old son and there's another 5-year-old somewhere and you have to choose between who lives and who dies, I mean, you're going to pick your 5-year-old son. It's not saying that your 5-year-old son has more life. It's just saying that you have an irrational, emotional, decision to make. And that's ultimately what anybody's going to do in this world. And that's the reason why I figure that we're flawed, because, you know, we don't see every human life as being completely equal. And we do see that if we can view a human life, if we could touch it, if we could feel it, if we could talk to it, if we can see the emotion, that's something that we, you know, is present in ourselves, that we're able to, you know, relate to ourselves. You know, there's an unborn child. It's very easy to just, go in and have an abortion. And I'm not saying for a woman, it's very easy to, but I'm saying that, you know, in general in life, it would be a lot easier for that to happen than for a 10-year-old that, you know, to have passed away. These are two very different situations, but ultimately, you know, they both have a significant amount of potential of living, and they're somebody that could be
I'm asking for a definition.
a human being, somebody that could be a human
I'm
being.
asking. That's not a definition.
Anything after there's no explanation for it. You want me to give you the dictionary I could look it up on Google. I don't, you know what.
So you don't have a definition of human life?
I view human life.
So could you relate to, wait, what does living mean?
Alive.
Alive. Okay. So if something is alive and it's of the human species,
Yes.
how are you saying that it's not a human life?
Well, because sperm is a substance within the body. You know, we wouldn't consider blood to be a human life. We wouldn't consider, like, there's other substances in your body that are not considered.
Well, then what do you mean by, what do you mean by human life?
I mean, when the sperm meets the egg and it begins the process of.
I think you're trying to make like once it becomes like diploid.
Once it becomes what?
Like where it's once it becomes like a fertilizer. You're just trying to say that it begins at fertilization. That's what you care about.
Well, that's
right? What I'm telling you is that it literally, like, sperm is living, right? It is of the human species. You don't care about it. So just something being living and of the human species does not mean you care about it. That's what I was trying to demonstrate to you.
Okay, but again, there's measurements to it, though. You know, science measures it in certain ways. I mean, this is, This isn't, you're not debating me on this. You're debating biologists on this. They believe that's when human life begins, at conception. So
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that, but I'm also saying that there's also human life when it relates to that. If you're meaning it in the sense that there's a living cell that is human, right? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I do agree that most scientists have said that life begins at conception. I've never disputed that.
There's skin cells that I wouldn't consider them to be a human life. There's all sorts of cells that
it just depends, dude. What do you mean by human life, right? What you mean by human life is just different, right?
I mean, I guess I'm just going based on what, the vast majority of biologists claim, which is, they're the study of life. So that's who
I don't think a vast, wait, do you have a source that says that a vast majority of biologists say that that it's not human life?
You're saying sperm?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I have a source that says that human life begins at conception.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. It's a different notion, right? Would you say that it wouldn't meet the notion of being a living organism that's human?
Well, they don't need to come up with studies. If there's a study that says human life begins at conception, they don't need to come up with a study that says that sperm is not human life, because they're giving you the message.
No, I never even said a study. I'm just relating to biologists.
I understand, but biologists have said that the human life begins at conception. So
I never disputed that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Because you're telling me that sperm is human life. It's not.
Oh my God! It literally meets the definition of saying it's living and it's of the human species.
Yeah, but again, though, what you're just going based on.
That's it. That's all it is. That's what I'm saying when I say that.
The definition doesn't define.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree with that at all, or are you just being like you're? It's like
I don't, but you're defining it based. You're literally defining the action by the definition. Which you can't do in this situation.
The action? What do you mean the action by the definition?
That sperm, you're taking two different terms, and you're saying, well, this is what this means and this is what this means. So this is what sperm is. So that should mean that sperm means it's a human life. You're trying to make the argument.
I'm just saying. Yeah, it means, yeah, no, I'm saying it means that, right? I'm asking you, it's living and it's human. Why do you not care about it?
Because it is not met with the egg yet for it to begin a process to become a human being.
Okay. But what a human being is just relates back to the idea of what's human and living.
A human being, the life for a human being, excuse me, starts.
You're just going to keep saying conception.
So, okay.
I'm asking you for something that you can apply to these set of circumstances.
Okay, let me put it.
And you just keep restating the claim that life begins. Dude, thank you for letting me know. Thank you for informing me that life begins at conception for the 50th time, for the millionth time I've heard it in my life. I appreciate the information.
So let me give it to you like this, right? If I took sperm and left it somewhere, nothing would happen to it. If I took a fertilized egg and left it somewhere that has sperm in it, it would grow to become a human being, a fully grown human being. So there's very big differences here. Again, potential is important here, right? So the potential of sperm is nothing. The potential of sperm.
No. Again, because we actually brought up a scenario where there was sperm and an egg going to fertilize, and there's potential there. And you didn't say it was valuable prior.
Once again, if you just take an egg or you just take a sperm and you leave it there, a human being will not become. Right. This is the reason why.
No. I'm saying it's on course. There's like a little thing for them to go towards each other. They're going to lead to fertilization.
Understood.
Okay? It is a process that is undergoing. Okay.
Understood. That doesn't mean anything if they never meet. It means nothing.
But there's potential. So the potential means nothing. So the potential means nothing.
But let me just finish here.
You just proves my point. The potential itself means nothing.
The potential means everything, but it doesn't.
The potential itself doesn't.
Of course it does. There needs to be a starting point to life, right? There's trillions of sperm that die. The vast majority of sperm die. This is not.
In order to die, you have to be living.
There's no process for sperm. Like sperm itself there's no process for it. You would need other factors, specifically an egg, in order to begin this process. The process has to begin somewhere. You can't just take one thing and take another thing and say, well, technically this would make this eventually if you mixed it. Like it doesn't mean anything. The process has to begin somewhere, and it begins at conception because that's what they tell us.
Okay. Again, I'm never disputing that. If you say that one more time, I'm just going to go on to the next person, dude. I've already understood a million times that life begins at conception. Thank you again for letting me know. Right? What I'm relating to in this scenario is that there's potential. Right? If you're saying that you care about life and potential, stop. If you're saying that you care about life and potential,
sperm is human life. It's not.
No, I've got off that point a million times, dude. I'm talking about something else right now, dude. What is wrong with you?
I understand, but I was.
What did I just talk about? What did I just bring up to you?
And I was also just talking about something else, and you went back to me saying,
what did I just bring up to you?
In other arguments, I
brought up a scenario where there's potential. Okay, can you engage with my example here?
There's no potential for sperm.
There's a sperm and an egg that are moving towards each other and going to cause fertilization. There's going to be a human being under your worldview there. Okay, that is potential. That is exactly what potential is.
It's not. When there's a trillion sperm that die.
If I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, is there potential for a baby there?
99.99999% of sperm are going to die. So there's no potential.
No. If I'm engaging in intercourse,
0.00001% of a chance of living is a chance of living. Of course not. That's ridiculous.
Hey. If I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, is there a potential for a baby there?
If you're engaging in intercourse with your girlfriend, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Do you value that potential? Do you think it's wrong for me to pull out?
Not at all.
Okay. Why don't you care about that potential?
Because about this, right? And you said, well, yes. Sperm should be, you don't have to be so condescending. I mean, you could just.
I'm not being condescending. I'm just like, how am I being condescending? Please explain.
Because yes, I've thought about it. I know you've thought about it. I'm well aware. Okay, I'm just going through the steps here.
You said think about it, and me saying I've thought about it isn't being condescending. About it, and I'm about to say something. How the fuck is that me being condescending? That's actually you being condescending. Because when I say
think about it, and I'm about to say
something, the projection is so wild.
You don't even know what I'm about to say. How did you know to think about it? How? You didn't even know what I was about to say.
Because you were just what you were just talking about.
You don't even know. So what are you talking about?
You were you said to think about what you were just talking about.
No. I said think about it, and I'm about to speak, which is what, this is how normal people speak. And you said, yeah, I thought about it. You've never.
No, you said, I thought you were saying think. Well, I thought you were saying think about it for what you just said.
I don't even remember the point that I was about to make.
Oh, you got muted, man. Not the Uber driver.
Oh, you got muted, man.
Oh, hey, man. What you need to do is you need to swipe out of the app and then swipe back in. So it'll make you go pause for a second, swipe out of the app, swipe back in. The Uber driver, yeah. Swipe back in, yeah. Are you good, bro? You should be able to swipe back in. Just go back into TikTok. Okay. I don't know if you can figure it out. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. If you do like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Plus, everyone, if you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App's in the bio, everyone. I'm not able to get any gifts here on TikTok. They removed that ability on my account for some reason. I'm getting it back. It's some glitch, so just give it a second. All right, you can unmute, and then it should have no
just give it a second.
No echo.
All right, you can unmute.
So you still have an echo, so you need to drop. Did you swipe out of the app? I think he didn't swipe out of the app, Sha. I don't know. All right, we're just gonna go on. Modern Republican, send a guest request back. If you don't send one right now, I probably will just go on to the next person. Just send one back right now. In the meantime, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Everyone, let's try to get to 150,000 likes, y'all. We're gonna go on to the next person real quick. If you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, send a guest request right now. Y'all know I accept the first people who do send requests. I'm looking for him. I don't see him in the guest box, so likely speaking, I'm just going to go on to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker.
Hello? Yeah, do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do, with a condition, which I know that's not what you want to hear, but my condition is when people use abortion as birth control, it's wrong in the first trimester, the first day, at any point in time. Many people, especially in my time, which I'm pretty old, so they used birth control as in replacement of, common birth control issue, like condoms and the pill and all different kinds of, the reason that I think it's
So do you think the abortion pill is okay?
with the morning after.
No, the abortion pill.
No, you know what? That's a great question. No, I don't. I don't think that's good. I think that you should take precaution before you have intercourse.
So what would be valuable about the entity, like in the first trimester?
You've created a human life without regard, and don't get me wrong. I'm pro-choice, and I do believe that there are many circumstances where abortion is reasonable. But in the case that it's just, I didn't feel like using any birth control, so let's just have an abortion instead. That's when I feel that it's wrong in any
Wait, so
trimester.
you're pro-choice? So again, why would it be wrong after 3 times if it's not wrong in 1?
It would be wrong if that's your option for birth control is abortion.
Well, most people would use, actually most abortions result from failed contraception, 51% of abortions. So most people are not going to be using it in this way, to clarify. One,
And that to me, it makes it acceptable. I believe that that's an acceptable reason for having an abortion in a first trimester. What I'm saying is people that don't even bother to use any birth control at all.
see,
And
the
then
thing is you
have
just
an
won't
abortion.
know. You won't know. People just lie. That's not enforceable
Well,
at all.
that's true. That's true,
Yeah.
but that wasn't your question.
So then there's going to be murder under your view that's legal.
Well, that's
you're
not.
okay with legal
I
murder?
mean, lying isn't necessarily. Well, I mean, lying is in a sense illegal. It's immoral. So,
But we're just saying legal murder.
yeah, you're. I'm having a difficult time arguing my point because my point is that if people don't even bother to use contraception in any form, but they have an abortion, I find that immoral and unacceptable, even though I'm pro-choice.
Well, I don't see why. Because it's not sentient yet.
I just think abortion shouldn't be a replacement for birth control. People should use birth control, avoid conception at all costs.
Okay, but like,
If
does
you're-
that mean it's morally wrong? Right? You're just saying like in a practical sense, people should just use other forms of birth controls. It's probably like more safe for them. But I'm not going to really have any concerns when it relates to like the embryo.
It's, in my opinion, it's morally wrong to create a life and destroy that life on purpose. You without any like you have no intention of having a child, but you have unprotected sex, and then say that's okay. I can always kill this fetus.
Yeah. So for example, right, if my girlfriend got pregnant, right, you're
Yeah.
saying that it wouldn't be permissible for her to get an abortion in the first trimester?
Only if she had never considered contraception. Unless she
Yeah, if
had
we never use
intended,
contraception.
and if she were to get pregnant and have an abortion at any point
Yeah.
in time, I would think that was immoral.
Yeah. So why?
Because you've created a life and destroyed the life without any regard to the fact that you could have avoided that.
Yeah, but if I don't care about the cellular life by itself, why would I even say that? Like, that just doesn't even matter. right? Like if I create, let's say we have a petri dish and I create like a zygote in this petri dish with a sperm and an egg, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it wrong for me to smack the petri dish?
Yeah, I think so. I do think so.
So it's a single cell organism and it's wrong for me to smack it.
If it's created a life, if that zygote,
Is it just as valuable as a newborn baby?
no,
No.
no,
So then why would it be wrong?
because it has the potential to be a newborn baby.
Okay. So let's say that there's a sperm and an egg, right? And they're on track to meet, right? In a few hours they're going to meet and it's going to cause a zygote, right? And that's going to be implanted to a uterine wall and it will be a human being like me and you in the future. Does it have moral value prior to conception there?
Well, yes, and if I can ask you a question, why would you create a life in order to destroy a life?
Oh, they would just be like, for example, like when they're engaging in IVF, they would make a few to then see which ones work. If it works earlier, right, then they would just discard the other ones. That process actually, if you believe in God, that process actually happens with God as well. Like most zygotes are actually flushed out of the system.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I don't think that a termination of a pregnancy by God or by natural elimination because the woman is maybe not able to carry a child or whatever for whatever reason, that's not intentional. That's not intentionally creating a life and destroying a life. I was not aware that they take fertilized eggs and destroy them. Yeah. I didn't know that. Well,
do you believe in God?
Happened. Absolutely. And God believes in me.
God does the same thing, right? Most zygotes are flushed out of the system naturally. So most zygotes die naturally.
But we don't know the reason that God does that. Is it because they're not viable?
Well, what made them viable and what made them not viable?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not God. Well, yeah, you know what? That's a very valid point. But I also believe that God allows, and the reason that there are sins in the world is God allows us to, he kind of puts you out on the earth. He doesn't control everything we do. If he controlled everything, there would never be sadness, war, bad things wouldn't happen. I mean, he has to have a natural process of elimination because the planet's not big enough to just keep on going forever. So there's a process of elimination that...
He could have just made it so that less zygotes are made.
He could
make
have.
Sperm less effective. He needs a nerf sperm. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah.
He can nerf sperm. 25% reduction in fertilization rate.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He can just
release the new patch notes.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with 90% of what you're saying makes sense to me. The only thing that doesn't make sense to me is that when young people, fertile young people, go out and have sex, create a life, and then their result is just to terminate that life because they didn't use protection. And don't get me wrong, there's always the passion of the moment that causes people to have unprotected sex, and it's an accident, and they have no intention of being a parent, and they would have an abortion in that instance. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do. Morally, in my opinion, that would be wrong, but I'd have much more understanding. It wouldn't be as traumatic as someone who consistently has unprotected sex, and then their response is to just go get an abortion, maybe have a standing appointment at an abortion clinic where happened again.
Is it okay for a family to pull the plug on an individual and their family's brain dead?
Wow, that's in my opinion, yes, but that's a really rough question to
See,
ask.
my point would be is that there's cellular life that exists with that brain dead individual, right? But we wouldn't value it to the same degree as it doesn't have that sort of like conceptualization of experience, and it's not
Right.
possible in the future. So the idea is that like I would say that like I wouldn't value the entity until it has this type of experience established. So my value would be derived from a past or future subjective experience or conceptualization of experience and future subjective experience. So they have to meet both of these conditions. If they don't meet both these conditions, I wouldn't grant them the same level of value.
Right. That does make sense. I think that using birth control is such an easy prevention for abortion. Not in all cases, but in the first trimester, which is likely when someone would do this, is because they failed to use birth control.
Yeah, and I mean, even if someone failed to do those things, I still don't think it's wrong because, like, I just don't care about the zygote or the embryo. Like, I just don't see anything really valuable morally in the entity that's behind me. Like, that I would say that like someone should be forced to like uphold some pregnancy or obligation for something that I don't consider to be sentient. Like, we're saying that someone should put their life at risk for an entity that's not sentient.
And do you think that having a medical procedure like an abortion is risky at any point?
Yeah, but they're less risky than giving birth.
Oh, 1,000% correct. But you've created an opportunity to have a medical procedure because you didn't use a condom, for instance, which has no
Yeah,
risk.
that would be themselves, right? That there's nothing you can do about that. That's something that's going to happen. But we can give someone the opportunity to be able to get an abortion, to be able to minimize things like risks that would be associated with that.
Right. And I guess what I'm saying is what I will tell my children and my grandchildren: use birth control, don't use abortion for birth control, because I believe that you have the potential to create a life. There was a life.
Let's say you use birth control and you get pregnant a few times, so you have to get a few abortions. Is that wrong in the first trimester?
No,
So
not
as
in
long
my
as you use
opinion.
contraception.
As long as you tried to prevent the conception, then I believe that a woman. Well, and I'm not going to eliminate men from the conversation, but I'm a woman, so in my opinion, women can do what they want with their bodies. Okay, and what I suggest is that you want to protect your body, you would use birth control. Then you wouldn't risk having to have a medical procedure that you didn't necessarily need to have, and you wouldn't potentially be creating a life that you would be destroying.
So it sounds like you're relying on like what's called a negligence standard, right? Essentially, if they don't meet this due standard of care that you establish, well, then they would be held liable, right, for this obligation, right? But if they do meet this due standard of care, then they're not held liable for the obligation. Yeah, and like my issue with this is that it's just not enforceable at all.
You're absolutely right. It's not enforceable, but morally, in my opinion, it's what you have to live with.
Then my response to that, if you're not trying to invoke it legally, would be that I just don't value the embryo. That's the only difference that I would have in that. Like, I don't actually have any issues with applying some type of negligence standard in a moral sense, I guess, but like legally, I would say that's not applicable.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with you on that. You can't enforce.
Yeah, you probably just get absurd conclusions. Like, you're going to be okay with some legal murder.
Oh wow! I wish you didn't say it that way.
I know it
because I
does
don't
sound pretty
consider.
wild. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I don't consider abortion murder when there's a reason for it, for
But no, you think even in
a
circumstances in
plethora of
which it's
reasons.
wrong, it's okay, right? And if we think about what
Yeah,
murder is going to be the unjustified or the wrong killing of another human person, right? So this would be the wrong
yes,
killing of another human person under your worldview. Therefore, it would just be legal murder.
yeah. I'm sorry that you put it to me that way because it really causes a dilemma in my own conscience. But you're absolutely right. I guess it's just. I mean, I'm 66 years old, so it's tough to change my opinion on certain things. And actually, you usually do. You usually give me a pretty good, you know, reason to pause and think. But I still prefer that people use birth control rather than abortion.
Sure, yeah, you could say that. That's fine.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
is
been
there anything else
amazing.
you'd like to go over and talk about?
No, it's been amazing talking to you. You're an extremely intelligent man, and I really enjoy your
Appreciate it.
platform. So thank
Thank
you.
you so
Thank you
much.
for the
Appreciate you coming
time.
on. Have a great day. Have a great day. We're gonna get the next person on here pretty quick. Everyone, I actually kind of want to grab a snack real quick. Like I'm low key, like kind of hungry. Like I should have got acai before I went on live. Give me 1 second, everyone. I'm gonna see if I have any snacks. I don't even know if I do actually. Chat. Let me see if I do. If I got anything. Oh my. Oh shit. Okay. All right, chat. I'm trying this. I got a Cliff Bar. That's all I've got. We're back, everyone. Don't worry. I got a Cliff Bar. That's what I have. I'm not going to DoorDash. I don't ever buy stuff like that. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's
Hello.
up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do.
Why so?
Because I believe that no matter the gestation of the pregnancy, it is still a human life. That's why.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong for a family to pull the plug on a brain dead individual in their family?
So, to be honest, it's a different situation depending on what that family member may have wanted. I mean, if they were born in that way, maybe they were never able to verbalize their wants, or if, say, they had gotten into an accident and lost communication, were unconscious or no longer sentient, then that would be a little bit different. Still, that's done out of humanely for another person that is suffering. Somebody who has already been brought outside of the womb, somebody who isn't going to get better.
Okay. So wait, my point would be is that so you're saying the potential is the relevant difference, right?
I mean, I guess so. I mean, granted, there's different situations as to why somebody may be brain dead. But I mean, there's a lot of different causes and things like that. So it would be circumstantial.
Okay. So if it's potential, then my point would be prior to there being conception, there could be potential for like sentience through like people engaging in intercourse. Would it be wrong for them to use contraception?
No, contraception is preventing a human life from being created in the first place. Granted, it doesn't.
Yeah, which is exactly what we would see to be bad here in the scenario, right? Because we're saying that like the potential is what's valuable here.
No, because contraception stops. Either, depending on what you're using, it stops the sperm from either reaching the egg in the first place, or it stops the sperm from even entering the inside of the.
Yeah, in the same way that I would think that abortion in the first trimester stops the embryo from reaching a stage in which I would consider it to be morally valuable, once it has like sentience.
So when you take, when you first get a positive pregnancy test or know you're pregnant, at that point, it has already been created. The egg has already been fertilized and it is already implanted into the uterus. So at that point, it would be a fetus at that point. Once you get that first positive pregnancy test, once you get,
Oh no, fetus is going to be a particular stage of development.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not. No,
It's an embryo. It's an embryo.
it's not
stage.
necessarily embryo, fetus.
Yeah, it is. And that's an embryo. This right here is an embryo. This is like this one like an award of radiology. This is like what it looks like in utero. This is absolutely an embryo. This is not a fetus. This is an embryo. A fetus is going to be a later stage of development.
Right. So, but even then, so I can't pull anything up on my phone right now and search it. But so at what stage is considered a fetus? What week gestation?
Pretty sure it's after 13 weeks. I can check again.
Yeah. Either way, it's still, whether you classify it as a embryo or a fetus, it is still a human life regardless.
At the end of the 8-week after fertilization, so 10 weeks of pregnancy, the embryo is considered a fetus.
So that's 10 weeks is still the first trimester.
Yeah. Yeah, it says 9 through 12. Third month of pregnancy is when the embryo becomes a fetus, yeah.
Yeah, so that the 13th or the 10th? Sorry, I was...
Oh, I think it's I think it says between like 9 and 12.
Okay. Yeah, so that would...
Some say like 11, some say like... there's different ones, but...
Right, so...
Yeah, I generally see 9 through 11.
Is that there's different, I guess...
like definitions
for everybody. Yeah. I guess there's...
Yeah, so do you value the Cheeto Puff?
It does definitely look like one, but Cheeto Puff or not, yes. I do.
Yeah, so it's a Cheeto Puff and a chip.
Pretty much, that's what it looks like, yeah. Yeah, but...
Yeah, so like my point would be, actually this is not even an embryo, this is actually literally like a photoshopped photo of a chip in a Cheeto.
Okay, I mean, okay. I mean, I'm not like, I don't like. Okay, I mean, that's what they do look like, though.
So you said you valued it?
The fact that it's an actual chip.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
The fact that it's an actual chip and not a baby. The fact that it's a food item, no, but.
No, I'm just trolling. This is actually an embryo. Like actually, like I was just trolling. I'm just trolling. It literally is an embryo. It's not a photoshopped image of a chip and a Cheeto. It literally is an embryo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, yes. Even though it does look like that, you definitely got me on that one. I still value it. I mean, regardless of what it looks like, it is still a human life.
Mm-hmm. Say the same thing about a brain dead individual.
So, I mean, if you're a brain dead individual is still somebody who, sorry, people keep calling me. A brain dead individual is somebody who has been born, has lived outside of the womb, but they just don't have the capability of talking or communicating, really. Something that's inside of you, a potential life human baby, doesn't mean it's going to be in the same. It doesn't mean it's going to be brain dead. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, if it doesn't mean that baby.
You're just making a distinction based on potential,
right?
Which you already talked about.
Either way,
you don't think it's wrong to reduce potential when it relates to like using birth control or different types of contraception. You don't think it's wrong for people to pull out. None of these things you would say that it's wrong for people to engage in. And yet they are preventing, right, pregnancy. They're preventing human life.
I mean, it's still, depending on what method you use, you're trying to prevent it, or preventing it. It doesn't always work, but
Yeah, preventing means getting rid of the potential, right?
Right. But there was no potential.
Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But there was potential.
But
Like when I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, is there potential there?
if there wasn't a baby or a fetus or an embryo there in the first place, then, or if there wasn't one that was existing or created, then it's not wrong.
If there wasn't one that's existing and created, then it's not wrong.
Well, you're saying.
So yeah, but like existing and created, then I would say that in terms of subjective experience then. So I don't care about the future subjective experience of an entity unless there's one that's already established, right? Or would be established.
So you're saying that if it's within the first trimester, you do not care at all what it is.
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't care at all.
Nope.
So,
like, are you gonna? If someone got an abortion in the first trimester, would you be friends with them still?
I mean, I don't. To be honest, I don't really know anybody who's done that.
But could you be friends with someone? Like, say you have a best friend.
I do. Yeah.
Let's say she got an abortion in the first trimester. Would you still be friends with her?
I personally, I mean, at the same time, it is legal and it is still, if that's what she's going to want to do, that's what she's going to want to do. I'm not going to just stop being friends with her because of it.
You wouldn't? Would you, if she murdered someone, would you stop being friends with her?
Well, she'd probably be in prison. I don't think
wait, let's say they didn't find out. No law found out. Would you still be friends with a murderer?
Well, if she told me, I'd turn her in. So.
Yeah. So.
Right.
Shit. So no, you wouldn't be friends with her.
No. But.
Oh, okay. So then you don't consider abortion to be murder.
Here's the thing: is abortion.
Wait. But then you don't consider abortion to be murder.
Oh no, abortion is not illegal at this day. Like in most places, in most states right now, abortion is not considered illegal.
Yeah, I mean, it is in some places.
It is in some places.
Yeah, but what I'm showing you is that like you on your own personal feelings, you'd still be friends with an individual that got an abortion. Right? So you don't consider it to be murder because I asked you the question, if you found out that they murdered someone, would you still be friends with them? And that is essentially compatible with your view in saying that like that is abortion is murder. So that kind of just proves that abortion isn't murder.
I mean,
because you would have contradicted yourself then.
I mean, I mean, if you put it that way, I guess if I was to think about it in that way, then no, I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't continue a friendship. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, really? So like. Here, I'll ask you this question. If someone had an IUD, would you be friends with them?
I mean, an IUD isn't considered abortion, though.
Well, it does stop zygotes from implanting into a uterine wall. It does prevent that from happening. So technically, they are murdering babies under your view. So someone who's had an IUD in their life, would you be friends with them?
I mean, that's also preventative at the same time.
Well, not the human. Yeah, it's preventing the human life from implanting into the uterine wall. It's killing the human life.
Right, but it's not. It hasn't implanted into the uterine wall, so therefore it can't be classified as an abortion.
Well, regardless of whether or not you want to call it an abortion, it's ending a human life.
Not necessarily, because it has not implanted.
It is.
It has not.
Wait, but so human life begins at implantation?
Technically, you wouldn't know you were pregnant until it implants into your uterus.
Wait, but no, but human life begins at implantation.
A fetus can't, or an embryo or a fetus or whatever you want to call it, cannot survive unless it is.
Wait, when does human life begin?
Human life begins once it is implanted into the uterus. Well, I don't know what they call that.
So you disagree with most biologists?
So I guess, well.
You don't believe that human life begins at conception?
It does, but.
It begins at conception and also begins at implantation.
Not every egg that meets sperm survives, though.
Yeah, and not every like zygote that implants into a uterine wall survives either.
Right. No, it doesn't.
What's your point then?
Is that once you get that positive pregnancy test, you go in, you find out you're so many weeks along, it is it is wrong. It is wrong to abort something that is living within inside you, growing and developing.
Okay, but it's not wrong to kill the zygote. So
But
you don't care about a zygote?
It hasn't implanted into the uterine wall.
Oh,
And you
okay.
cannot technically kill.
So we don't care about human life.
That's not what I was saying.
We care about developing human life. Okay.
Well, because
So if we care about developing human life, want to know something crazy? The abortion pill cuts off progesterone, right, to the embryo, right? And that actually prevents it from getting those resources. So if it's not getting those resources and it stops developing in that way, would it then be permissible to kill it?
I don't.
She left. Okay. All right. We're gonna go on to the next person. If you like the content, everyone, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to the next person, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. If you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, send a guest request right now. Everyone, if you do want to support me, everyone, Cash App, Venmo is in the bio. Everyone, TikTok has glitching right now. It's not letting me take any gifts here on TikTok, so I don't know what's going on with that. But if you disagree, send a guest request right now. We're gonna go on to the next person real quick. Everyone, please only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. All right, let's get to the next person, everyone. All right, give it a second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Is that a chicken nugget? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is a chicken nugget. It's a chicken nugget and a shrimp, okay? That's what it is. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. This person's not here either. We're going to go to the next person. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you driving?
Yes.
It's TikTok TOS, everyone. TikTok TOS. You can't drive while on the live, everyone. TikTok TOS. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, if you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester, everyone. You could put your second account up and get gifts that way. That's if I went live on my second account, and the algorithm's different. So, and also people can't sub on the same account. So there's some unfortunates there. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, it's adding people where I hear them chat, but they can't hear me. So I don't know what's going on there. That's actually really weird. All right. You say everyone way too often. Cry about it. Cry about it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah,
37, huh?
for sure. Do you think abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I think it's wrong regardless.
Okay. All right. So why?
Well, like you and your other homegirl was talking about a second ago, well, whoever it was that was in here, a couple people. You was same thing. You was kind of like, hey, it's got a heartbeat. That's pretty much murder. And you ask her if she'd be like, no, I turn her in. Well, bitch, first of all, you snitching for that, and then second of all, it's the same thing. You are
one thing by the way, I wasn't saying it's murder under my view. I was saying it's murder under her view.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand that. But either way it goes, yeah, I disagree.
So do you value the Cheeto and chip?
The hibbity who?
So do you value the Cheeto and the chip?
I don't know what that is.
The Cheeto and the chip. Do you value the Cheeto and the chip? Cheeto, chip, Cheeto, chip.
Yeah, putting the Cheeto inside of the chip.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong? Do you think it's wrong to unalive a Pringle and a Cheeto?
If that has a heartbeat, then yeah, of course it's wrong to do that.
So prior to the heartbeat, it's not wrong?
No. See, either way it goes. If you know that you are pregnant, in my opinion, yeah, it's up to you.
Some people don't find they're pregnant until they have birth. Is it okay for them to have like an abortion at birth then?
Letting me off again. Say what?
Sorry, it's lagging, man. So like, is it okay for someone to get an abortion at birth because they found out when they were giving birth?
How you gonna get an abortion at birth?
What do you mean by abortion?
The same thing you're saying. All I'm saying is you can't have an abortion at birth or when the baby is being born. And you're saying you're
You
finding out.
legitimately can.
Are you talking about like a stillbirth or something like that, or
No, I'm talking abortion just a termination of a pregnancy. Right? If you define it that way, it would be the case that someone getting a C-section would be an abortion, right? Induction of labor would be an abortion, stuff like that. Also, right, like if you're relating to the notion of lethal abortion here, well, then it would be the case that like if someone unalived them, that would necessarily be considered abortion, as that would be the termination of the pregnancy here. So.
termination of pregnancy / abortion. Okay, I mean, I see what you're doing, but yeah, I don't know, man. All I am saying is I don't agree with this shit. But at the same time, the lady laid down and spread her legs. She already know the consequences behind it. So
why not the man? What about the man?
Well, he shouldn't bust in her if damn they ain't planning on getting pregnant.
So like. You don't understand that like 51% of abortions actually result from failed contraception?
Well, yeah, my homie actually went through that, and it kind of reminded me of. That's the only reason I sent you a request. My homie, his girl, got pregnant, and it was just not financially stable. This and that and the other. I didn't know this till like a couple years had went by, but yeah, she ended up getting an abortion as well. I didn't agree with it, but at the same time, shit, I don't know. It's your body. Do what you want to with it, but I still don't agree with the shit.
So okay. So what's morally valuable about a zygote? That's my question. Or no, wait, not. Actually, you don't care about zygotes. You care about once it has a heartbeat. So here's my question, right?
No, that's not what I care about. Hell, as soon as if you bust in a girl and you're pregnant, then boom. I mean, that's that. You're carrying a seed.
Appreciate the 8-month subscription. Thank you so much, Shane. I appreciate it. Yeah, sure. So you think it's wrong prior to heartbeat?
No. I just think it's wrong. Period. Point blank. No questions asked. Like, I don't think you should abort a baby, but like I said, at the same time, everybody got their own beliefs, their own opinions. Let them do what they want with their body. I just don't agree with it.
Oh, well, okay. So you think that legal murder should be okay?
Legal murder
to happen? Yeah. So your view is that it's wrong. So it's the wrong unaliving of a human person. Wait. Hold on. Let me finish, please.
Go ahead.
So you believe it's a wrong unaliving of a human person, but you think it should be legal?
Shit. I think it is legal in some places in the United States now.
I'm not asking if it is legal. I'm thinking, do you think it should be legal?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's privacy, privacy reasons when it comes to that.
By the way, can you turn the TV off?
My bad. I had to walk in.
No, you're good. Don't worry. And then so you're okay with legal murder then? Is your view, right? Like you think that should be allowed legally?
But you mess with me and my family and get popped. It is what it is.
Do you mean self-defense?
I mean, yeah, but that would be legal murder, correct?
No, because that self-defense isn't murder. It's not unjustified.
Well, it'd be justified if you're trying to break into my crib and I shoot.
Yeah, it would be justified, therefore making it not murder.
Okay, well, you're right.
Oh, the tack shotties in the game? Let's go, chat. Sorry, what?
No, you good. What are you doing, playing a game over there?
Yeah, OG Fortnite came out, bro.
Yeah, I heard somebody else talking about that. What you got? What system?
Yeah, I'm playing on PC, bro. I'm about to go to Retail Row, bro.
I got you. I got the Xbox Series X. I think I can still connect.
For sure. So no. But my point here. Let me ask this question.
I know. Go ahead.
Would you be friends? Actually, would you date someone that has had an IUD in the past?
Would I date someone that has had an abortion?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So but you think that's murder, right?
No.
So you would date a murderer?
See, that's not what I said. See, you putting words in my mouth. I never said red rumming or unaliving or nothing like that. I just don't believe it's. That's just my belief, man. Don't put words in my mouth, though.
You do believe it's murder?
No, I don't believe it's murder. I just don't believe if you.
Okay, so then why is it wrong?
If you want enough to lay down and get busted in and get pregnant, then carry that baby and quit doing what you're doing and be there for that kid.
But do you think it's wrong?
Yes, I think it's wrong. But at the same time, I'm not
So it
the
is
one that's
murder.
gonna be. No, I'm not saying that neither. See, you're putting words in my
But if
mouth.
it's wrong, wait, what is your definition of murder?
Man, come on now. Don't start with.
Yeah, no. What's your definition of murder? That's a real question.
Yeah, it's a real question. Man. See, I got stories I could tell you for hours, but at the same time, you know what the definition of murder is.
I do, but like I'm asking you what you mean by it because apparently it sounds like you mean something different than what I mean.
You gotta make me smoke a damn. Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. Are you okay?
Nah, I'm still here, but at the same time,
You
know
weren't
what murder
already?
is. But
Yeah, I do.
say what now?
Yeah, it's the unjustified
so,
killing
I
of a
mean,
human person.
Right, and that's why most of those clinics are private and shit like that. I don't agree with it, but at the same time, if you're not this, that, and the other, don't
No, there
get
aren't
fucking
state-funded
pregnant.
clinics because there's like the Hyde Amendment, I think.
Yeah, of course.
In other
That's what I'm
states,
saying.
in other places like in Canada, they have state-funded
I'm from
abortions. I'm
Charlotte,
pretty sure.
North Carolina.
Hmm?
I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay.
Where you from again?
I
be
grew up
watching
in
this
Iowa,
shit.
but I live in Los Angeles now.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. Yeah, I be watching your shit. But
Appreciate it, bro.
besides all that, yeah, no problem. But besides all that, yeah, just the abortion thing. I hit you up I forgot what your topic was a couple of days ago. My eyes aren't that great, but I think I sent you one, but you never hit me back. You had like I lined up. But regardless of the fact, like I said, we ain't gonna talk about the red rum shit or anything like that. All I'm saying is I do not agree with it, but certain situations, if they got to do what they got to do, they got to do what they got to do. But at the same time, don't spread your legs if you ain't prepared to get pregnant.
Yeah, so like why do you only refer to women? like why don't we refer to the men also engaging in intercourse?
Well, of course, they shouldn't lay down with them without a condom and do that inside of them.
51% of abortions happen due to failed contraception.
Yeah, you said that earlier, and you mean 51% as in what are you talking about? Failed contraception?
That means 51% of abortions. Oh my gosh, the pump. The 51% of abortions are happen with people who engaged in the usage of contraception. That just tells you that like most people use contraception. It just is the case that sometimes people get pregnant still.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've known girls to have the stuff, in them and in their arm and still get pregnant at the same time. But anyway, the one situation I was telling you about, that's just what sparked my interest when I was hearing you talking. But yeah,
You got anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Nah, cuz you can get me out of here whenever you want to.
For sure, man. Appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. By the way, everyone, holy shit. Fucking OG Fortnite is such a base game. I'm so happy this shit's back, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
For sure. What's your birth year?
2004.
For sure. Do you think abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I think it is wrong in some aspects, but that's just my personal belief.
Yes,
but
thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate it. So why do you think it's wrong?
Well, that's just like I'm kind of religious, so but I also do think that
Religious? So how do you know your religion's accurate to say that this is right or wrong? By virtue of your religion?
could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, you cut out.
Yeah, how do you know that your religion's accurate in describing what's right and wrong?
It's just kind of like what I was raised, how I was raised, I'm sorry. But I guess that's not my point. I also kind of with the laws and stuff.
Wait, if someone was raised to be atheist, does that mean atheism is correct?
No.
Okay, so then how do we know that your religion is accurate?
That's a good question. But how does that relate with abortion?
Well, your reason why abortion was wrong is because you're religious. So if it doesn't relate to abortion, well, then you kind of just debunked your own point there.
Okay, fair point.
Okay, well, so why do you think abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
'Cause I think abortion is wrong because it's not safe. It's not safe for women. It's not safe for men. It's not safe for children. It's not safe for
Okay, well, so why do you think abortion's wrong during the first trimester? Hello? Did she leave? Yeah, OG Fortnite map is back, chat. I think they left, everyone. I can still hear their background. I think she's just sitting there quiet right now. I can hear you. I literally hear you still here. Like, I heard you move. Okay, she just left. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Like, she was still there. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hi,
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 20.
For sure. Are you driving?
I am, hold on, let me take out the Bluetooth. I was driving.
You still are. I can hear you moving. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we're going to Tilted, chat. We're going to Tilted. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey there, I'm 46.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do not.
All right, well, I am just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
okay.
Thank you very much. All right, we're just looking for people who disagree, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
In certain aspects, yes.
And what aspects?
If you were just laying down, being irresponsible, yeah, that's wrong. I'm pregnant right now, but it's possibly tubal. So if it's in my tubes, I have to. It's not something I want to do, but I do believe it's wrong in some aspects.
Okay. So, what's wrong about someone getting? What is valuable in like in the fetus or the embryo, right, in the first trimester that would indicate to you that it's like morally valuable?
I haven't thought about it like that. It's life. You know, it's an embryo. It's not viable, no. But I do think that if you're just going out and getting pregnant and aborting, and then you go out and immediately get pregnant again, which not very many people do, it's not a 100% valid argument, but I do know one person in my entire life that has done that multiple times, just irresponsible and just.
I mean, I don't care about the embryo at that point. So like, what about it's valuable? Like, cause like when I think about it, like, here, I'll just ask you this question. Like, do you think it's morally permissible for like a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family in which is brain dead?
Yes.
Okay, well, why?
They're brain dead. You can't bring back activity to the brain when it's dead.
So is it what is valuable about them in this scenario?
There's nothing valuable about them. They have a heartbeat. That's it.
Yeah. So there's nothing valuable. So the idea is that the human life in of itself, without like the subjective experience, isn't something that you'd consider to be valuable.
Right. Now you have a point. I'm gonna shut up now. Go ahead and let the next person on.
Oh, for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming on. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. OG Fortnite's so fucking fun, chat. Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I am actually 51.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do, with the aspect of using it for birth control. I know you had made the comment earlier about it not being viable, but it's not viable outside the mother, but it is viable within the mother. So I don't agree with that.
Yeah, so my view isn't about whether or not it's viable. My view is about whether or not it's able to like conceptualize of experience, right? And I think that happens in like during pregnancy around between like the 18 through 26 week range. Right. So like did you hear the question I just asked? Oh, they just left. What is wrong with people leaving right now? I'm so confused, chat. What the hell? What the hell is going on? I'm so confused. We're gonna go to the next person. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello, sorry.
Yeah, how old are you?
Sorry,
Yeah,
can
how
you
old
hear
are
me? I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think abortion's wrong in the first trimester?
Again, I definitely do think it depends on the situation just because a lot of girls have gone through specific things. But I think if it's someone who is, doing whatever they want with whoever they want and then still getting the abortion, I think that is completely wrong. But with someone who, like is not financially well or mentally stable or is in a good area, I think it is valid in those certain areas.
Okay, so then here be my question. What is morally valuable about a child in which is of a non-impoverished family that's not in the child of an impoverished family?
Sorry, could you probably explain that a little simpler if you don't mind?
Yeah. What is the do you see any valuable distinction between the baby that is in the womb of the individual in which is impoverished and the baby that is in the womb of the individual in which is not impoverished? Do you see any distinction in the value of those two entities?
I mean, I think there's value to any life, but again, it all does depend on the person's choice. There is a lot of things that go into this, and you can say oh, well, religion says it's wrong, but I mean, with what you've grown up with, it really just depends. I mean, if you're just getting an abortion to get an abortion because you want to get rid of the baby and you're not using any contraceptives, I think you're completely wrong in that point.
So wait, but so do you think, how do you enforce that if it relates to contraceptive use? Can't someone just say that they used a contraception when they didn't?
I mean, I don't know, strippers, prostitutes, they can be doing abortion, or porn stars, for example, they do that very often. I think I heard a story a while ago that, someone was involved in those videos and now they aren't able to have children anymore, but that's their fault because they decided to go into that area.
I'm confused how that responded to me. What? Can you explain?
Sorry, now I'm confused. Oh my goodness. Say your question one more time.
I actually don't even remember. What did I don't even remember what I asked. I was really confused with what you said.
So
I honestly don't know how it
basically
related.
depending on two families, if one is poverty.
It was I was asking the morally relevant distinction between the child of an impoverished family and the child that's not of an impoverished family. That means that you can kill one but not the other. Parker, put down the Fortnite. I'm fine. I'm not distracted, chat. I'm literally dead. I was dead. I wasn't even alive in the game. Are you there? Hello? They're definitely not here, anyone. Should we go to the next person, everyone? Oh, you are you there? Hello?
Hear me?
Yeah, so what's the morally relevant distinction between the child of an impoverished family and the child that's not of an impoverished family? That means that it's okay to kill one but not the other.
I mean, I'm not saying it's okay to kill one over the other, but
Yeah, you are. You said that you said under your view, abortion is permissible in the context in which they're not able to sustain the pregnancy, right? Because they don't.
I mean, I don't think anyone ever goes into getting an abortion lightly. It is a very, very difficult thing to go through, mentally, physically, it's spiritually as well, because at the end of the day, that still connects to you. But again, if you go into it thinking, okay, I cannot do this, then you cannot do it. You are not able to. If you can though, you most definitely can.
I'm confused what you're trying to say, to be honest with you.
Well, because you're saying if one life is more valued than the other, if it all revolves around money, but I mean, it doesn't revolve around money. I'm saying, I'm not trying to make a baby's life depending on that, but why would I give birth and then give my child up for adoption? That is a way worse area to go into. So instead of putting them up for adoption,
I was asking about how the value is different between these two beings, because you're saying it's okay to kill one but not the other.
Well, I'm not I'm not saying it's okay to kill one over the other.
That's actually what your view is.
Okay, well, that's not what I mean. That's not my view at all. I think any woman should have a right over her own body at the end of the day.
So you're pro-choice?
Yes, I am pro-choice. Again,
okay,
though,
but you think it's wrong?
I don't I mean, it depends on like the situation. Again, like if someone's just openly, willingly like, oh yeah, like screw this, like let me have an abortion whenever I want. I don't agree with that. But with other situations, like it has to be very, very specific.
Okay, so you're just saying in specific circumstances, you see it to be okay because it is the case that that you see the reasons to be justified, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is it not justified for any person to get an abortion prior to sentience? Because it's not going to end in any type of like pain, hurt, or like negative impact upon like a particular entity, right? Because it's not sentient. Hello? How do you even quantify that there's something wrong in that scenario? Hello? Chat, what is going on today? Is it the OG Fortnite? I think that's what it is. I blame OG Fortnite. Okay, chat? What is going on, chat? Like, seriously, this is like... I'm actually not joking. Isn't that like the 5th person today? Parker's playing Fortnite. Are you playing Fortnite right now? Yes, I am. Stop playing Fortnite. It's annoying. That's tough. That's tough. All right, we're gonna go to the next person, everyone. For some reason, people are just like absolutely just dropping today. I don't know what's going on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
58.
For sure. Do you think abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I do not.
You do not? Okay, I'm just looking for people who disagree. I appreciate you coming on, though. Thank you so much.
Sorry, thanks.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone.
Debates, everyone. Only
Yo, what's up? Oh, you're in a car, it seems.
Debates, everyone.
All right, everyone. We're going to go to the next. Oh, is that a baby who just literally tried to get us on live? That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do, in any trimester.
Why so?
I just don't agree with killing kids alive. Like, obviously you're not going to kill an alive child, so why would you unalive an unborn child?
Well, because I don't see there to be an issue with doing so because it's not sentient, right? It hasn't developed any type of sentience. So like, if we don't see that to have sentience, well, then why would we say it's valuable? That'd be my point. Like, for example, right? If there's a family member that you have that is like brain dead, they're not sentient anymore. Do you think it's wrong for like a family to pull the plug on them?
If it's not a quality of life, because obviously they're not a child, like they're out of the womb, like they're an adult. So obviously their life is not going to be fulfilling if they're brain dead.
Yeah, so like because they're not, so it's okay because their life's not going to be fulfilling. So is it okay to like kill people who are
the plug? No, that's not what I'm saying. No.
Okay, so so you think it's okay because they don't have any type of subjective experience anymore, right?
Well, no, because the family wants to keep the person with them as long as possible.
Well, they're still biologically speaking alive. So under your view, it would still be like murder if you just relate to like living.
Yeah.
Like if something's living, it's wrong.
It is murder. Like pulling.
You do think it's murder, but you think it should be legal?
No.
So it shouldn't be legal for them to do that?
No.
Okay, so it should be illegal for you to pull the plug on a family member in your family who's brain dead?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you know it can cost up to like a few $1,000s a day to sustain them? So you think that like a family is morally obligated to sustain thousands of dollars a day in payments?
Well, you see, over in Ireland, we don't pay for our.
You still pay through government though.
Yeah, government with tax.
So you think through taxes people should be obligated to pay for brain dead individuals that are not of their own family?
Multiple type of things.
You said what?
Taxpayers pay for multiple type of things. That's just
Oh, I'm not saying they don't, but like I'm saying in this circumstance because these are for non-sentient beings. thousands of dollars daily for non-sentient
So
beings.
you're saying like they won't have any quality of life, really?
They don't have any quality of life because they are not sentient. Quality of life is going to be something that we're going to say is probably like specific to entities that have minds, that have conceptualization of experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're relating to how good their experience is. That's what we're relating to in terms of life.
Yeah.
So I think what most people value isn't the biological life that exists at conception. I think what most people value is the observer we are. The observer I am, the observer you are. When that thing is gone, we get sad. Like if someone went brain dead, we would get really sad because they're never coming back, right? Their body's still here, they're still living, but they are never coming back. What I value, what I developed a connection with.
Yeah, I think that's why I wouldn't, because like the family obviously want to keep the person, whether the person is like conscious or not. Like they still want them there for as long as possible. Like they won't want to let them go, you know?
So you don't want to let them. Sure, you might not want to let them go, but like I'm asking whether or not it should be legal for a family to be able to pull the plug.
No, no.
So again, they should be morally obligated to pay thousands of dollars to be able to take care of it. Like us in the U.S., we should be morally obligated to pay thousands of dollars daily to keep them on machines when they're not sentient.
You see, that's completely different, I feel. Because the person has lived
How
their
so?
life. It's not like... See, I don't know what it's like over in America, but here, abortion is like fairly new here. Like up until a few years ago, it was illegal. So like,
Oh.
yeah. For me, like as a kid, you can't like unalive a kid no matter what circumstance.
Yeah, but we're talking about like something that's not sentient, something that's not like what we'd associate with a kid anymore. Like when you look at this, you're like, oh my God, that's a kid.
No, but like you're asking if
No, you think this is a kid?
Yeah.
When you see this, you see a kid.
It's a
Really?
fetus. Yeah, it's a fetus.
It literally looks like a Cheeto and a chip, like unironically.
I know it looks like a crisp, but like it's still like up and I was talking to someone a couple of months ago, and they literally said, "Do you know the what is it called, the cleft lip or something? Do you know? I don't know what you call it over there. It's like a deformation of the mouth that forms, like the mouth forms at like 6 weeks in pregnancy. So
They still look very clearly human. They still look very clearly like an individual that you can engage with. We're talking at this point of development, right? It does not look like anything that we would associate with like what we'd see with a kid.
Well, as I'm saying, like at 6 weeks, the mouth is forming, so it clearly has cells, and it is clearly like forming. Like
Yeah, I don't care about having cells and forming. I care about like something that's having an experience. Like,
So you only care about
so what you're
things
telling me
out of the
is you
womb.
care. No, what you're telling me is that you care more about sustaining this life than the negative experiences of the individual that has to sustain its life.
No, what my argument is, why is the baby or the mother's life more important than the baby's?
Because
They're
it's not
both
sentient.
human beings. They're both human beings.
It's not sentient though.
I know it's not, but why is that life any less than just because it's not?
Because it's not sentient. Because it's not experiencing anything. It's not able to conceptualize anything. There's a negative experience that we could relate to with the mother or the pregnant individual, and there's not a negative experience that we could relate to with the embryo.
I just don't think we're going to agree.
No, but like again, what are you relating to that's bad if there's no negative experience to associate with?
I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
Everything that I refer to that's bad is going to be related to, in some sense, some negative experience.
Like, what do you mean? Maybe I'm just being stupid. I don't know.
Here, I'll ask you a different question. Do you think abortion at any point during the first trimester is permissible?
Is like you're asking
Like for anyone, like is self-defense permissible? Is grape permissible? Like if someone who got raped, can they get an abortion?
For me, no, because it's not the baby's fault how it was conceived.
So if someone
I
didn't
know what
cause
you're
the
saying, but
pregnancy,
the mother would be traumatized looking at that baby every day. But then why can't it just give up the
so if the mother didn't cause the pregnancy, you're still saying that she has an
but the baby
obligation to
didn't cause the
sustain.
pregnancy
No,
either.
she has an obligation to sustain a non-sentient fetus, right? A
But the
non-sentient
baby,
fetus of the individual that is produced of the individual that raped them, violated them.
but it's not the baby's fault how it was conceived.
Do,
Why
do you
should it
think that
use it
self-defense is justified? Like, if the mother's life is going to be lost, can she get an abortion?
like a medical? You're speaking medical terms. No, because again, why should the mother's life be more important than the baby's? They're both living. Like I know it's not living, but they're both going to be beings. Like it's a baby. Why is the mother's life more important than the baby's?
The baby is not even sentient.
But it's
So
still
if the no 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 if the mother is gonna die,
baby.
if the mother's going to die, going through this pregnancy, you're saying she's going to be obligated by law to give her life up for this baby. That's your worldview.
Not by law, but like
So not by law, but you think it's wrong if they don't do that. If they don't give up their life, it's wrong. So you'd consider it murder.
on the mother or the baby.
Wait, on the mother of the baby? Wait, what for the mother and the baby?
You asked the unalive and was like who are you asking is unalive, the mother or the baby?
The mother would be unalived. Like, for example, right? This person here, this is in Ireland.
Yeah.
They were a dentist living in Ireland who died of sepsis after her request for an abortion was denied on legal grounds.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so like this is a particular scenario we could relate to, right? Are you saying that this is wrong, right? For if she did not get an abortion, so that you're saying that this was justified because
Not
it saved the.
justified, but like it's the doctor's fault. Like it's not her fault. It's not the baby's fault.
Wait, even if she miscarried, if she was gonna miscarry.
A miscarriage is completely different than an abortion because you don't.
No. So she was having in this scenario, there was a possible miscarriage along with the fact that she could die from this scenario. In that scenario, would you say that you should get an abortion or no? Because you don't know if this is going to happen. The miscarriage, but it ended up being a miscarriage. So the baby died and she died because they did not let her get an abortion legally.
Yeah, because like I said, up until a few years ago, abortion wasn't legal here, and I think that's why they started. That's why they brought it in over here. I think was because of.
Yeah. So do you disagree with that? Do you think that she should not have been able to get access to an abortion?
No.
You think she should? So you think she should have died there, essentially?
No, I don't think she should have died. But again, like I keep saying, why would you save the mother over the baby? Both are lives. Both are human beings to me. Like they're both.
Literally, it ended up in miscarriage. You know that, right? So both of them died.
Yeah.
So if they had an abortion, they would have saved her life. The treatment literally is an abortion for that scenario.
Yeah, but then you're saying that it was right for the baby to die over the mother.
Yes.
But again, why
because that's self-defense. That's self-defense in that scenario.
Self-defense. I don't know if I'd call it self-defense. But for me, both lives are just as equally important. Like
so, let's say someone was raped, and let's say that they also where the baby was causing sepsis, right? Like just like in this scenario. I appreciate this description. Thank you so much. They were raped, and this is causing sepsis. Can they get an abortion? Like should it be okay for them to get an abortion?
No. Again, no life.
So they didn't cause the pregnancy, and it's risking their life. And you're saying they didn't cause it, and it's risking their life, and they should still give up their life for something that they didn't even cause.
Again, the baby's life is not more important than the mother's, and the mother's life is not more important than the baby's. They're both equal.
So they didn't cause this to happen. and they're
Maybe
still
it wasn't
obligated to
minor.
sustain it, even though they were ended up miscarriaging in this scenario, and they ended up dying. So 2 deaths is better than 1.
No, no debt is good at all. But what I'm saying is, why was the mother's life more important than the baby's? Why, like, that's what I'm trying to get through to
You
you.
could say on the basis of the fact that like the adult has a significantly greater conceptualization of experience.
Right, but the baby hasn't lived the experience, so why can't it have the experience that the mother had?
So it depends. At what point in pregnancy would we want to relate to this being? Because if this is prior to sentience, well, then this would be absurd. If it was prior to sentience and it was causing sepsis, right? So let's say it's an embryo, it's causing sepsis, something bad is happening, and they're gonna die, right? You're saying in this scenario, it would be wrong if someone who's raped wanted to get an abortion, right? Because they would literally die if they didn't.
Yeah, because then the baby's going to lose its life. So why should the baby lose its life?
So someone who's pregnant right now that has to get an abortion, like necessarily because the baby would lead to them dying, you're saying that they are committing murder.
Yeah.
So because
They're
they didn't give
unaliving
their
a
life
baby.
up
How is that
for
not?
this baby. Wait, so if you got pregnant, right, and you were going to die from this pregnancy, right? You're saying that you wouldn't get an abortion if it would save your life?
No, because why is my life more important than my baby's?
What if your baby was going to die either way?
That's a difficult question.
How is that a difficult question?
Because if the baby's going to lose its life either way,
Yeah, then it's obvious, right? It's obvious.
I don't know about that one.
How? What?
No, I
If
mean,
if
like, I don't know my stance on that, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't.
Okay, so this is the scenario. Either both the fetus and the mother die, or just the fetus dies. That's the scenario. So either the fetus gets aborted, or both the fetus and the mother die.
Both.
What?
Both. Unalive.
You think it's better? You think it's better for both of them to die?
Yeah, because like I said, no life is more important than the other.
You're joking. You're
No,
you're
like,
trolling.
no
You're
life is
trolling. You're
more
trolling. You're
important.
trolling. You're trolling.
I'm
You're
honestly,
just not. No.
I'm not trolling, honestly. I don't agree with it at all. No life is more important than the other.
Okay. In this scenario, it is the case that literally either both of them die or only one of them dies. So either you abort the baby and the mother and the mother survives and the baby dies. Baby is miscarried and dies, and the mother dies. And you're telling me the preferable scenario is the case in which the mother dies and the fetus dies?
Doctors have got it wrong thousands of times. Like, I have a condition, and the doctors asked my mother, on both me and my sister, if she wanted to unalive us because I mightn't have the quality of life that she was expecting or would want from a child. And the same with my sister, and she chose not to. And we have
No disrespect, but like that's not
So
that's not leading to the possible death of the pregnant individual.
No, but had my mother listened to her doctors, she would have unalived both of me and my sister, is what I'm trying to say. So if you're going to listen to, like, the probability that the doctors are, like, right are high, I know, but you could be unaliving a baby and they could have been wrong. So you could be unaliving your baby for no reason.
Yeah, but the scenario here is that either both of them die, right, or one of them dies. So it's certain. You know that it's going to end in a miscarriage.
I just wouldn't choose my life over my baby's. That's just me.
Both of them die in this scenario. Both of them die. Both you and the baby die.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So you would choose to die along with the baby rather than abort the baby
Yeah.
and survive?
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to unalive my baby.
But it's going to die either way.
I know, but like I said, it's the probability the doctor could have been wrong and the baby could have ended up being fine.
No, do you think that should be law too? Do you think that someone should be forced by law to not be able to abort the baby, right? Even if it's going to lead to their death?
Well, I voted for no in the referendum over here for abortion, so yeah, I guess you could say I do. Like, yeah.
So you think that legally by law people should be forced to give up their lives in this scenario?
I don't know about being forced, but I don't. I don't
But
agree.
that's literally what the law does. The law literally if you think it should be illegal for them to get an abortion in that scenario, you essentially believe that they should be forced, as they would go to jail for murder if it is the case that they got this abortion to save their life.
But then you could say, like, I don't know what the laws are over there, but if someone was unaliving someone in defense, you could say that that's murder, which is right.
No, it's not. No, because it's justified. Self-defense is justified.
But you still go to jail for it.
No, you don't go to jail for self-defense. No.
But how can the justice system prove that it was self-defense?
Based upon the scenario, it's harder, but you can prove it based upon the scenario. There are different types of ways. Blood spatter analysis could determine like whether or not there was an attack or a fight. You could look at different types of things in the crime scene, like whether or not things were like knocked over or how the fight operated. That would just be like through the evidence in the trial, witnesses possibly, video footage.
I've seen many people been sent to jail for a long, long time for self-defense murder. So
yeah, that would be because the courts got it wrong. So this would be what's called, like, I'm pretty sure it's called a type 1 error, where they said that they were guilty, right, but they weren't actually guilty.
Right, so they were just say they're guilty for a lesser sentence then. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
You're saying that they pleaded guilty because they'd get a lesser sentence?
No, I didn't say anything about pleading guilty, you know. I said that there was a type 1 error. We said that like the judiciary system found a person guilty when they weren't actually guilty.
So self-defense, but they still unalive someone.
Yeah, so they had self-defense, but the courts could not determine that they actually engaged in self-defense.
But they are guilty then. They still unalive someone.
They're guilty, then they should.
I know it was
So you think self-defense is equal to guilty? So if someone is trying to unalive me and my girlfriend, do I have the right to act in self-defense?
Yeah.
Okay, and if it leads that I have to unalive them to save me and my girlfriend's life, is that permissible for me to do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so self-defense is permissible.
Yeah.
Okay, so if self-defense is permissible, why isn't it permissible in the context of abortion?
I guess when you put it like that, but I watch you a lot. I know you always win your debates. Like, you very rarely are outwon by anyone, and people always come around like to what you're saying. But like, I guess when you put it like that, like, I don't know. Again, you're right, Parker.
That's not what about it is. This isn't what it's about, right? What this is about is like us critically thinking about our positions here. Like, why do we believe that abortion is wrong? When do we think it's permissible? Because these are really, really valuable questions because they have really, really large impacts on people's lives. Whether it be your positions with the fetus or your positions with the pregnant individuals, these have real world implications and are very, very important things, right? Millions of people in the United States now have a lack of access to abortion in the first trimester because of different types of pro-life laws. So I think that it's super important to have conversations about this because I do think that the position that the pro-lifers have, right, is a bit off standpoint of what it should be. I think it should be considered later in the pregnancy as it would relate to like sentience, right? Because it is the case that then we can preserve the notion in which people can have a choice when it relates to abortion and preserve the moral value that we place upon each other as individuals.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
All right, for sure. Ashley, I appreciate you coming on. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Parker. Bye.
Have a great day. All right, everyone, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. If you do like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I go live literally every single day. Y'all already know the deal. If you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. I am not able to get any donations here on TikTok. TikTok, for some reason, got rid of my ability to receive gifts right now because they think I'm a minor due to the last banana, but I'm still on live, so it's really weird. I'm 21, by the way, everyone. I can literally legally buy alcohol, right? But yeah, let me go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get on to the next person, though. All right, everyone. Let's get on to the next person. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to 500,000 likes, everyone. All right, let's get to the next person, everyone. Today's been relatively productive, y'all. Today has been relatively productive. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to get someone up here very, very soon, everyone. Very, very soon, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
No, but I was just wondering, what's your PlayStation name? Because my man would love to play with you.
I don't play PlayStation. I play on PC.
Well,
But
he
if
plays
you want to
on
look me up on
Xbox.
Epic, it's if you want to look me up on Epic, it's just Parker get a job. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. Have a good day.
Bye.
That's funny. That's funny. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get on to the next person real quick, y'all. PC is better. So real. Yeah, if you do want to add me on Epic, everyone, you probably will be able to add me. I can't like for sure say I'm going to add you back though, because that would be kind of hard to do, to be honest. What's Epic? Epic Games. We're talking about like Fortnite, because OG Fortnite came back, like the OG Fortnite map. Let's get to the next person, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, everyone. Let's try to tap the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 25.
For sure. What's the thing behind you?
Oh, it's a advertisement
It's
for
Palestine Peace March. Okay, sure. So do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yeah, I do, but I don't
why
think
so?
it should be. I mean, because it's unaliving a person.
Okay. So what's a person?
I mean, I would say in this case, a fertilized egg.
Okay. So would you be friends with someone who has used an IUD before in their life?
Sure.
Yeah. So that can prevent a zygote from implanting into the uterine wall, i.e., ending a human life. So under your worldview, they would be a murderer. Would you be friends with a murderer?
I never thought about that. So say that one more time. You said an IUD can.
Yeah, so an IUD, not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent the zygote from implanting into the uterine wall, i.e. ending a human life. So you would believe that people who have used IUDs in their life before, they are murderers because they have ended those human lives. So you wouldn't be friends with someone who's had an IUD in their life.
I mean, I wouldn't. I would say that I would consider that, and if you're going to get an IUD, I would make sure the person realizes that, hey, you are actually, unaliving a fertilized egg. However, I think that's a different. I think people can make relationships based off of, they can be flexible in who they make their friendships with. So, I'm not going to judge a person who happens to be friends with somebody who used IUD, nor am I going to not be friends with people who use IUDs.
Yeah, would you judge someone for being friends with a murderer?
I mean, if you're talking about somebody who uses an IUD versus somebody who who stabbed someone or murdered, who physically killed someone, then I think that's a little different. I would be friends with somebody who uses an IUD, and I wouldn't be friends with somebody who engaged in some type of violence or assaulted somebody and caused them to die.
So you'd be friends with some murderers, but not others?
Yeah.
Okay. So Okay, my view would be is that I just wouldn't be friends with a murderer, and I just wouldn't consider this to be murder.
That's a
But
very
sure,
narrow
I mean,
view. A very narrow view.
if you want to be friends with murderers, that's completely up to you. Cynthia, I appreciate
Okay.
the Venmo. Thank you so much.
But I don't call someone who uses an IUD. I don't equivocate somebody who uses an IUD versus and somebody who actually assaults and physically kills someone. I don't equivocate the two. So I mean, if you want to call both of
But
those
they're
two,
both murder under your view, right?
yeah. But I just said they're not. That's ambiguous. I mean, like that's although that's sufficient to meet murder, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
So, okay, sure, right? But we're just talking about two different types of murder. We could talk about how someone murders someone by unplugging them when they're in a coma versus someone who murders someone by stabbing them. Okay?
Correct.
Well, they're both going to be murder. They're both going to be bad, and I wouldn't be friends with either or.
I mean, I don't think not all things in life we look at, that's a very narrow view. Like I said, I can't think of an example, but there are multiple situations in life where we kind of dichotomize two things that on its face sounds similar, but are different. So that's just my opinion.
Jamie Jones, thank you for the $10 cash app. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm not saying there's no distinction, but I'm saying that it's the same within the respect that we consider it to be murder. So like the idea is that like I would make this statement very clearly that I would never be friends with a murderer. And it seems like you can't make that same statement because it is the case that in some scenarios you'd be friends with a murderer.
That is, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, if you want to blanket that like that and make it look like that, yeah, I mean, if you don't dig into the situation, if you don't get all the facts, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would understand what I'm talking about. I mean, if you left out all the details and said, hey, he's friends with a murderer, then yeah, a lot of people would dislike me for that. But I'm sure if you gave them the full details and they actually, what you actually meant was, oh, he's not friends with a person who physically assaults and kills someone, and he considers murdering a person, or excuse me, he considers people who uses IUDs murderers. You know, he's friends with them. Then I think if they understood that, they'd be like, oh, okay, that's understandable.
Yeah, but that's because they don't consider it to be murder. So like,
no, I disagree.
I
disagree. I disagree.
Ashley, thank you for the cash. I appreciate it.
I don't think they would. I don't think it's because they don't consider it a murderer. I think they would understand because they understand that there's a difference between somebody who uses an IUD and somebody who uses who actually physically kills somebody who's alive. You know,
yeah, one's murder and the other's not.
No,
that would be my view.
No, I mean,
I think it is an absurd statement to say that I would be friends with a murderer, right? Like, I do think that is like somewhat of an absurd statement. So like, it also just kind of makes me think that like we don't consider it to be murder, or we don't consider it to be as bad as other forms of murder. Appreciate the cash app. Thank you so much, Siobhan.
I mean, and let it be known that if IUDs actually prevent fertilized eggs from attaching to the wall and kill them, then I would stand and say that I probably would not use that.
Sure, you could say that you don't use that, but like the idea is that like if you consider that to be like murder, that you wouldn't be friends with individuals in a typical sense in which are murderers, right? So the idea is that it would go against what you typically consider to be your values.
I mean, in America, there are people who have different values, and you have to in America you have to learn to live together. I'm absolutely firm and will not be friends with somebody who assaults and kills somebody who's somebody who's definitely born versus somebody who uses an IUD.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with you. Like, I'm not obviously I see the distinction between the two, but under your view, it's like it is the case that it's viewed the same. That's kind of like my point when it relates to that. All right, but otherwise, right? Like a zygote. Like, what do you see to be morally valuable about a zygote?
That it'll eventually become a being, and whereas a fertilized egg would not. I'm sorry, whereas a fertilized egg would not become to a being.
Wait, a fertilized egg is a zygote.
I'm sorry. A fertilized egg would eventually, turn into a human, but an unfertilized egg would not turn into a human. So that's the.
Okay, so you mean like a like a human life after conception. Yo, Laura, thank you so much for the $50 Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get a W, Laura, in the comment section, everyone? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's a W, Laura. Sorry, can you ask your question again?
Oh no, we were just clarifying the distinction.
Can you clarify it again? Sorry, I apologize.
Oh, so like an unfertilized egg is like, I don't think that it's murder if you get your tubes tied or if you got rid of all your eggs, but if you a zygote, if you got rid of that, I would say that's grounds to say that potentially that's unaliving someone.
Yeah, but like sorry. So do you think it's permissible for an individual who's brain dead, like for a family to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead in their family?
If the doctor has provided sufficient information that there is grounds that the person, in a certain amount of time will likely die, or if their quality of life has kind of reduced significantly, then yeah.
Oh, there's no quality of life because they're not sentient anymore.
Yeah, sure. Then yeah. I'm actually
so like, but like they're still biologically alive. They're still cellularly speaking alive. It seems like in this scenario, we just don't care about just cellular life. We care about the sentient life.
Yeah, I mean, although they're alive, I think a part of that should include their quality of life. And what's the point of being alive if your quality of life is reduced to nothing? So I mean, that's the whole question. So absolutely, you should.
Yeah, if you have no quality of life. But okay, so then what's the point of the zygote being alive if their quality of life is nothing?
Because I can guarantee typically there's plenty of evidence that I can guarantee that a zygote in 9 months will turn into a baby or will be born. But I cannot guarantee that with a person who is brain dead.
Yeah, so you're saying the potential of them coming back, right?
Right.
Yeah, so the potential. If it's the potential of them coming back, well, then I'll ask you this question: if there's a sperm and an egg in like a contraption, they're going towards each other, they're going to fertilize here in about like a few hours. Do they have rights or value prior to them fertilizing? Because there's potential there.
No.
But like the potential exists.
Yes, it does, but they do not have rights because the rights begin when the egg is fertilized.
So again, it's about the cellular life. It's not about the potential then. Or are you saying that it's both cellular life and potential?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of two. I think the circumstances are quite different when you're talking about the sperm in a male and the egg in a female before they have intercourse, and somebody who is actually already say well in age, old, or maybe just born for that matter, but they're brain dead and they have no quality of life. I think that's two different things, two different situations. And they do have some of the same circumstances, but it's different.
I'm kind of confused with what you're trying to say there, because like my point would be is that my point is that what's it called? Oh crap! I literally just lost it. My point is that like they don't have in this scenario they do have potential, right? Mm-hmm. Subjective experience, mm-hmm. right? And that was the qualifier that we were comparing in both scenarios, mm-hmm. right? To say that there was potential. So you're just essentially saying that you require both the life and the potential in order to consider it to be valuable. So then I'll just ask you this question, right? If I were to, have you watched Black Mirror?
I've seen a couple episodes.
Have you seen the San Junipero episode? Okay. So like think about the idea of putting us into simulations, right? Where in the future we have some sophisticated technology where we're able to put our consciousness into like a simulation and experience things in the same kind of way we do right now, but in this simulation, right? So would you say it's just as bad to torture me in that simulation as it is to torture me here, given that it's the exact same way of torturing someone?
Do you feel it?
Yeah. You conceptualize it the exact same way.
But it's not real.
But there's no human life, right? You are absolutely, it's still real. Like you're still experiencing it, but you don't have any biological human life.
I'm kind of having a hard time understanding again. So say that, just repeat the circumstances again.
Do you think it's just as bad for me to be tortured in this simulation world where it's the exact same type of torturing, exact same feelings, everything about the experience is the exact same? The only distinction is that I don't have no biological human life.
I mean, are you a human being? Like, are you just like a human being and you're in the world?
I was a human being that was put into this world. My consciousness of the human being was put into this simulated world.
So, and we're talking about something that doesn't exist right now, like technology that doesn't exist.
Yeah, this is technology that does not exist right now. This is purely conceptual here to demonstrate whether or not we place value on biological human life or on like sentience or like some sort of experience.
Okay.
But I do want to say, Ashley, thank you so much for the $50 Cash App. I appreciate it, Ashley. Thank you so much. I looked you up and I couldn't find you. Do make sure to add me. You can continue.
So, I mean, let me just make sure I get this right. Are you saying you actually have in this real world, you have a body?
Yeah. I have a body in this world. I experience things the exact same way I do here. Just the only distinction is in the simulated world rather than having biological life.
So you're in the world we live in, and we're both living in right now. And there's some type of technology that can put you in this virtual world, and then you can
in this virtual world, essentially, that's a simulated world that you experience everything the exact same way that you experience things on Earth.
I feel like if I'm understanding this right, the virtual world is not real. So, I mean, you can do pretty much whatever.
Oh, okay. So you don't think it's wrong if you were to take your own consciousness, put yourself in that for someone to torture you?
I mean, as long as it's not real, as long as it's not happening in real life, as long as it's not, if
they're consciously experiencing it. So it's okay to grape someone in the simulated world because they're not experiencing it in the quote unquote real world?
Well, if they're not, if you can, guarantee that they're not experiencing it in the real world, I think that would be something that would have to be disclosed to the user. If you're getting involved into this technology, you could be exposing yourself to potentially violent, feelings and stuff. So, I mean, that would be at the risk of the user.
Yeah. So in that scenario, you would say it's not just as bad to torture them in that scenario. So the grape isn't as bad in the video game world.
I would say it's just not real.
So, but it's not as bad.
I would just say it's not real. I would say it's not real. I mean, so something that's not real cannot be bad.
Is it bad though? It is. Well, it's real in the sense that someone is experiencing something, but it's not real in the sense that it's in a simulated world.
I mean, when people play video games, they experience people shooting other people. But I mean, we kind of just.
But no. But the individuals in the game in the simulated world aren't experiencing anything. Okay, if every single time I shot you in a Call of Duty game, someone experienced a bullet going through them, I think that we would treat it differently.
But I mean, although I see what you're saying, there are many people who do not.
Michael, thank you so much for the $20 Cash App, Michael. Thank you so much.
There are many people who do not allow people to play video games for that reason because they think it's too real.
No, because we're talking about like them actually experiencing stuff. Like,
yeah, actually, that's my point. It's actually happening. So I mean, it's not actually.
No, they're not actually experiencing like being shot.
And just as they wouldn't be graped in real life. So I mean, I feel like that would be.
They will. They have a real experience in which that would happen. It's not the same as just playing a Call of Duty game. I'm saying that you literally exist in this world the same way that you exist in this world currently. The only distinction is that it's in a simulated world rather than being on Earth.
I mean,
Ashley, thank you so much for the $20 Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Can you guarantee that they're not being graped in real life?
Yes.
Then
what you mean by real life is on Earth. If what you mean by real life is on Earth, yeah.
Right. Correct. Yeah.
But like again, it is still a real experience.
I mean, just to add more detail, I mean, like, is it a game or is it like some type of, like.
So
reality?
you took your own experience, and you put it into a simulated world, right? Someone then tortures you in that simulated world. Is it wrong?
No. It's not, as long as it's not real. No.
You're experiencing it though.
Then if you're going to open yourself up to that liability, then you should, that's the same thing as putting yourself in that situation in real life.
So if you put yourself in a situation in which you could possibly be graped, does that mean that you're responsible for being graped?
It doesn't mean that you're responsible. No, but
Does it mean it's not wrong for you to be raped because you put yourself in a circumstance in which you could possibly be raped?
Raping is wrong, yes. But if you are liable for the situation you get in, then you can.
So if you go to a bar where people do get raped, right? That does happen at that bar. It has happened in the past. Does that mean that it's not wrong for you to be raped because you put yourself in a circumstance in which that was a risk?
No, but if you tell someone because you have a fantasy of being raped to grape me, and then
no, that's not the scenario I'm bringing up right now at all. What the fuck?
I understand, but that is something
that has problematic implications on society that we could reference as well, right? The fact that even people have stuff like that, views like that, that's problematic. That we probably need to address, and also that in that scenario, it's technically not great, right? Because it's consentful. But like the idea of that you're trying to recreate situations in which is like not consentful, likely speaking, results from bad circumstances, environmentally speaking, and like trauma and stuff like that, right? Yeah. We do see that.
But yeah, I don't think. I think it's. I mean, if it's a simulated situation, circumstances, I mean, I feel like you are liable because you've involved yourself to be. You made yourself vulnerable in that situation to be abused in that way.
But that doesn't mean it's not wrong just because you put yourself in a circumstance in which that could happen to you. Because again, if you go to a bar and put yourself into a circumstance where something bad could happen to you, well, then it would be the case that you would say that it's not wrong in that scenario. But clearly speaking, we both see it to be wrong. Julianne, Thank you so much for the 9-month subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Right. And I think the biggest thing is that it's not real for me, you know? So, I mean, I lose control when we're in a reality that's simulated, you know? I lose some control.
Yeah, but it's still you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's okay for a bunch of people to do bad things to you because you put yourself in a simulated world. And you're still experiencing it the same way. That's not bad.
I wouldn't. I would say that it's just not real. So I think that if you're.
What do you mean by real? Can you like clarify what you mean by real?
I mean, because you say simulated. So that's when I say it's not real. You know.
What do you mean by real?
Like in real life, like in happening to your physical body.
Thank you so much.
Like a person is in front of you physically and they physically assault you.
Well, it physically exists in the game,
but it's not real. I think that you need the real premise of the. You need the real.
I really don't know what it means for you to say real because you just keep saying real, and that doesn't clarify at all to me what real means.
Real means not simulated.
Real means not simulated. So if real means not simulated, what do you mean by simulation?
Well, you said some type of technology that was simulated.
Yeah. So I'm just going to clarify what you mean by simulation.
You said that simulation was some type of technology that we would have in the future.
What do you when you think of the word simulation, what do you think of?
I think of not real. I mean, when it's simulated, it's not a real circumstances. It's not I'm sorry, that's circular logic.
It's just a circle of words.
Give me a second. Okay, so when I say, and thank you for asking me that. Okay, so when it's simulated, that means it would have to lose some sort of reality, but grounds to reality.
Loses some grounding to reality. Okay, so again, I would just ask you what reality is, and I think that simulations. Under what I'm referencing in this computer is within the reality. I think it's real within the concept that you're having a legitimate experience. Well, it's not just like I'm starting some game of The Sims. Okay, if the Sims characters actually experienced things, would you not consider that to be real?
If you're saying if the individual playing the game experienced it,
no, the Sims themselves.
Well, I mean, that would have to go into question if they're actually human or not. I mean,
they're not necessarily human, but they do have experiences.
I mean, but okay, cartoons have experiences, so-called experiences.
No, they don't.
You said Sims, and
they're not having experiences like me and you.
So how can you say the Sims have an experience?
Dude, I'm cartoons are not things having experiences. I'm saying if you were to like, okay, maybe you're just not understanding at all, like zero understanding at all. If I put you into a robot, right, and I literally
the comment says
I tortured you.
AF, so I mean, But go ahead.
There's one person in the comment section that said that.
I don't know. I'm not keeping track. I just looked down and I saw it.
You looked at one comment.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to focus on the conversation. So, and you said that I was somehow being I'm not getting the point, but I disagree. I think that this is actually just a complex topic, and we're kind of going back and forth. And I'm kind of making some good points. You're making some good points, and you know.
Yeah. So I think what I'm saying here does make sense. I think it is very clear. If I put someone into a robot where they experience things the exact same way as we do here, right? Like, let's say it looks human, just underneath there's like metal and stuff. It's like a Terminator-esque type shit. Okay. If they experience things in the same way you do, is it okay to torture them in the same way that someone would torture you?
You know, at first we were talking about a simulation, and now I'm kind of thinking of like when a person has prosthetics, and let's say we have technology that can give somebody, like you said, a robot type body, and they can put their consciousness into it, and so if they get raped, would it be wrong? Yes, it would be. Yes.
Okay, but then they don't have any biological human life.
I would say the biological human life is their conscience at that point. It may not have any biological, but their consciousness is what I would say is their. I mean, unless.
Yeah, but that's what I see to be valuable is the consciousness. So if you agree with me that the consciousness and that the subjective experience is what's valuable of this entity, well, then why don't we say that in the context of abortion?
But because we can say in 9 months there will be a baby. I mean, they will be born and they will have consciousness. We're protecting.
Yeah, sure. So future consciousness. So again, the scenario that I brought up, if I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, there's future consciousness there.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, is it wrong for me to pull out?
That is different because the consciousness isn't there yet. I mean, a zygote is
Exactly. So it's not wrong to get an abortion in the first trimester because the consciousness is not there yet.
No, I think the situation you used was before you engaged in intercourse, and I think that there's no egg, so thereby there's no consciousness. If you were to stop that situation right then and there would be no baby ever. But if you were to take a zygote and leave it how it is, leave it where it be, it would potentially turn into a baby. So I think that there's different circumstances.
Wait, the scenario that we just brought up, that also has that set of circumstances that's going to happen as well, right? If you engage in intercourse and you pull out, like, it can absolutely lead to reproduction.
Are you saying that, like, the male inseminated the female?
Yes.
Okay, then, so what?
So again, if you pull out, you're reducing the likelihood of that human life existing. The same way that, like, if you engage in, say, like, in the usage of an abortion pill, you're reducing the likelihood that zygote would continue on, or not that zygote, that embryo would continue on.
Come on, you really think that pulling out of someone is somehow
in terms of the potential? Yes, is comparable. Yes, because they both have the basis of having the potential for subjective experience.
Again, that's a narrow view. I mean, but the circumstances are quite different. I mean, that may be minimally sufficient to conclude this hypothetical we're talking about, but it's not. In reality, that's not the same. It's if you pull out, that may be quote unquote reducing, but it doesn't matter if the egg is if conception has happened. That's all that matters.
Okay, so now you've just gone back to the idea that human life exists. But didn't we just relate to the idea that it was just consciousness and subjective experience that was valuable, not the human life, as it is the case that it's just as bad for the cyborg human to be raped as it is for another human to be raped, given the fact that they experience it in the same way?
Well, I think it's a combination of the two. I think that when you're talking about someone bringing an egg and sperm together and bringing conception, I think that is human life is but yes, I think the circumstances are different. I mean, the situation is when someone is having intercourse, they should be prepared, especially if they don't use contraception, that this could potentially produce a kid, and the kid is not, you shouldn't abort a kid. It's not their fault, So at what point do people or humans get rights? And I think
it would be 18 weeks for me.
I think just on principle and on the facts, I would have to say, at conception, do I think it should be illegal? I think it should be up to whatever government you're in, for whatever.
So you don't think it should be illegal to unalive a human person?
I think it should. I think it's wrong to unalive a person, but it should government.
So you think that there should be legal murder?
Legal murder? When we unplug a person at old age because they're brain dead, yeah.
That's not legal murder. That's not unjustified. But you think that there should be allowed unjustified killings of human persons. So you think that legal murder is okay?
I don't think so.
That's what you just said.
What did I say?
You said legal murder would be okay in a sense in which you consider it to be wrong for them to kill these individuals, yet you think it should be legal and it should be their choice to kill them. Okay? That's literally legal murder by definition.
No, I said that I think it's wrong to abort a baby, but I said I don't think it, that doesn't mean I think it's illegal.
No, so murder is going to be unjustified killing of a human person, right? Mm-hmm. Illegal is going to relate to whether or not it's enforced on law. So you think that it shouldn't be enforced, right, for them to have any type of consequences for engaging in this type of murder? Under your own worldview. It's not murder under my worldview. It's murder under yours.
What's murder? To abort a baby?
The killing of an embryo.
Would I? Yeah, I think that, it's murder, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, and you think it should be illegal?
It should be okay to abort a person?
No, should it be legal to get an abortion at that stage?
Should it be legal?
Yeah.
I think that it should be illegal, yeah.
So it should be legal? So legal murder. You see where I'm getting that point from?
I think it should be I think it's very complicated, but I do think abortion should be illegal.
Oh, illegal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think it should be okay. So do you think that people should be able to get an abortion in context of being raped?
Yeah, I think that they should be. I think that's the exception. Yes. But okay. I do understand. Again, it's not the baby's fault. So I do. So some governments will say, it's so what if they get raped, they should have the baby.
You have to say R word or essay, by the way.
I'm sorry.
You have to say R word or essay. It's TikTok TOS.
Okay. But in some governments, they seem that it's okay to allow someone to birth a baby despite them being raped, and I can understand that because is it the baby's fault? Despite the disgusting circumstances it's not the baby's fault. I understand that, but if somebody wants to make that illegal and make that an exception to the rule of abortion, then that's fine.
All right. Is there wait, you said the woman's what? Sorry.
I said that in some situations people say that you cannot get an abortion even if you've been raped, and I can understand that because it's not the baby's fault. You have human rights at play, and but that is a disgusting circumstances, and I cannot. If somebody wants to make that an exception to the rule of abortion, then that's fine.
No, do you think it's fine to get an abortion in the context of being raped?
I think it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just ask you then what would be the reason?
If the government wants to make it illegal, then I'm okay with that as well.
Yeah, so what's the relevant difference between the value of the baby in either scenario?
There's no difference. It's a baby in both situations.
So, but
It's
how
not-
do you make a distinction to say it's okay in some scenarios, but not the other?
I don't. I mean, but the fact
So
is,
you don't. So the way that you would is what's called causal obligation, right? Someone doesn't cause the pregnancy; they would have no obligation to sustain the pregnancy.
let me think about that. I would say the obligation is the fact that there's a human rights issue right here. There's an individual with human rights here.
Okay. Well, I don't believe human rights begin until personhood, which is at 18 weeks. But again, related to my point, right? If they didn't cause the pregnancy, they wouldn't be obligated to sustaining it.
I understand that, and I mean that's something that people will have to think about. Yeah, but I can't, in my conscience, get over the fact that although they didn't cause it, there's human rights here. I just cannot. I feel like that would be murder.
So you do think it's murder for someone to get an abortion when they've been raped?
I just use that word. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, but don't ostracize my use of the word murder. But yeah.
Murder means it's wrong then. So you think it's wrong for someone who's raped to get an abortion. So you do think that someone should be, so you think it should be illegal for someone to get an abortion when they've been raped, but you don't think it's right. You think it's wrong. I think he just cut out, everyone. Hello? He just cut out. Chat, are y'all there? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me, everyone? Yes. Okay. Everyone, in the meantime, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends, everyone. We're going to be on for 2.5 more hours, everyone, on the live. So if you do like the content, follow me if you have not already, everyone. They just left. All right. We're going to go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're going to go into the next person though real quick, y'all.
Going live.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yeah, I do. I accept in special circumstances like rape, incest, or...
Yeah, you got to say R word or essay, by the way. It's TikTok TOS.
Okay. Well, when essay or something like that occurs and inviability, so like let's say the baby's severely deformed, and you can find those things out through blood tests, even diseases and all that. That I support, but in my opinion, I don't really think that illegalizing this will take the abortion away, because if people are really committed to getting an abortion for themselves, if there's not really anything going on with the child or their situation, they're going to do that regardless if it's legal or not. They're going to find a way to go about it.
So you think abortion should be legal, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that abortion should be illegal, and that the people who are cool and want to do that anyways, outside of medical reasons and mental health.
You think they should go to jail?
And yeah. No, I don't think they should go to jail. I think they should be put on a list, like not a sex offender list, obviously, but some kind of list as like, they need to have background checks before they can adopt children or even have children of their own.
Okay.
Like mental health check.
But so you don't think that murderers should go to jail?
I do think that murderers should go to jail. I'm not pro-life. I'm pro-morals. I have morals.
So you do believe that if it's murder, right, that they should go to jail, right?
I never said that abortion is murder. I just said it's morally wrong.
That's what murder means, right? So for example, right?
That's not what it means. Honestly,
yes, it is. Yes, it is. So abortion's going to be like.
Can I just make a point? Because I think there's morally just murder. There's such thing as that, and like self-defense cases. Are you defending yourself against a baby?
So I agree. Self-defense. I agree. Self-defense is justified, right? But that means it's not murder then, because murder is defined as unjustified killing of a human person.
In my opinion, I think that the option to end or keep a life going is before you have sex, is before you hop in bed with someone, and even 3 days after. That's why Plan B is a thing.
So,
and yes, I'm seeing comments, ectopic pregnancies. I totally support abortions for that, because it's life or death for the mother. If it's not life or death for the mother, then So would you be friends with someone who had an IUD? Yeah, I would. I've had an IUD myself, and it's a contraceptive. I don't see that as preventing life. That's totally fine. That's a step to take. That's the right way to go about it.
What I want you to do is I want you to look up what some functionalities of IUDs, because IUDs not only can
an increased risk of ectopic pregnancies, but there's also still a 99.9% chance that's even going to happen.
Can I finish, please?
But that's not going to happen.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah. Go
so
ahead.
when it relates to this, not only can it prevent fertilization from occurring, but it can also prevent a zygote from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore ending a human life. So likely speaking, if you do have an IUD, under your view, you actually would even consider yourself a murderer.
No, actually, no. That's so. What are your views on Plan B then? At that kind of logic, because Plan B.
I have no issues with Plan. I don't care about abortion up until sentience. So.
Which is what to you?
18 weeks.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's actually pretty cool. You're not like the other people on here who are like, oh, pro-abortion after 20 weeks and stuff. I think that's super cruel. But I just think that, if people are really determined to go get abortions, if it's not for medical reasons and life-saving reasons, then you should go seek other options, like go to Mexico or go to Canada if you can. And I'm sure there's still foundations that will support that and fund that for you. And actually,
yeah, but under your view, you consider yourself a murderer.
I am a mom. I've had a child. I'm pregnant right now. I'm 11 weeks, and I have 3 stepsons. Okay, I'm like not speaking out of my ass when I'm talking about this.
Yeah, but also, McKenna, under your own view, you consider yourself to be a murderer.
What would make you say that?
Because you had an IUD, you said.
Yeah, I've had an IUD.
And IUDs prevent a zygote from implanting into uterine wall. You think life begins at conception. I agree, life begins at conception.
Yeah, but also, so how about women who are on hormones then that prevent all that from happening too? Because an egg's not going to get fertilized. An egg's not going to get fertilized if you're like,
Yeah. I mean, I don't care about IUDs. I don't care about birth control.
Fine.
This is
if you really don't want a baby, then you need to take the precautions to prevent that.
Yeah, so this is an internal critique of your view. I have no issues with IUDs. I have no issues with birth control, right? But birth control doesn't prevent implantation, right? But IUDs do.
Okay, and so does Plan B. Plan B prevents an egg from ever even releasing. At that logic, wouldn't
that's not implantation. That's not implantation.
And honestly, I don't believe that life starts at conception. I believe it starts at implantation, because there's many women who miscarry before an egg is ever implanted, and they will never ever know it. It's just like a pure.
But I think we're kind of just walking past the idea that an IUD does literally kill human life under your view, because
under your view, because I'm not saying that at all. You're trying to put words into my mouth.
No, that's exactly what happens. Okay, so it is the case that if it prevents the zygote from implanting into the uterine wall, i.e. ending the human life, if you consider it to be murder, right, to unalive anything after conception, right, well then it is the case that this would be considered murder. Okay, so this is, you by your own definition, you'd consider yourself a murderer.
I never said anything like that. I don't consider myself.
I know you didn't say it, but this is the implication of what you believe.
Who use contraceptives are murderers. I think that's a smarter choice than going about aborting a 17-week-old baby. That's acceptable to you? Yeah, it is. Wow, that's really sad. Find God, please. Please.
You too. You understand there's contradictions within that view. Right, there's no notion of God that's going to be rational when you're relating to the Abrahamic religions.
Oh, I'm not Zionistic at all. I don't believe in Zionism.
Zionism? I didn't bring up Zionism.
Yeah, you said Abrahamic, and that's pretty much the same shit.
No. Abrahamic religion is just going to refer to... That makes no sense. You understand Muslims, right, are not... Okay, so Muslims, Christians, and Jews, right, both hold to the Abrahamic notion of God.
Yeah, and that's Zionism. All Zionists.
That's not Zionism.
It is Zionism, babe.
No, Zionism is
some research.
No, you need to do some research. Zionism is about having a homeland for Jewish individuals.
Yeah, that's what most of them believe, and the Muslims.
No, wait, dude, that's come on. That's not Zionism.
Not about the third temple.
Dude, Zionism didn't even exist. Zionism. Oh, come on. What's up?
That's literally what this war is about, is the third temple. They're fighting over it because they both believe that their godly land is there.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Christianity, right, Islam and Judaism are all Zionistic. Okay, not everyone who is Jewish.
So I'm anti-Semitic.
Hold up, can you please? No, I'm not saying that. Right,
No,
I'm making a clear distinction between being a Zionist and being Jewish, being a Zionist and being a Muslim, and being Zionist and being a Christian, because these are fundamentally not the same thing. And if you are actually associating Zionism with being Jewish, that does lead towards Semitism, or anti-Semitism.
Oh, I'm totally fine with that.
What?
With being anti-Semitic, that's totally fine.
Why is being anti-Semitic fine? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So people can hate on whites, every single race
Do you think it's okay to be racist?
We have logistical reasons. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to prefer your own race over others. That's what every single one does. It's natural.
What? No, it's not fucking natural. No, that is not natural. That is bullshit. That is absolutely bullshit. What do you mean it's natural? Can you give me any evidence it's natural? Please, give me something right now.
Do you know why animals protect their own kind? They're not friends with other creatures.
Wait. Own kind relates to species, not to fucking race.
Species. Yeah,
the different races are not different species.
Okay, tell that to the blacks. They're very.
Oh my fucking god,
very
she's
unevoluted.
insane. She's fucking insane. That is the craziest shit that is actually the craziest shit I've ever heard on my live. That is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. That is fucking insane, chat. That is actually fucking insane. That actually exists. That actually exists, chat. That was literally real. That literally fucking just happened. That literally just happened. How the hell did that even come up? Holy fuck. I did record that, chat. I did record that. That is fucking crazy, everyone. All right, we're going to go to the next person. If you want to see some debates, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. Yeah, that is fucking insane, chat. That is actually insane. That is fucking insane. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I'm actually against abortion.
Yeah, so why do you think it's wrong during the first trimester?
Because I feel like abortion is just very wrong no matter what. I feel like conception is a beginning of life.
Yeah, so I agree conception is the beginning of life, but my question would be is do you think that it's wrong to pull the plug on an individual in a family in which is brain dead?
Unless they signed a paper or anything signing a DNR, then I just don't feel like, I don't think it's right unless it's actually, well, I think brain dead is a little bit different discussion than anything else, but.
Yeah, so my point with when it relates to this would be that they would be brain dead, right? Which would mean that there's still biological life that exists there. It's just that they don't have some type of sentience. So if we don't consider it to be them to be valuable to the same degree as we other do, like other types of human beings, well then clearly speaking, it would be the case that likely speaking, we wouldn't grant the same notion of rights to like a zygote or to an embryo as they haven't developed like sentience or to some type of like subjective experience.
Yes, that's very true. I just actually wanted to pick your brain and see what's your actual views on abortions.
For sure. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. I still can't believe that shit fucking happened. She apparently went on fucking private. That is actually fucking crazy, chat. That is literally so crazy. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. If you do want to support me, everyone, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. TikTok's not letting me get any gifts right now because of some TikTok glitch. So if you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. I get 100% of the proceeds there, everyone. Plus, if you do want to support me as well, you can also subscribe. You get access to the sub-only chats that I always put on for the last hour of my live. Let's go on to the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree. What did she say? You'll have to watch on YouTube later. I'll probably post the VOD to my YouTube, but that's actually fucking insane. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 32.
For sure. Do you think abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
I do because your life begins at conception. Scientists have discovered that there's a light that flashes the very moment the sperm enters the egg, and that light is our unique soul. And we do become a life at the moment of conception. And a human fetus is still a form of human. It's the fetus of a human, so it is wrong. It's murder.
Okay, so would you be friends with someone who got an IUD?
Yes, absolutely, because I believe in freedom. I do. And if someone was given, well, we were all given the choice to choose between good and evil. And I'm not going to hate someone who chooses evil. It's just my personal opinion that it's wrong unless it's an ectopic pregnancy, because an ectopic pregnancy will definitely kill you and the baby. I mean, unalive you and the baby if you don't get rid of it.
Yeah, so the light thing we could reference isn't necessarily true. I don't necessarily know where you would have gotten the evidence for that particular. LG Gray, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's like zinc used to like illuminate like the egg. That's actually like what it is. But like, okay, so then my question would go back to what do you see to be morally valuable about like the zygote?
Morally valuable. It's just
actually
valuable.
Before we move into that,
life.
I do apologize. I wanted to ask the question I was originally asking. Do you know an IUD works in terms of like how it can prevent implantation to the uterine wall?
Yeah, it blocks off your fallopian tubes. Yeah. And the egg and the sperm will not meet if you have an IUD. It's not abortion, it's birth control.
Wait, that's one thing. Well, that's the one thing. It can prevent fertilization, but it also can prevent implantation. So implantation happens after fertilization, and that is what begins pregnancy, right? So this would happen after life, and this would be ending the lives of human lives. So like under your view, you would consider someone who is an IUD a murderer, but yet you'd still be friends with them. So are you saying that you'd be friends with a murderer?
I just said that it was birth control. Can you explain to me how it's a form of abortion again, please?
Well, it's not going to be abortion because it's not terminating a pregnancy, but it is going to be the killing of a human life, actually the murdering of a human life under your worldview, as it is going to be the case that it can prevent like a zygote from implanting into a uterine wall, which would end a human life.
So I am a person of faith. Okay, and my Bible says that I am not to judge anybody who sins because I sin myself. We all do. We're imperfect. So hating somebody that has an IUD would be the same thing as hating someone for being gay. And I think that's immoral to do. Other people's sin and choices are not my business, but I'm still free to voice my opinion.
Melinda, thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can you so you related to like religion. I could just question like whether or not your religion is accurate in describing like what's right and wrong about morality in the first place.
So what's your question?
Yeah, how do you know that your religion is even relevant in describing what's right and wrong when it relates to morality?
Because my God created this whole world.
Yeah, I know you believe that, but I could also say that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop. What's to say that this like claim that you've made is accurate?
Well, my claim isn't based on television, for one, at all.
Yeah, it's based on a book.
Stewie Griffin? No, that's based on a cartoon show. There was no book before the cartoon
No,
show came out.
I was saying the God was based on a book. I could have used Harry Potter. It's also a book.
What are your views on abortion? Why do you care about abortion?
I think it's wrong after sentience, but prior to that, I have no issue with it.
Okay.
And if you didn't cause it, you can still get an abortion.
Okay. So, are you a man? Are you a male who was born a male?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, why are you speaking about abortion?
Because I can speak about things that don't affect me. Like, for example, right? Do you think it's wrong for children to be sex trafficked?
Obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not
Are you a child?
I'm not Hamas here. I'm not going to say that it's okay to.
Are you a
traffic
child?
children.
You could say the same
No.
thing about the IDF as well, by the way. And Mariana, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So we should condemn both of those sides, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. I'm uncomfortable. Thank you for
What are
letting
you
me on.
uncomfortable with?
I'm uncomfortable with everything that you're saying and comparing my religion to a TV show. I find it really bigoted and
Bigoted?
kind of fascist.
How is that bigoted? How is
Because
that
you're
fascist
holding-
and bigoted?
you're
You're
holding-
just using you're using
you're holding an
buzzwords to not engage with
antagonistic
anything I'm
view.
saying. Hold on.
You're
Let
actually
me
holding an
explain.
antagonistic view of Christians
Hold up,
right
Katie.
now.
Please let me explain. Well, let me explain. I'm not trying to make Christians seem like a bad guy or something like that, or I don't know how I'm engaging in anything bigoted, right? But what I'm saying here
You're
is that
comparing my
your
faith to a
view is
cartoon.
akin. Yeah, and this is why I'm doing it, because it's an absurdity. It's called a reductio ad absurdism. What I'm doing is I'm using the exact same justification that you apply to your religion, right? And I'm applying it to another belief. And what I'm showing you is that you don't accept the conclusions formed from the reasoning under one sense, but you do accept it in the other sense. So I would just ask you for the relevant difference between these two senses. That would mean that you would accept it in one scenario, but you wouldn't accept it in the other.
I never said I would accept it.
You did. You said you accept this religion. You accept that justification when it relates to your religion, but you don't accept that justification when it relates to this other belief.
The justification of what? Abortion? I never justified abortion.
No, religion. Right? Because you're using your religion to justify that abortion is wrong, right? So I'm asking you, what's the justification for your religion?
I actually did not attach my religion to abortion. I attached my religion to my belief in not judging others. So my religion has to do with not judging others. I did not attach religion to my belief in abortion. I just believe in human rights, and I believe we are a human as soon as we're conceived.
Me and 90% of the chat are just delusional. You definitely didn't do that. Yeah, so real.
Okay, so I brought up religion when I said that I don't judge people who have IUDs because it's wrong to judge. And now I think
yeah, but
judging
like
me
it
for
was
being
also
religious.
related to your view on abortion as well. Like,
How
I'm
is it
pretty
related
sure
to
to
my
my
view on
knowledge, right?
abortion?
Yeah, you're using it as like a justification to say that abortion is wrong.
Well, is it not? Okay, so do you believe unaliving a person is wrong?
If it's self-defense, no, but unjustly unaliving people is wrong. Yes, like people.
Okay, so
I
then
don't
you're
consider it
against abortion.
like an embryo. I don't consider the Cheeto in the chip. I don't consider that to be a person. It's not sentient. It doesn't have past or present and future sentience. So I wouldn't consider it a person.
Do you consider a fetus a human? Do you consider
What's
a human
that?
fetus to be a human?
Yeah, it's human.
Do you consider a human fetus to be a human?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's a human fetus.
Okay.
So then it would be unaliving a human.
Okay.
Okay, so I wouldn't get an abortion.
Wait. So is that supposed to be like, you know, self-defense is unaliving a human?
Okay, so abortion is not self-defense.
It can be, by the way, but typically speaking, right, what I'm just referencing is that like it's not going to be bad because it doesn't relate to an entity in which it's sentient. Like, for example, do you think it's wrong for me to pull the plug on a family member in which is brain dead?
Yeah, because it's not your choice.
Yeah, so if you do think it's wrong, so you think that I'm morally obligated to spend thousands of dollars a day to keep this brain dead individual in my family on some medical device?
You must be living in the United States. I'm sorry, I live in Canada, so we wouldn't be paying for that. If it's life support, it's free.
Well, I live in the United States, so for the people who live in the United States, you think that they should be morally obligated to pay for this? And also, you could just say the taxpayer as well.
Okay. No, if my money is going to be stolen from me, the money that I worked for, then it should be used for good things, not fireworks on Canada Day. It can be used for keeping someone alive.
Yeah, if your money is going to be used, it shouldn't be used on keeping brain dead individuals alive, right?
What do you have against brain dead individuals?
They have no sentience. They're never coming back. They're literally dead medically.
So if I think you're mentally brain dead, should I pull the plug on you? Would that make it right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if I'm brain dead, pull the plug. Yo, Taylor, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, pull the plug if I'm brain dead.
Okay, well, I would pull the plug on you because you have no morals.
Okay, well, I do have morals. I clearly have morals. We're having a conversation about my morals right now. She just left. We're having a conversation about my morals right now. Crazy. All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. We're going to go into the next person. Today's been absolutely wild, everyone. But if you do like the content, follow me if you're ready. If you do want to support me, everyone, Venmo and Cash App's in the bio, everyone. I get 100% of the proceeds there. TikTok's not letting me take anything here on TikTok right now. So we're going to go to the next person. Again, please only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. All right, let's get to this next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yeah, she did judge me there at the end. Actually, yeah, she's being hypocritical. She judged me so hard there at the end. That's tough. That's tough. No hate like Christian love. So real. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. Hi.
For sure. Do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
I think it depends on the situation of where the abortion has happened and what the reason the abortion was there. If the child is mentally disabilited or, as you said, brain dead, whatever, that's fine. But then you get rape cases where the girls are raped in America. I'm from Australia.
By the way, you have to say R word or essay. Meredith, you have to say R word or essay. It's TikTok TOS.
Oh, well, whatever you reckon. I just feel like that, it should be up to the person's choice, but in reason of you have cases where babies are born in tubes and then they have to have abortions and whatever, but not all people should have abortions. There are families out there who cannot have children who would kill to have a child.
Okay, so like if I got my girlfriend pregnant, you think it would be wrong for her to get an abortion in the first trimester?
Are you going to stand by her and be there all the time? I mean, I had a child out of wedlock. I gave my child up. I had no choice because I was 14 years old, because the boy wasn't going to stand by me, have a job and take care of me and my family. No, as I said, everybody has the right to choose their situations, but some situations can be prevented and others cannot. And in Australia, we're not like you backwards Americans. We actually do believe in life, but we also believe that it is up to the person who is pregnant, who is the mother, to take care of the situation. It's her choice to choose if she wants to raise it, give it up, or have an abortion, or don't have an abortion.
Oh, so you're pro-choice?
Yes and no.
Well, what do you mean yes and no?
It has to be on the situation of what it is. I mean, you get 14-year-olds running around having kids. You get junkies down the road here who have 5 or 6 kids who are living on the system. who shouldn't have children because they're not feeding them, they're not taking care of them. The taxpayer's paying for them. So, yes, in some ways, it depends again on the situation to what the situation is for the person. If they can financially look after them. In Australia here, we do have a system where the government will help take care of find them a home, have an abortion, whatever. They will.
So let's clarify. So we do think that it is wrong to get an abortion, but we think it should be legal.
Well, it is here. We can get abortions quite easily.
No, I'm asking your view. Like, do you think it's wrong?
No, not really.
Oh, if you don't think abortion is wrong, I'm going to look for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, apparently she doesn't disagree, everyone. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Can we get a tap the screen, everyone? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, we're going to get to the next person, everyone. Please only do send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Tap that screen, everyone. If you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester, I don't think it's wrong. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm from Australia, and first off, I am not owning Meredith. Okay? So for me personally, I want to share that I have had an abortion in the first trimester. It was due to a situation with domestic violence, and I was SA'd during that. Basically, what I have found from my experience, I am anti-abortion because of the mental anguish that I suffered and the guilt that I lived through and still do down the track from doing what I did. I never fully understood what life was until I got some education around, is it a zygote when it's first formed versus a fetus? So for me, my complete ignorance of what I thought I was doing to that life that had already formed in me has made me feel very guilty to this day because I believe it was a human life and I should not have ended it.
Okay. So when it relates to this, we're saying that we're anti-abortion because it's a human life. So I have a question. Is it wrong for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family in which is brain dead?
So I've unfortunately been in this situation as well, okay? It is not wrong to pull the plug on someone who is brain dead. That is not doing them any service at all to keep them in that vegetative state. I have been in that and I have done it, and I do not regret that. For watching your loved ones suffer in that state is a terrible, terrible thing to go through. It is never ending. It's not quality of life. That's why,
experience. But the idea is that we don't value them to the same degree because they don't have subjective experience. So if we identify that in the context of the embryo and like early stages in which the fetus is not sentient, what would be wrong in terms of unaliving it at that particular moment, as it's not sentient, right? It never will be sentient if it is aborted.
Because that is actually joined by an umbilical cord, right? That is being fed, it's being given oxygen, it's being allowed to grow. If that wasn't taking place, the actual starting of life hadn't taken place, because remember, it's been conceived. So once that is already formed, you've got the attachments there, you are already incubating, okay? You're already started life.
Okay, so do you care about it once it has life, or once it's getting like nutrients from the mother?
Okay, so how many women actually know the moment that you've conceived, or is it a case you know that you are because you've missed a period? So whatever.
Many people figure out by taking a test.
Yeah, but it's not done straight away, right? It's the same as taking the morning
you figure
after.
Out after. I never said people figure out when they've conceived, right?
Yeah, but if you did
I'm
that,
asking,
if you go and have unprotected sex, you can go and take the morning after pill. Okay, that's still ending a life because you think you've conceived, and for whatever reason, whatever situation that come about. But once life has been established, no matter whether you know it or you don't, then you find out, and then you go and decide to terminate it. That's wrong.
Hold up. Plan B. Plan B, isn't that stopping like ovulation? I don't think it like
So you take
ends the life.
contraception. So you take contraception, right? If it's available to you. Remember, there are so many women in this world that don't have the luxury of taking contraception. They come from third world countries. They're living in environments where, SA, whatever is happening to them. At the end of the day, not in an ideal world, we'd all be able to take contraception and be responsible and not have things happen to us. We do not live
51% of
in a
abortions
world.
result from failed contraception. 51% of abortions result from failed contraception.
Exactly. So whose fault is that?
Well, I don't know what you mean by fault, but like when it relates to this, like you would say that like they did do their due diligence and they still had to get an abortion. Actually,
so my mother had 8 children, was on contraception, right? Still fell pregnant. She chose to have each and every one of us, and she loved us all the same. Was she in a good marriage to my father? No. But she still chose to go and have life rather than terminate it.
Okay, so like sure, right, but like again, my view here is that like I see nothing morally valuable about a zygote, about an embryo. You're telling me that you find moral value within this entity. I'll just ask you a question, right? Like let's say you're in a burning building. Let's say that like on one side of the building there are 2 zygotes, right? They're both in petri dishes, and in the future they will be implanted into a uterine wall and will become human beings like me and you, right? And then on the other side of the room there's one newborn baby. Okay, you can either save the one newborn baby from the burning building, or you can save the 2 zygotes. Which one would you save?
Well, that's a moral dilemma, isn't it?
Yes.
So for me, I value all life. It doesn't matter what it is. I value all life. And that's the moral dilemma. And this is the purpose of what you're trying to discuss, which is a really good topic. But for me, I choose life. I believe once life has been conceived in any way, shape or form, it's a life.
So you would save the 2 zygotes, the 2 single cell organisms, over the crying baby?
I would try to save all 3 if that was possible.
You can't save all 3. You can't save all 3. You could only either save the newborn baby or the zygotes.
So why is the newborn baby? Right. So I'll ask you, why is the newborn baby more important than the 2 zygotes? Is it because it's already here?
Experience.
That's right, because it's already here,
experiences.
Right?
No,
yeah.
It's conceptualizing
so me,
different types of experiences.
Yeah. So for me, it's a life, and I come back to life, and all life matters. And it's like having a boat with 5 people in it. So
you'd rather save the zygotes, right? You'd rather save the 2 single cell organisms.
I wouldn't have it. For me, in that situation, I'd save whatever I could. Just because something's here doesn't devalue.
This is the hypothetical. You can either save the 2 zygotes or the 1 newborn baby. Which one would you save?
A zygote or a newborn baby.
2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby. 2 cellular lives or 1 sentient life.
Well, the question is loaded because obviously a baby is here and my head goes save the baby, and it's fueling the not the pro-life situation. So, yes, my head says save the baby.
Save the baby. The relevant distinction between these two is that you care about the subjective experience, right? If you just cared about the life, hold up. Can you please listen to me for a second? I'm making a point that I really want you to understand. If you just cared about the life, well, then it would be the case that you'd care more about the zygotes, because 2 lives is more than 1 life. But it was the case that you cared about the 1 life more than the 2 lives, because sentience and subjective experience, the conceptualization of experience, is significantly more valuable to you rather than just cellular biological life.
Well, you wanted me to answer, and that's what my head said. But remember, I said all life matters. I would, and I stated, I would try to save, but your question is loaded because you're making you want a pick, you want a choice, and that's why the question is loaded. I value all life.
Yeah, I know you value all these. The point of me bringing this up is to conceptually see whether or not you value one more than the other. And what I showed here is that you value the newborn baby more than you do value two.
I think you're raising, good debate around subjects that, are controversial. For some of us who've had the experience of, terminating a pregnancy, it has left me with a lot of guilt and a lot of regret. Would I do it again? The answer is simply no, not for me. I wouldn't do it again. So thank you. I really enjoyed being a part of the discussion.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming on. All right,
Thank
everyone,
you.
we're going to go on to the next person. If you like the content, make sure to follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, 750,000 actually. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. If you want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds there if you do send everything there, everyone. TikTok's not letting me get any gifts right now, so I don't know what's going on with TikTok, but we're going to fix that here pretty soon. We're going to go on to the next person. Please only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Wife or $10,000 wife? Yeah. Why wouldn't you pick your significant other? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, 58.
Hello? Yeah, do you think that abortion's wrong during the first trimester?
Hello? I do.
Harry, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Why so?
Why? Because it's a life. It's a part of you. And if you didn't want it, there's ways to prevent it.
Okay, for sure. So it's a life, right? So for example, right, do you think that it is wrong for me to pull the plug on an individual in my family in which is brain dead?
Do I think it's wrong for that? No. Once the brain is dead, the brain is dead. It's the brain has lived what it's going to live. It's not coming back.
Yeah. So if the brain isn't alive yet and doesn't exist yet in the context of the embryo, right, is it permissible for you to unalive the embryo because it doesn't have a brain?
No, because the embryo has a chance to grow the brain and develop the brain and grow into something great and wonderful. Could also even grow into something you wouldn't want, but that just depends on the youngin'.
So it's going to be based upon the potential. So for example, if I had like this contraption that had a sperm on one side and an egg on the other, right, and I click a little button, they're moving towards each other, they're going to fertilize probably here in like an hour or two, right? Is it the case that they would have like moral consideration or like rights prior to the point in which there's conception because there's potential there?
No, but that's what I'm saying about ways to prevent. Use birth control. Don't have sex. There's condoms. There's the little cup thing.
Did you know 51% of
there's lots
abortions
of
are a
ways.
result of failed contraception?
Or taking
he's lagging a
antibiotics
little
when
bit,
you're on
everyone.
contraceptives.
Yo, so Peggy, you are lagging a little bit. Do you know that 51% of abortions are a result of failed contraception?
Yes. And
Oh, okay.
I also know that some
Okay.
of them are from taking antibiotics contraceptive because some antibiotics can make contraceptives not work.
Yeah. Do you think that it's okay to get an abortion in the context of someone getting raped?
That would be up to the person and how they would feel
So
about
it
it.
should be their choice.
But in that case, but the thing is, if someone gets the R word, they should go to the hospital. They should be checked. And if they're checked out properly, if they're, have a DNC done, whatever, there's ways to prevent being, having it attached to the wall.
What? Can you say that again? I'm confused. Interface, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you.
If someone is the R word, okay, they need to go to the hospital and they need to report it to the police. They can take that. They can be given the medication that prevents pregnancy.
You
There's
mean like
ways.
Plan B?
Yes, because I don't have a problem with the morning and after pill because it doesn't.
Do you have an issue with IUDs?
Knowing that years later, even though you think it's right now, years later, it may come up to be a problem. And yes, there are some pregnancies that are dangerous.
Yeah. So when it relates to an IUD, it can also not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation. Right. So that would be stopping a zygote from implanting into a uterine wall and causing pregnancy, which would be the ending of a human life under your view. Right. So do you think that this would be considered murder?
With the IUD? No. Because the thing is it doesn't really, by the time it implants to the uterine wall, it's not even, the cells have not even really divided that much. I don't remember exactly how far, but they haven't even divided that much into the process of becoming.
Yeah. So you think it's okay to kill a zygote, a human life at conception?
No, but when you have an IUD, you're not even going to know if you were pregnant. If there was any conception, you never know. You'll never know.
Yeah, but regardless of whether or not you know, that doesn't mean anything, right? You could be like, there are some people that could get pregnant and could drink all the time under your worldview, not even know that they're pregnant, and then have like a miscarriage because they caused the miscarriage because they were drinking all the time and they didn't know that they were pregnant.
Okay.
And you'd still probably consider that to be like murder or something under your view.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, okay. So
that would be the same as somebody didn't know they were pregnant and got on a roller coaster and miscarried.
Sure. If you say that's true, I think that's probably less likely to happen on a roller coaster.
Well, some roller coasters are bumpy enough it could, but I'm just saying. You're talking about drinking.
I wouldn't compare going on a roller coaster to.
If you look at the statistics of the alcohol syndrome babies, just drinking doesn't cause you to abort either.
It can cause the death of a kid. Depends on how much you drink, though. I'm saying someone who's drinking a lot. Someone who we could say that they're an alcoholic.
Somebody who's an alcoholics are the ones who have the babies that are alcohol that have the alcohol syndrome.
Fetal alcohol
So
syndrome, but you can also die. They
if
can
you
also
don't
die
know
from
you're
that.
pregnant, if you don't know you're pregnant and you do things that causes you to miscarriage, that's not murder because you didn't know you were pregnant. Now, if you know you're pregnant, and
Yeah,
you
but
go
but
and
the
you
idea that I could actually
purposely,
reference here is that you are purposefully putting in an IUD, knowing that it will stop zygotes from implanting into the uterine wall. So you're still intentfully engaging in action, knowing that this will happen.
no, you're hoping to prevent it from happening. Because
You're
like you
preventing
said,
implantation, but it will cause in the preventing of implantation, it will cause the ending of a human life.
Right. It will cause that. But it's still, you don't know that you're pregnant. You're trying to prevent having a child you're not ready for in the best way you know how. That's like, listen, I was 19 years old when I had my first baby, unmarried. I was 30 when I had my
I'm
second
so
baby.
sorry to hear that.
That's okay. I love my children. I was 30 when I had my second baby, unmarried. No, not quite 30, but anyway. I had always said that I was not having a child. I was not having children less than 6 years apart. And I was not having a child after I was 32. So my children are 6 years apart. And when I got pregnant with my second child, I had my tubes tied because I knew I didn't want any more children, especially on my own. And I knew.
Oh wait, did you say 19 or 10?
19. No, I ain't having 19.
Sorry,
not 10.
I swear I heard 10. I swear I heard 10. I was like, oh my gosh, because I mean, yeah, I heard 10. My bad. I apologize.
Look here, back in my day at 10, I didn't even know what S was. Okay.
Yeah, when I was about to say, I was like, when I was 10 years old, right? I was in 5th grade. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I knew that I did not want to. I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt I was not going to stop having the S. And I knew I did not want any more children, especially to be the single parent of a third child. And my cousin asked me when I decided to get my tubes tied, she said, but what if something happens to one of them? I said, well, having another one is not going to bring him back. And I told him, I said, look here, I said, if I end up getting married to somebody who can afford to go have my tubes put back together, he can afford to raise another youngin'. Otherwise, I'm done. So that's how I chose to take care of my situation, was having my tubes tied, which prevents the sperm to even get to the egg in the first place. So, I mean, I'm not saying for everybody to go have their tubes tied by no means. If you want babies, you want babies. But I'm just saying, instead of so much emphasis being put on if abortion is right or wrong, somebody needs to start putting more emphasis on preventing the pregnancy in the first place, especially with the ones, and I'm not talking about the ones that the accidental pregnancies and the SNA pregnancies and those kind of, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the pregnancies that's just from people out there doing things that they know they shouldn't be doing in the first place, and not using condoms or something to prevent the pregnancy they don't want.
Okay, so here would be my next question. So let's hypothesize here that we could take someone's consciousness, right, and we could put it in some type of like simulation, right? Let's take my consciousness and put it into a simulation, and I experience things in the exact same way that I'm currently experiencing things, right? If I were to be tortured in this state, in the same way that I'd be tortured in real life, would that be just as bad as I experience it the exact same?
Tortured? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Why would
Let's
you be
say I was tortured in that, like that's just what happens. Like I was just tortured in that state, right? Do you think that that's just as bad as me getting tortured in the exact same way, the exact same feelings right now?
Nobody should be tortured at all.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying, like, I'm comparing on the level of bad. Are they both just as bad as each other?
You're in a simulator, so it's not really happening. Right?
Yeah, so, yeah, but like I'm experiencing it. It's a real experience that I am undergoing, right? But I'm not in the context of a human body. Like, are you religious?
Yes.
Let's say that there was this realm that God created where it's just souls, it's just spirits, right? And they experience things in the exact same way as we do here on earth, but without our human bodies in our flesh. So it looks like a human body, it feels like a human body, everything's the exact same, but it's not a biological human life. Does that make sense? Or have you watched The Terminator?
Yes.
Let's say God put someone's spirit in the Terminator, right? And they were tortured in that way. It feels the exact same as it does for me, right? Is it just as bad for them to get tortured in that state as for me to get tortured, given that we have the exact same experience?
It would be bad for either to be tortured, but on the God creating a space that's just spirits and not flesh, he already done that. It's called heaven.
Oh yeah, no, I believe that you believe in that. But like the idea that I'm referencing here in this scenario is that if these experiences are equivalent in how bad they are, then we'd end with like a statement that essentially says the subjective experience and someone's biological life is just as valuable as someone's subjective experience. So if both of them have subjective experience on both sides, that tells us that the biological notion of life doesn't give us any greater sense of value. It's just the experiences, the conceptualization of the experience. What you'd reference is like the spirit or the soul that we would consider to be valuable, not the flesh.
Well, the thing is if you are experiencing yourself, what the simulator is doing and being tortured with, then both are bad. Because you're experiencing that, and experiences that people go through can make a big difference in their mental capacity, in their emotional capacity for years, if not the rest of their life. Your experiences are a very powerful thing.
I absolutely agree with you. But that's what I'm saying is valuable. I care about the conceptualization of our experiences. I don't care about just there being biological life. So when there's like a zygote, a single cell organism, when it doesn't experience any type of life, it doesn't experience anything or conceptualize that experience, that means that I'm not going to care about it in the same type of way that I care about a newborn baby that has an experience, about a fetus in the womb that has an experience, about me and you that have experiences, about the people in the chat that are having experiences right now. I think there's a fundamental distinction between that type of human life and the type of human life that we are currently experiencing.
Well, okay, so no, they haven't experienced yet. So there is a difference.
So we're preventing that.
Yet.
So Peggy, in the same way that you were saying that those actions were preventing that, we're preventing this, yeah.
You're preventing them from being able to grow and experience the things that we've already experienced and went through.
Yeah,
And you're
because
also
never will
preventing.
get to that point. The same way that like when I engage in the usage of contraception, I'm also preventing like the possible babies that could have existed from that intercourse, right? That future, that experience as well that I underwent. So I think that the preventing, there's no issue with the preventing.
Yes. Right. Yeah, I have no issue with preventing. I have issues with when you know you're pregnant and you purposely seek out to kill that baby. And when you're talking about the first trimester is those first 3 months. Because most people are 6 weeks before they ever find out they're pregnant. 6 to 8 weeks before they ever know they're pregnant. Some can find out earlier. So it's already started to develop. When I went and had with my second child, I went and had an ultrasound done in the early stages. And when I looked at that ultrasound, do you know what I saw when I looked at the ultrasound? What? I was like, oh, he looks like a little baby rat. When I saw the ultrasound, my response was, he looks like a little baby rat. Because that's what it looked like, was a little baby. If you've never seen a baby rat, they're completely hairless.
Well, actually, this itself right behind me.
That's what
This is a picture. This is a picture of an embryo in utero. This is actually won like an award in a radiology because it's like the first image that we have of of the embryo inside the uterus. So yeah, this is what it looks like. And yeah, I think that we do have clear delineations in the types of value that we place upon this entity, right, and a newborn baby. Right, I wouldn't say that we grant them the same level of value, right? So what describes why we grant a different value?
No. Say that again.
What describes why it gives it different value, right? Why we give a newborn baby a different value than this embryo?
Okay, the reason a newborn baby's already here. A newborn baby has already existed. It's already took its first breath. It's further along than this part, because with every pregnancy, there's no guarantee of continuation to birth. There's no guarantee. You get pregnant and you want that baby, and you hope and you pray or you whatever that everything goes good and everything goes right. But there's no guarantee for that. But you've got that newborn baby sitting there. That newborn baby's already made it. So there's a guarantee on that baby. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the only reason that I would choose.
Oh, you could say that there's a guarantee in both scenarios, right? If you in the context of a hypothetical, but it just depends on what you want to bring up. But yeah, is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about specifically, Peggy?
Enjoy it.
You did cut out, but I appreciate you coming on, Peggy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it so much. Have a great day. All right, let's go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me if you're ready. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 30.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
Yes.
Are you driving?
Yes.
It's TikTok TOS. You can't drive, everyone. TikTok TOS. You can't drive. Y'all already know the deal, everyone. TikTok TOS. You can't drive. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 25.
For sure. Do you think that abortion is wrong during the first trimester?
From like a perspective of religion, yeah.
So how do you know that your religion is justified in describing what's right and wrong about morality?
I don't, but it's kind of like when you're in I mean, it's just what I believe, you know? That's like what religion is, just like a belief.
Okay, so if I decide to believe that you're wrong, am I justified?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just as justified in believing that you're wrong as you are in believing that you're right.
Yeah, you know, like everybody can think however they want. Like I actually like, you know, like different people want different things. That's why like, do you have a problem with like the system now where like states can choose?
Yeah.
So like, all right, so let's say you live in a like state where like 90% of the people like want abortion, you know what I mean? I think it would be like fucked up if like abortion was legal there. I'm sorry, if abortion was illegal there, because that's what
I'm
the
just
people
gonna say
want.
that, like, ultimately speaking, I think that like my values, right, should be the ones that are adopted.
Okay, so you're
I'm not gonna say like, oh yeah, I'll just leave it up to the states. Are you driving, by the way?
No, I'm not. Here, I can put on my camera. I'm in the car with my girlfriend. I'm in the passenger seat. I don't know if you can see me right now.
For sure.
Yeah. But, what is it? I don't know. I feel like there are just different areas with like
Audrey, I don't know what that is. Thank you for the Cash App.
In like reconcilable differences. Like people who are religious, which is around like half the country, truly believe like, or I'd say a majority, or I'd say a lot of like anti-abortion arguments are based in faith. But if like 90% of the area doesn't believe in abortion, then why are you gonna make them like kill babies in their eyes if like they really don't want it? Like you know. Like,
wait, no one's making people engage in abortion, right? We would just say that people should have the opportunity to choose to get an abortion if they want.
Sorry.
Larry, thank you. I appreciate the Cash App.
Making the doctors, not the everyday person.
Making the doctors.
Yeah, like in that area, like people in like the heart of the Bible Belt, you could see how like, you know.
Wait, no one's forcing people to perform abortions. And platform, I'll get you next, bro.
Okay, no, I actually see what you're saying there. I think I am wrong in that case. I think a better way to have worded what I was trying to say is people don't want it happening in their state. You know, like they say like, hey, on this land, you know, everybody here thinks it's killing babies. Don't do it on this land. Like, I'm pretty sure in like almost every state that abortion is like illegal in something like 20 weeks. You know, there's like a state bordering it that has very lenient abortion laws. So you could just drive over if like you truly believe that. But there's like a thing like if like the people of like Virginia are just all like, hey, we just really don't want it here. Like you would have a problem with that?
Yeah. Audrey, I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you very much. Yeah, because that would be enforcing it upon other people. If you guys just want to choose for yourself to like not get an abortion, go for it.
So then what's your stance on abortion? You want it to be illegal for like 18 weeks everywhere?
Yeah, after 18 weeks if you did not cause it. Everywhere, yeah.
Okay, so it's would you say it's like murder after 18 weeks?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you some questions that you were asking other people then, just because I think it'll be fun. I'm not trying to shit on you, by the way. I'm like a fan.
Yes, I wouldn't be friends.
All right, you wouldn't be friends with anybody who supported 17 weeks?
Oh, 17 weeks is fine. I wouldn't be friends with someone who's got an abortion after the fetus is sentient.
Oh, okay.
Right, and it's and it's not medical or like they didn't cause it.
Yeah, in that
sentience, I would care about.
So you're going based off of you're just going based off of experience, not because it's of the human species. You're saying
not just because of it's a part of the human species.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you could take the human out of this, correct?
So like, okay, if we have conversations about like vegan ethics and stuff like that, I would hold to a stance where there's like a conjunction of human and sentience. So I care about like humans.
Well, no, you couldn't care about it being human if you're only caring about the sentience argument. If you're only saying you care about experience, then you can leave the human out of it, correct?
No, so I care about the sentience of humans more than I would care about the sentience of other types of animals that exist.
But your argument is based off of sentience because of experience. Because if I bring up if you're of the human species,
so what you're not
you have
understanding
right
is
to
the
life.
difference between what you're not understanding is I can hold to a conjunction. So they would have to meet both of these characteristics to be considered of greater value. Not to say that I don't value sentience in other types of animals. It's just saying that I care more about the sentience of human beings than I would care about the sentience of, say, a chipmunk.
Okay, so it's just your whole argument is going to be hypocritical then, because if you're bringing up sentience experience, it's going to be specifically experience. It's not going to be because it's of the human species, because if it was of the human species under anyone's stance, it should be morally wrong to unalive.
No, platform, you're misunderstanding. So I'm not saying if you're a part of the human species, then it's wrong. I'm saying that my condition is sentience and a part of the human species.
I get what you're saying. You're trying to add the two in, but from your stance, you're saying you care about experience. You don't care about it being of the human species. You simply care that it has experience at a certain point at 22 or 24 weeks. This is why you have a stance of sentience.
Yeah. So I don't say that like a human cellular life is going to be like granted like rights.
Right. So let me ask you, the whole vegan argument, then you understand that you have to be against all of the things that we test on animals when it comes to science, when it comes to monkeys, because monkeys have more experience than a 1-year-old child would.
This is why I make a distinction between, and also, the stuff we do with monkeys and the stuff we currently do in relation to animal ethics.
But
let me finish. I'm against how we currently treat that in terms of animal ethics. But again, I have a conjunction where I make a distinction between human and sentience, right, versus just sentience alone. So again, I've already clarified this stance.
Tell me why it's okay to unalive a baby or a fetus in first trimester.
Because it's not going to be sentient.
Okay, so I'm saying because it's of the human species, it should have the right to life.
Yeah, but that only meets one of the conditions.
It's
Like, for example, right, you know my view as a conjunction when it relates to past or present and future subjective experience. If they just have past, that's going to mean that they're not considered to be this of a greater level of valuable. All right. If it is going to be the case that they just have future, then they're not going to be considered the greater level of valuable. They would have to meet both of those conditions. The same way that when I say human and sentience,
okay, but
they have to meet both of those conditions, not just necessarily one.
But a pig will eat that, and you eat pork, and you're okay with eating pork. So when I bring up a 1-year-old child, and you're saying, oh, you care about experience, well, technically, under your view, you could unalive a 1-year-old child because it has less experience than a pig. So you can't.
No. Platform. You're not understanding my view. My view is a conjunction of those two characteristics.
I know you're trying to put it into conjunction, but it's not possible because
It is possible.
No, because if it's of the human species, it should have the right to life.
No, that's not my view. My view isn't just it's of the human species, therefore it has the right to life.
Okay,
my view is that human plus sentience equals greater level of value. That's my view.
Okay, because of experience. Your view is because of experience.
Experience and being a part of the human species.
Right.
So it's those two simultaneously.
Okay, so first off, humans don't fully develop their consciousness until the age of 2 or 3. You understand that, right?
That's consciousness. That's self-awareness, not sentience.
Right, but what is sentience?
Sentience is going to be subjective experience.
Okay, so it's the ability to perceive, the ability to understand what's going on in your surroundings.
There would be like awareness, ability to perceive. Those things would be like characteristics of sentience.
Okay, so what, 22 to 24 weeks then?
18 to 26.
Okay, so what happens when we see science start to come out at 16 or 12 weeks? Do we start to charge these people with first degree?
After 12 weeks, if we have evidence that there's sentience, yes.
So we do have evidence. We have evidence that there's activity within the ventricles at 8 weeks.
Yeah, does activity in the ventricles? Yeah, but that doesn't indicate that they have sentience. We see that within the context of brain-dead individuals as well.
Wait, no. But the difference between brain-dead individuals and this is there's an organic unity and there's not an organic unity when it comes to brain-dead individuals. The organic material is dying. The one is developing.
Okay, so you're just talking about potential there. That's not changed in terms of whether or not there's sentience. That's in terms of potential. So you're not arguing there that the 8-week-old fetus embryo has sentience. You're now arguing that it has the potential for sentience.
No.
So if you're just arguing potential for sentience.
No, what I'm saying is at 8 weeks, we're starting to see that there's ventricle activity within the brain. So there's perceivable emotion and pain that's happening. Maybe it's
no, it's not perceivable. That's just stimuli response. The same thing exists in the context of brain-dead individuals. So the brain-dead individuals have this exact same response. They don't have consciousness. They don't have subjective experience.
One is dying organically. Organically, there's an organic unity, and there's one dying.
That's a potential distinction.
Okay, but
you're just making a potential distinction. That's not whether or not they have sentience. That's potential for sentience.
So if they're so let's go back to your first point where you said it's in conjunction. If they're of the human species, why do you not grant them the right to life?
Well, because for example, right, sperm is of the human species. I don't grant them the right.
No,
to
but
life.
like I'm talking the right amount of chromosomes, obviously after the stage of conception.
So like a typical sense of chromosomes. Like, I mean, people cannot fit that typical. You probably still say they have value. So you just say like probably above some arbitrary threshold of chromosomes or something.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously we can see there's abnormalities, whatever it is, within chromosomes, but that's not.
If you have 23 chromosomes, are you considered valuable for rights?
23 chromosomes is the right amount of chromosomes. What do you mean?
Well, you believe Jesus had 23 chromosomes, right?
When did I say that? When did I say that?
No, I don't know if you believe that. I was seeing if you do.
Why would I believe that?
Because because people, the blood that they found, the quote unquote blood they found in Jesus. I don't know if you brought this one up to me before.
No, I've never.
That had like supposed like 23 chromosomes.
But you do know that Jesus died at
only
the age,
one.
But
I
will say Jesus died at the age of 33. And do you know how many vertebrae are in the spine?
You think 33?
No, I don't think. I know.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of crazy. He's the backbone of all of us humans. So understand that.
Wow, two numbers are the same.
Yeah, understand that. So when I bring up, why is there no parental obligation to these children?
Because they're not sentient. Because we already established that they're human. They haven't met the second characteristic.
Specifically experience. So take away the human aspect because this is what you're going to die on.
No, we do conjunction.
No, you're
it's
trying
conjunction,
to
right? We already established that they're human, right? They don't meet the second quality. The same way that like if there was a brain dead individual, they meet the first quality, but they don't meet the second quality.
Yeah, but I don't even think we should be on. I don't think that we should be able to pull the plug.
That's your view. We're talking about my view right now.
What?
If you want to talk about your view, you think people should be forced by law to sustain thousands of dollars of medical.
I needed to start with your view because it's very, very inconsistent.
My view isn't inconsistent at all. Katie, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it.
No, it's very inconsistent because
thank you, Audrey. I appreciate the cash app. Thank you.
Sentience has nothing to do with the fact that it's human. Sentience specifically only has the fact. Wait, hold on, before you cut me off. Sentience is only because of experience. So if you go off of just experience, then pigs have more experience than a 1-year-old child. So technically, you could unalive a 9-month-old or a 1-year-old child. Technically, this is why every argument you bring up.
I just went over the exact same fucking thing, and you just said the exact same thing again. Your brain is literally
I understand. I said the same thing, but this
platform,
is
be quiet. Be quiet. No, I'm not gonna let you sit here and say the same thing after we just went over it 4 times.
I know, but you're not understanding your own.
I literally have already established. I have already established a conjunction of human and sentience.
Yeah, but the thing you're not understanding. If you're going based off of just sentience. You're saying just sentience. You don't care that it's of the human species. You don't even understand your own point. If it's just sentience and it's just experience.
No, I didn't say it's just
sentience.
Sentience.
We can move past it. That's not even what I'm.
Platform. I said sentience and human means more value. Sentience grants some value.
But if it's of the human species,
sentience and human grants greater value.
Okay, so back to my point. Why is there not a parental obligation for, let's say, a 1-year-old child? Let's say this mother has a pregnancy at home unassisted pregnancy. And she doesn't want to bring this child to the doctor's office. And let's say she withdraws consent because under your guys, you can withdraw consent whenever you please when it comes to being pregnant. She withdraws consent. Does she still have an obligation to safely transfer this child's care?
Yeah, are they sentient?
Yeah, they're one. Yeah, but once, yes, exactly. They're sentient.
Yeah, if they're sentient, you have an obligation. If you caused it, yeah.
Okay, so why, if we look at, I'm taking your sentience argument completely out because it's so inconsistent when it comes to, first off,
no,
science.
It's not. Do you want me to prove to you why it's not inconsistent?
No, it's inconsistent because
I'll prove right now. I'll use your standard to show you to do the same thing. Okay.
No.
So I just want you to listen for a second. Platform. You care about human life. You care about human life, right?
Yeah, we care about
conception.
Life. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that it's wrong to kill plants? To kill grass? Do you think it's wrong for me to to go over my grass with a lawnmower?
It's not human. It's not of the human species.
So human life conjunction? Oh, thank you very fucking much. You don't just look at life, you look at human life.
No.
Oh my god. It's like you use the same fucking conjunction I'm using.
Just human. Take away the life. Just human. The fact that it's human, it deserves the right to life. I don't need to be in conjunction. You do.
No. It's not the fact that it's human. It's human life, right?
No. Let's just say human.
Are there dead humans? Wait. Platform. Are there dead humans?
Yes, there's dead humans, but if
they're dead humans, that means not all humans are living. No. Thank you very much. It's human life. You just conceded, buddy.
No, I didn't concede. I can promise you I didn't concede. So answer my question. Why is there not a parental obligation to bring this child to term if it's in its natural environment?
No, I want you to not deflect away from this point because
No,
this shows
answer
that
my
you use
question.
the same
Why
fucking
do we
conjunction.
not
Be quiet,
see parental
platform.
obligation?
And I'll let you wait. Platform, buddy. I'll let you get to it here in a second. But what you need to acknowledge first is the fact that you also accept the exact same conjunction that I accept as well when it relates to sentience, but you accept it when it relates to life. You say human plus life equals great value. You don't fucking value plants. You don't value microorganisms. You value human plus life. In the same way that I value human plus sentience, I don't value all forms of sentience
we value
to the same degree that I value human sentience.
No, so I know what you're trying to say, but it just doesn't make sense. When you bring up Parker, you're not understanding. I'm going to send you a YouTube video to watch on this guy who talks about experience and sentience. When it talks about sentience, you specifically mean experience. You don't care what type of species it is. You just simply care because it's sentience. Just because if it was of the human species,
that would be that person's view, not mine.
Morally, we should have the right to.
If you care about life, you just care about life. You don't care about human. You care about just life.
No, morally,
if you care about life, you just care about life. You don't care about human life. You care about just life.
Parker, morally, do we have the right to life as humans? Do we have the right to life as humans, morally?
Do we have the right to life as humans? Not all humans have the right to life.
Okay, so if all humans have the right to life,
you agreed there are dead humans.
Hold on. If all humans have the right to life, then you take away the sentience, and then technically all humans have the right to life. So a non-sentient human, first off, would have the right to life because it's of the human species. So that's why your argument is so inconsistent.
That's not my view. Platform.
Yes, it is.
That's not my view. You're misunderstanding again.
Let me finish.
No. You're misunderstanding again. Platform. I'm going to mute you if you don't let me finish.
No. Let me finish why it's inconsistent. Yeah, you're going to mute me.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking mute you, Platform. Okay? So it is the case that you're misrepresenting.
I don't care what you repeat.
Clearly speaking, I did not say all humans have the right to life. I never made that
You just
claim.
said that.
I said they
You just
don't.
said it. Humans have the right to life.
Stop talking. Can you stop talking,
Tell me
please?
if he said that.
I did not say that. I did not say that, dude. I literally did not say that. I said they do not. I said you said that there are dead humans, and you believe that dead humans don't have rights. Okay?
No. I asked you if humans have the right to life. You said yes.
No, I said no. I said no. What?
Okay, yes, you did. You said yes.
Read the fucking chat, buddy. Read the chat. You appeal to the chat. Read the fucking chat.
These are all your people.
So
do humans have the right to life? Yes or no?
That's what I fucking thought, buddy.
Do humans have the right to life? Yes or no?
Unbelievable. No, not all humans have the right to life.
Okay, so if not all humans have the right to life, so you can go unalive a 1-year-old child because it doesn't have the right to life.
They have sentience. They're human and they have sentience.
No, Parker, let me tell you 3 different reasons why your sentience argument is inconsistent. The first one is because we can see sentience at different stages. 18 to 24 weeks is a terrible argument.
Not sure. You already went over this point and we already debunked it.
Okay, no, I'm going to show you. I'm going to pull it up on my iPad. Hold on. I'm going to show you where we're starting to see it.
Go for it. Because what you just referenced is also existent in brain dead individuals in which do not exhibit
No, there's no
experience.
sentience in brain dead individuals. They have no longer...
Exactly, the fucking thing. Wait, so if this characteristic exists... Hold up,
but first off, I don't even think we should be unaliving
Oh my
brain dead
god, dude.
individuals.
Can you just stop talking, Platform? Stop talking, please. Let me respond. Okay.
You're wrong.
Holy shit. No, I'm not. If you say that brain-dead individuals have no sentience, yet they exhibit this exact characteristic that you're talking about exists in fetuses.
No, this is your argument, not mine.
Can you please let me finish, please? Holy fuck, please let me finish.
This isn't my argument.
Platform, if you cut me off one more time, I'm going to kick you off and I'll let you back up to be able to respond. I can't mute you because it doesn't fucking let me. I'll let you back up.
You can't handle the heat.
Again, cut me off one more time. I'm going to cut you off and let you back up after so I can fucking finish what I'm saying, please. Can you please just let me finish, man?
Go ahead. Say what you need to say.
Okay, can you remind me what I was referencing? Because I literally can't remember because you keep fucking cutting me off.
Yeah, you were talking about...
I'll remember right away.
I don't even know. I wasn't even listening to be honest with you.
Of course you weren't fucking listening. Oh my god, chat, just remind me real quick because I'll remember right away. I forget sometimes whenever someone cuts me off like that.
I was telling you why your argument is inconsistent in the aspect I brought up that 16 weeks if we start to see sentience.
Oh, brain dead. I remember.
Oh,
so when it relates to the individual who's brain dead, right? If you're saying that this individual who's brain dead shows this exact characteristic that you see within the context of a fetus that you're saying within the fetus identifies that they are sentient, and you say that the brain dead individual is not sentient, right? Well, then it is the case that this characteristic does not indicate sentience, as in the context of the brain dead individual, they don't have sentience, yet they still have this characteristic.
Parker, this isn't my argument. Parker, my argument is there's a parental, I can tell you my argument. My argument is there's a parental obligation and there's a moral obligation to bring this child to term and safely transfer care. That is my argument. Your argument is it's of the human species and it's sentient. So you're saying, so that,
no, platform. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So you were giving a response to me saying that sentience actually begins earlier than what I say that it does. And I'm disputing your point when you say that. You were saying it indicates this characteristic within the context of the ventricles, right, indicates that a fetus is sentient. But if that same quality exists in a brain dead individual in which is not sentient, well, then that tells you that that characteristic does not indicate sentience.
But we're not seeing,
So you're just wrong.
Show me where we're seeing pain still perceived in a brain dead individual. Or not even perceived.
What do you mean perceived? It's not perceived because there's no notion of perceiving it, but like there's still pain that is undergone in the body.
No, show
Do
me where.
you agree that there are nerve responses in the context of brain dead individuals? Sometimes they will like twitch.
Do you know what brain dead means? If they're twitching, they're not brain dead, Parker. That means their spinal cord has shut down. They are brain dead. That is it. When you talk about brain dead,
no, brain dead,
cranial nerves. When you look at cranial nerves, there's 12 cranial nerves and there's testing for each cranial nerve. You test every single cranial nerve in an individual that's brain dead, all 12 cranial nerves are gone, and then the spinal cord is gone. But sometimes we even see misdiagnosis when it comes to brain dead individuals. You start to see
you're defined. No, it's going to be multiple different parts of the brain. Typically speaking, we're going to relate to
Do you know how the
the
brain
prefrontal
functions?
cortex. Let me finish, please. Okay.
You just don't understand neuroanatomy.
Okay, I don't think you do. You're right. You're the one who gave me a fucking source that literally relates to something that exists within brain dead individuals.
You want me to? I can promise you I understand neuroanatomy. Parker, nothing will function without the cranial nerves. So if the cranial nerves are not synapsing, then there's not going to be any stimulus.
He just doesn't shut up. He actually just doesn't. He just like keeps yapping. Are you from the Appalachian Mountains? Platform, are you from the Appalachian Mountains?
No, I'm from Chicago.
How are the Appalachian Mountains right now? Are they fun? Are they interesting?
Parker, I can show you everything about when it comes to neuroanatomy. These are all my shit when it comes to neuroanatomy.
Shit, he keeps yapping. He keeps yapping.
When it comes to brain dead, you're wrong. You just don't like when you're wrong.
I'm not wrong on anything. Let me finish.
So tell me, you said someone could jump
13,000 feet up elevation on the Appalachian Mountains currently.
You said
we're continuing to elevate on the Appalachian Mountains.
Parker, tell me this again. You said their arm could jump in a brain dead individual, correct?
I said that there can be a stimuli response where there's like some sort of like muscle reflex.
Wait, so do you know how muscle
reflexes don't indicate sentience?
Do you understand how muscles reflex?
Yeah, when you squash a bug and you see the muscle reflex after it's dead, right? Is it still alive?
Parker, they are not the same as cranial. You're not understanding the human body. When it comes to muscle reflex, it comes from nerves. Everything comes from the spinal cord. Everything comes from the brainstem. So when you have a brain dead individual,
conceptualization of pain.
When you have a brain dead individual, the spinal cord is now shut off and the cranial nerves are no longer working. Therefore, they are completely out of it and they cannot have any type of stimuli response. This is brain dead. Look up what brain dead is.
No. Actually, no. Individuals who are brain dead, they have EEG readings and they have like stimuli response in the brain. They still have. Let me finish. They still have neurons that are firing. It's just that they don't have complex centers of the brain working in tandem to be able to produce this type of experience.
Parker, just look at your chat.
So there are neurons firing in the brain.
No, there's chemicals that are still being moved around within the neurons, but they're not firing. If they were firing, they wouldn't be brain dead. You don't understand brain dead individuals. This is literally what I studied.
Reflexes. So again, does the spinal cord have to go through the brain?
The brain, it goes spinal cord and then brainstem and then
does the spinal cord have to go through the brain?
Yeah, well, yeah, the spinal cord is going to control the cranial nerves.
Because to my knowledge, there's some level of like bypassing of that, right? Like it doesn't have to, right? When it relates to like the brain.
Well, like when you're looking at like
the
12 cranial nerves, when you're looking at like optic and like olfactory and smell and like special senses.
Here. I have someone I know. Their name is
brain dead individuals. Specifically, all 12 of those cranial nerves are gone already.
Okay, so yeah, when I have someone who's a PhD, right, who's literally saying that it's a spinal cord loop, so it bypasses the brain. Okay, so it never interacts with the brain
because everything gets sent to the hypothalamus unless it's.
Do you want me to bring them up to explain?
Go ahead, but I can tell you the only thing that bypasses the brain is smell.
Okay, so Amy, do you want to send a guest request real quick?
And
if
you
want to
can't even
explain that
have
real
a
quick?
reflex. Your stimuli can't
Morgan,
even,
thank you for the cash app. I appreciate it. Thank you so
I
much.
can't wait for this lady to get brought up because I'm about to school her. Let me show you tracks. She probably doesn't even understand what tracks are. It's got to be sent through the spinal cord up to the brain to be perceived, to be sent back to actually make a stimulus happen.
Does Amy? Wait, Amy, do I
Bring
have you
Amy
added?
up here.
I swear
Bring
I do.
Amy up here, please. I'm
I
about
don't know
to
if she's
school
in
her.
the guest box. I don't know if she's in the guest box.
This, Parker, let me show you something. This right here, this is tracks. This is the spinal cord. You see this? This is a cross section of the
Hold
spinal
on, I'm not looking because I was looking at my guest box. Sorry.
Do you see this? These are tracks. Those tracks are sent up through the spinal cord or down the spinal cord to send sensory. Sensory is typically going to be an ascending pathway where it gets sent up. But like motor is going to be descending, but it's got to go through the thalamus. It's got to go through all of these things to
Justin, thank you for the
motor
cash
function.
app.
So you're not going to see a muscle twitch with a brain dead individual. That's why they check cranial nerves. This is why they're checking stimuli. They're checking reflexes. They're checking all of these different things with stimuli when they're trying to determine if someone's brain dead.
All right. Okay. So,
bring her up. Bring her up.
Well, I don't think they're sending a guest request. I don't think they can right now.
Yeah, because they know they're going to be schooled. And I'm not even fully aware. Like,
you can't come up when you're driving.
I'm literally in my first year.
You can't.
I understand it better than her.
You can't do that. Can I send you a thing from the National Institute of Health right now that says a variety of reflex movements have been reported in patients with brain death, such as plantar responses, muscle stretch reflexes, abdominal reflexes.
Yes. Wait. Muscle stretch responses. Do you not understand? Okay, send it to me. But go ahead. But when they're brain
I will send it to you right now. This is from. Yeah. So this is. You can read this from.
You don't understand. Brain dead individuals specifically is talking about the 12.
I don't understand. This is PubMed, bro. I guarantee platform. You do not know.
No, I'm not saying pub. No. That's not what I'm saying.
From
bring her up.
Yeah. So she's not. She can't come up. I just told you, dude. Are you fucking unable to listen? I literally just told you. Look up reflex movements in patients with brain death. A prospective study in tertiary medical center. Yo, Thad, thank you so much for the $50 Venmo. Thank you so much, Thad. Can we get a W Thad in the comment section, everyone, right now? W Thad. Yeah, just look up reflex movements in patients with brain death, a prospective study in tertiary medical center. In a tertiary.
Parker, when you bring up brain dead, you're specifically talking about the 12 cranial nerves. This is what I'm going to go back to. So those 12 cranial nerves are no longer working. You could talk about the nerves in the spinal cord. Can you
concede that there's reflexes?
Most of the time, there's never reflexes.
Can you concede?
No, I won't concede to that.
I know you won't fucking concede because you're disingenuous as fuck, platform.
No.
Read the study right now.
Tell me what brain dead
evidence-based
Tell me what brain dead means, Parker.
Yeah, it's the state of irreversible loss of brain function due to organic brain lesions.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Definition in the PubMed thing I just sent you.
Yeah. So what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean? It's going to mean that
they
have a lack of subjective experience.
No. That's
they don't have sufficient capacities in the brain to be able to produce some type of experience.
Parker, they don't have neurons firing within the brain. Their 12 cranial nerves are no longer.
That's not true. That's not true. Again, neurons fire in the context of brain dead individuals.
No, Parker, neurons, peripheral, you don't understand the central nervous system compared to the peripheral nervous system. There's two different nervous systems. One is outside of the central nervous system. When you look at the central nervous system, we're specifically talking about spinal cord, brainstem, and cranial nerves.
Yeah, so there is an absence. It does say that there's an absence of brainstem reflexes, but there are other types of reflexes that it relates to.
That's why. But dude, the problem with this, problem with this is a misdiagnosis happens all the time.
Those are not all the types of reflexes though. So can you concede to the idea? Like literally, like it's on a fucking paper in front of me. It's not just bullshitting whipping out of my ass like you do.
No, Parker, concede to the point that brain dead individuals, their 12 cranial nerves are no longer working. Concede to that.
12 cranial nerves? I don't know if those parts are working.
What the brain, where they get sentience, all of these things that they're able to perceive. Please
can you explain what the 12 cranial nerves are?
Do you want me to go list in order?
Yeah, list them right now. Go for it.
Yeah, olfactory, optic, ocular motor, trochlear, what's 5? Shit. O2 touch. O2 touch. Trigeminal, abducens, facial. 8 is going to be vestibular cochlear. 9 is going to be glossopharyngeal. 10 is going to be vagus. 11 is going to be spinal accessory, and then 12 is going to be hypoglossal, and then cranial nerve 0. Sometimes they bring that up. It's just a special nerve, specifically to hearing.
Yeah, so I don't think that you have every single faculty of the brain not working because the olfactory.
I know,
because actually the olfactory systems.
I know this is all we do. We study nerve fiber types. We study stimuluses. We study motor function. We study everything that comes to these cranial nerves, and the whole brainstem and the whole spinal cord.
Yeah, so olfactory systems are still existing in the individuals in which are brain dead.
So
right?
how can we tell if wait, tell me how we're telling if wait, say that again for your chat. I need to get this on video.
What are you relating to? There are neurons that fire in the brains.
No, you said olfactory. You said olfactory.
Yeah, that relates to the neurons that are firing.
Do you know what the olfactory is for, Parker?
That relates to the different types of ways in which the brain interacts with each other. I'm confused what you're relating to.
Wait.
It's like
what is
the perception centers. It's perception centers for isn't it like the nose?
What is cranial nerve number 1, Parker? What is olfactory specific for? Smell.
Isn't it for touch, smell, and stuff? I literally just said that. I literally just said that.
No. How could we tell if a brain dead individual can perceive smell without them telling us that they can smell it?
No. I'm not saying that they have the capacity to be.
Parker. Optic is
what I'm saying. Hold up. You're not listening. I'm talking about the parts of the brain that are lighting up. Right? We see neurons firing in the context of these parts of the brain. We don't see complex systems that are able to produce subjective experiences.
Parker, concede to the point that you just told me. Parker, concede to the point that you just told me that we can tell if a brain dead individual can smell something.
No, I didn't say that we could smell something. I'm not saying it's perceived. What I'm saying is that the neurons firing.
Parker, do you understand? You don't understand neurons at all. The 12 cranial nerves are the cranial nerves of the cervical and the cerebral cortex. So when you look at these, when a brain dead individual, these
cerebral cortex would be part of sentience.
They cannot perceive smell.
I'm not saying they're perceiving smell. What I'm saying is that there's neurons firing within that part of the brain. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
How does a neuron fire if it's not working? If there's a lesion in the brain?
I'm talking in terms of because in order to have that type of perceptual basis, in order to have that type of conceptualization of experience, you have to have multiple different parts of the brain working in tandem to produce that experience or that perception.
You're talking to somebody
If you don't have all those, please let me finish. If you don't have all those different parts of the brain working in tandem to be able to perceive that, then you're not going to have a perception of it. You're simply just going to have the neurons firing.
But Parker, when it comes to brain dead individuals, you do not have any of your cranial nerves working. Do you not understand this? This is why they
keep have neurons firing. I just sent you a study.
You're talking about peripheral nervous system. You're not.
You can also see EEG readings. You can also see EEG readings. All that other stuff.
You're not talking about the central nervous system. You can still see organic materials. Whatever, synapsing and doing things. But when you're talking about the brain dead individuals, it is not, you're talking about cranial nerves specifically because you can test these cranial nerves. This is why we do these tests on individuals. You can test all 12 cranial nerves, but I can tell you right now, if a brain dead individual is brain dead, you cannot tell if they can smell something or not because they have to tell you what they're smelling.
Platform, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You just literally say the same thing over and over again.
You're so disingenuous.
After I explain. I'm not being disingenuous. How am I being disingenuous?
You don't understand any of this, and you're trying to make it. You're trying to say that obviously parts of the.
I don't understand. I'm not a neuroscientist. I'm not saying I'm a neuroscientist.
Then stop
what I am
speaking
saying
on
is that
acting
different
like
parts
you're
of the
saying
brain.
if a brain dead. You said a brain dead individual can perceive smell.
No, I didn't. That's not what I said.
Parker, I have it recorded.
Dude, you're literally gaslighting me.
All right,
I'm
gonna pull it up.
I did not say that they could perceive smell. I never said that. I clarified multiple times. That's not what I said. Okay. Again, what I said is that there's going to be neurons firing in the brain.
No, you said olfactory. You said olfactory.
I said there are neurons firing in the brain. Yeah.
No, you said olfactory. You said olfactory.
You see how I literally said the same thing I was just saying?
Yeah, do you know what the olfactory is?
The neurons that are firing. Literally what I was just referring to. Oh my God.
Parker, you don't even understand neurons.
Dude, what are you talking? Like how you're just literally saying I don't
We
understand.
can move
things,
away
you're not
from this, but
engaging
you
in
don't
what
even
I'm saying.
understand brain dead individuals. You
No,
bring
yeah,
up
of
brain
course
dead
you want to move
individuals in
away
your
from
argument.
this.
It doesn't. You don't even understand that.
What are you talking about?
You don't even understand how somebody is perceived.
No, I want you to acknowledge the fact that there are what's it called, reflexes that exist in the context of brain dead individuals, and there are also neurons that fire
You're
within the
speaking
context
of
of brain dead
peripheral
individuals.
reflexes. You're not speaking of cranial reflexes. You're not speaking of.
So you agree? Wait, platform. I like how you move the goalpost on all of those claims. I said reflexes, and I said neurons firing in the brain. Both of those claims are accurate fucking claims. Okay?
Wait, they're not firing in the brain, Parker. They can't fire in the brain. If a brain dead individual is brain dead, they are not firing because it is not being sent anywhere. The stimuli is gone in the brain. You could still see, like you said, I'll concede to the muscle reflex point, because you could still see a peripheral nerve that could fire, but when you talk about brain dead individuals, you cannot see there's no synapses happening. There are neurons that are firing.
I can send you stuff on that.
There's lesions in the nuclei. There's lesions in the nerve. This is what a brain dead individual is.
That doesn't mean that there's not a single neuron firing. There are still neurons firing.
Yes, it does, Parker.
I'm not saying every single neuron is firing. What I'm saying is that there are some neurons that are firing.
They all come from the 12. Every
you're
neuron
not
in the
understanding.
Stems off from
Send me
the
a
12.
source that. Oh my gosh! Send me a source that says there are no neurons that are firing when someone's brain dead.
In the brain, you're saying specifically.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait. Parker, you need to understand, when you talk about...
I'll literally concede if you say that, but
let me just tell you one thing really quick. When it comes to the 12 cranial nerves, I listed them off for you. Facial nerve does facial expression.
Can you please just, can you answer the
cranial nerves in the head that is getting this perception or getting this stuff?
Oh my gosh! Just stop yapulation mountains. Can you please just give me some actual legitimate source, man? Yeah. In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to your friends.
The first thing
I'm
that
moving
comes
to
up.
sub only chat here very soon, everyone. Because I do only have an hour left on the live, y'all. This is normally the time I turn on sub.
Cranial nerve clinical finding in brain death individuals. There's no cranial nerve function. No pupillary or cranial reflex.
Wait.
No.
Are there any
stimuli and motor responses? This is just normal things. We can get back to my argument.
So I have a question though. But you do agree that there's going to be at least some neuronal function within the brain when it's brain dead?
No.
So there's no neuronal function in the brain. There's no neurons firing, not a single one.
In the brain, no. You do not see neurons firing within the brain when you're brain dead.
What do
you not understand about this?
You literally do. I literally told you, look up frontier sin. Look up phallographic activity after brain death. Literally, these are two different studies from the NIH. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Go to.
But it's still neurons. That's all I'm saying. It's still neurons.
The diagnosis of brain death. Go to diagnosis of brain death on PubMed.
Okay.
And then and it's going to run through each cranial nerve, and it's going to
I appreciate the Cash App.
It's going to run you through all 12 cranial nerves, and they're going to say, examination of the patient's absence of spontaneous movement, decerebrate or decorate, whatever the posturing seizures, shivering, response to verbal stimuli, and responses to non-anxious stimuli, administered through cranial nerve pathway. There's an absent pupillary reflex. There's an absent corneal, ocular, cephalic, cough, and gag reflex. That's for cranial nerve number 3. Spinal reflexes, like I said, may be present. That's peripheral. That's not the brain. Absent ocular vestibular reflex. Hold on. Cranial nerve 0002. Trigeminal. Can't test it. Can't test it because they're brain dead. 5. Failure of heart rate increase. Absent respiratory efforts. These are all testing the cranial nerves. Here we go. Pupils, no response. Ocular motor nerve. No ocular cephalic reflex. No deviation of the eyes. No corneal reflex. No jaw reflex.
I like how, again, none of these things relate to like what I'm saying. Like
Parker,
okay,
you don't even understand cranial nerves.
You don't understand shit either.
What?
Platform, you're not a fucking neuroscientist, okay?
Parker, this is what I studied.
Taken a course where you had to memorize stuff. Dude, you're an evidence-based chiropractor, okay?
No,
you're not a neuroscientist.
We're mixed chiropractic.
You're not a neuroscientist.
We're physicians first. We're physicians first. So
you're not a neuroscientist.
Once again, Parker, I can run you through all the tests of cranial nerves. We can test these things if they're functioning or not. If there's no reflex in these, if you can't feel stimuli, if there's no motor function, then these cranial nerves are not working. These are things you test in brain dead individuals.
Dude, I'm not okay. Again, I'm specifically saying there are neurons that are firing, and we have EEG readings within the context of brain dead individuals. I can send you multiple sources. I have literally told you the title. You can look up encephalographic activity after brain death, EEG readings after brain death,
Did
and
I
empirical
say
EEG analysis and brain death
firing?
diagnostic for adults.
When did I say that peripheral nerves are not firing? I'm talking in the brain. I'm talking about cranial nerves. I'm talking about brain dead individuals. I'm talking about in the brain. That's what we're speaking about.
These are in the brain.
What do you
in
not
the brain.
get?
What are you talking about?
Muscle reflex is not the brain. If you did jaw reflex,
talking
that's
EEG
the brain,
readings.
but it's not working. Jaw reflex is cranial nerve, facial nerve.
Dude, I'm talking EEG readings, man. Can you just dude, I literally,
you don't
what
even
about what I'm saying is wrong when it relates to this?
You don't even understand
I don't
EEG
fully understand it, neither do you. You're not a fucking neuroscientist, you're a chiropractor.
Dude, I know you're trying to come at my degree, and I know I'll make a lot more money than your little lives are making, but I promise you I know what I'm talking about.
Jerry, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate the 11-month. Thank you so much.
Parker,
I don't know why you bring up money.
It's crazy to me that you're so
platform. You know what?
So
I feel the insecurity. I feel the insecurity rating off of you for how much money you make.
Parker, I'm not worried about my money. I can promise you that. That's not what I'm saying.
You made all your money by winning a lawsuit, dude. Chill out, man.
No. This is how I debate, Parker. You know this. We've debated before. I yell. I get worked up.
And you make dumb points every single time you come on live, and you just try to bring up money. Money. You literally just brought up money.
Because you bring up chiropractic every time I debate with you, but you know nothing about my school.
No,
you don't understand. There's only 3 schools in the country that are my school. My school scores the best on. My school scores the best on the country on boards.
Of course, you think whatever the fuck you think. Okay, I'm saying you're not a neuroscientist. Hey, platform, be quiet. You are not a neuroscientist. You're saying that I don't understand neuroscience? Neither do you. You are literally a chiropractor.
Parker.
Stop acting like you understand everything when it relates to neuroscience. Neither of us do. Clearly, we don't.
Parker, do you want to know
I don't care what classes you're taking, platform. I don't care what class. You're a fucking chiropractor. I don't care what classes you're taking, man. Can you please engage further? Because all you're doing is you're using.
You're crazy, dude. You're using this. This is so funny to me. First off, we study neuroanatomy, we study neurophysiology, we do all of the neuros that you could ever think of in my school. We score the best in neuro in the country on neuro when it comes to the chiropractic exams. So we are not your typical Palmer chiropractic who goes and just adjusts back. That's not what we do. We do functional neurology at my school. Do you not understand this stuff?
Yeah, but I don't think that you're a neuroscientist. Platform. I'm making the argument you're not a neuroscientist.
You can basically call us neuroscientists.
Is that a crazy claim? Is that a crazy claim to say you're not a neuroscientist? Okay.
It's my degree in neuroscience.
Wow. No.
Okay, so when you bring up chiropractic and you say, "Oh, you're insecure about money," brother, I got plenty of money. I can tell you that. That's not what I'm insecure about. You're insecure that I'm going to be a chiropractor, and you're insecure that we're physicians in my state, and that we're going to be practicing with functional neurologists. We're going to be doing all of this neuron shit that you're talking about.
Neuron shit that you're talking about, dude. No, you had no fucking clue, right? You didn't even read any of the
Parker,
papers that you could find first on fucking Google.
Parker, look at your chat.
Okay, people are literally saying going to be a chiropractor, question mark.
Parker, it's just, okay, let's get back to why it's wrong for abortion, but I can promise you I know a ton about neuroscience, neuroanatomy. I take all of the neuros you can think of in our school. There's 600 level classes. We know tracks. We probably know maybe just as much, maybe sometimes even more than some of the neuroscientists out there.
Of fucking course you think that, because you have a massive ego and you're absolutely illiterate. Okay? Platform. You have no fucking clue.
Dog,
you have no fucking clue. You do not know more than neuroscientists.
Neuro. This is all neuro.
You're an evidence-based chiropractor. You're not a neuroscientist. Stop thinking you're a neuroscientist.
We're mixed chiropractic. We're physicians first, and then we're chiropractors next. We adjust the spine to assist in the things that we're actually doing.
Yeah, and you literally you don't know all of neuroscience. I promise you, neuroscientists definitely know more about neuroscience.
I'm not claiming I know everything about neuroscience.
You know.
I'm still in my first.
You said that you guys know more about neuroscience than neuroscientists.
I can promise you, we have my professors are MDs that came back.
Oh my gosh! Okay. Can we actually get to
let's get back to the point, please. But I can promise you.
Okay, thank you for the $20 Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
This is what you pro-choicers do every time you debate me.
So
you bring up chiropractic like it's some diss. It's not a diss.
No, I'm not. Platform. I'm not trying to diss you, chiropractor.
But it's not a diss, Parker.
Listen. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I'm just showing you that you are literally not a fucking neuroscientist. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Okay, and you know literally zero about anything when it comes to brain dead individuals. So please don't speak on it because you know nothing.
I know some. I just don't know.
No,
I don't
you know
everything.
nothing.
I'm not a neuroscientist.
You know nothing. You told me that somebody who's brain dead can perceive smell. Are you crazy?
I did not say that. I did not say that.
I have it recorded.
Not what I said. You're actually gaslighting, Platform.
I
literally did not say that.
We can get back to parental
I know. Play it. Play the recording. Play the recording right now.
Absolutely.
Do it.
You said yes right after I asked the question.
No.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Here we go. You said olfactory.
There are neurons.
No, you said olfactory. Hold on, right?
Yeah, that relates to.
Because I said there's neurons firing.
Do you know what the olfactory is for, Parker? Hold on, just give it a sec.
That relates to the different types of ways in which the brain interacts with each other. I'm confused what you're relating to.
Wait, hold on. I paused it. Wait. No, you said olfactory. Yeah,
that relates to the neurons that are firing.
Do you know what the olfactory is for, Parker?
Yeah, and then I described it as no. I thought it was nose or touch or something like that.
No, you specifically said
olfactory.
You specifically, Parker, said that you said you can perceive a sense of smell when you're brain dead. That's what you said.
I did not say that. No, I did not.
Yes, you can. Yes, you did. You said there's EMG readings, or you said there's EMG.
I said there are EEG readings that never said you could perceive smell. I never said that.
Yes, you did.
I like how Platform makes a point I literally never said. Unironically.
No, you did. That's why I was dying laughing when you said it, brother. Okay, let's get back to the whole pro-life debate. Why is there no parental obligation to bring this child to term if it's in its natural environment?
Yeah, because it's not going to be sentient, right? It doesn't meet my standard of being human and sentient, right? That would be my standard that would grant it value.
Take away the human because Parker, every single pro-choicer that you talk to, when they say sentience,
thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Just admit you don't care that it's human.
I'm moving to sub-only chat, by the way. If you want me to move off,
I wonder why.
It's
I wonder why.
I already said it earlier. I literally 30 minutes late on turning it to sub-only. Do you want me to turn it off? I'll turn it off. Because I do it for the last hour of my life every single day.
Do what you want, but
no. I want to clarify what I'm doing. I do this for the last hour of my life every single day, right? Regardless. So I'm because I wanted you to think that I wasn't trying to just turn off the thing.
You're good. You're good. I get it. So this is going to be my point. This is where I'm going to stand when it comes to why abortion is completely wrong. Federally should be illegal, and I think that birth control should be completely taken off the market. So
birth control?
Yes, absolutely. When we talk about endometriosis and stuff like that, we can change the name of birth control, but it is no longer going to be birth control to control birth or to control pregnancies. We would just simply change the name of the medicine for those people with endometriosis. So I would take birth control completely off the market simply, and I'll give you my reasons quick because I'm not going to debate birth control with you. I just think ethically, doctors, and morally, it's wrong to allow women to take something that's causing blood clots, causing massive weight gains, to causing infertility, cavity, causing potential cancers within the cervix. These are all things that we're seeing with long-term use of birth control, but nobody wants to talk about it. Birth control is very, very bad for the human body. Very bad. And I don't think just because there's a less than a 1% chance of becoming pregnancy that you should be able, becoming pregnant, that you should be able to take birth control because you feel the need.
What are the rates? What are the rates in which these happen?
What happened?
What are the rates in which these? Well, appreciate it. Again, everyone, if you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App's in the bio. I'm not able to get any gifts here on TikTok, so if you want to support me, that is the way to do so. Cam, thank you for the subscription. Tasha, I appreciate the subscription as well. Thank you.
My other thing, I'm going to get your source. Why are we testing? Tell me this. When we look at birth control in women, why do we see women having to go through like 7 different trials of birth control to see which one works for them? Like, we're literally testing on humans. This is completely and ethically wrong.
Well, if people want to be a part of the test, that's fine. Katrina, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And I'd have to see if it's specifically being tested. Like, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Because I would say that there are clinical trials and there are like human trial, other types of trials that happen prior to the human trials. Dylan, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And as well, thank you so much. Probably be due to the fact that we use Tylenol the most, right? And isn't this in relation to abuse of it?
Why are we allowing people to use Tylenol if it's causing the most
people are saying that's
failures?
Some people are saying that's due to pain medication like Tylenol 3, not Tylenol alone.
No, it's Tylenol.
Sorry, it's
Tylenol. It's acetaminophen. It's all under the same.
Is it from overuse or is it from normal use?
It could be normal use consecutively. So they could say, oh, you're taking it this many days in a row for this amount of time, which would cause acute liver failure.
Is that as recommended or prescribed?
Yeah, as recommended or prescribed. So if you take it every day, they don't say don't take it in consecutive days. It just says take this amount per day. You can only take this amount per day, but it still can cause acute liver failure among people over a period of time. Same thing with ibuprofen with stomach ulcers.
Sure. Maybe those effects do exist. Amy, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kara, thank you so much. Or Kara, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Yeah, that might exist, but like that, I mean, I wouldn't say it's at probably the rates in which you were mentioning.
Here we go.
I appreciate the subscription.
A study found that 662 patients met the established acute liver failure criteria for coagulotherapy or coagulopathy and encephalopathy, and that 42% of the patients had liver failure associated with acetaminophen liver injury. 42%. Just in that study.
How much do they take?
Let me look.
Yeah, like what's the dosage?
Yeah.
Panda, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Everyone, if you do want to support me, subscribing is one of the best ways to do so. You get access to the sub-only chat, plus you get access to subscriber-only emotes. We're like number 7 or number 8 in the world right now, so if you do want to support me, everyone, it's a great way to do so, everyone. Plus,
So
there's Venmo
first
and
off,
Cash App in the bio, everyone.
In 1998, 28%, 51% in 2003, and it also said the median dose was ingested. So the average dose of what you should be taking of Tylenol was ingested, and this still caused acute liver failure in 51% of
median and average are different, but median dosage was used. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Yeah, 24 grams.
So I can...
Yeah, it's going to be...
and what are the impacts of acute liver failure?
What do you mean?
Caitlin, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Like, what are the impacts? Like, does it like lead to like the death of someone? Does it lead to like what particular negative impacts? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Let me look up all the things.
Thank you for the subscription.
First off, why would you ever want your liver to acutely fail in general? Your liver is one of the most important organs in the body.
Yeah, no, but I just want to know the impacts of it, because like the name of it might sound worse than like it actually is. Like, for example, like myocarditis sounds like a really, really, really scary thing. But vaccine-induced myocarditis, right, typically goes away like within like a day or two. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Given the fact that they use like the particular prescribed stuff.
Are in the ER
Wendy,
right
appreciate
now?
the subscription. Thank you so much.
Do you know how many doctors before the time of COVID, they were saying that they only saw maybe 2 times in a year they would see somebody with myocarditis, which is inflammation of the myocardium within the heart.
It's COVID, by the way. COVID.
It's not.
COVID causes it at higher rates.
Show me what virus has ever caused myocarditis within the
Appreciate the description. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Like the
Give me
COVID.
one
Show me how
virus.
COVID causes myocarditis.
What? Yeah. Show me how show me how the virus caused myocarditis inflammation within the heart. Please.
I got you. It's been a second since I've looked at this. David, thank you for the $20 cash app. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Even your
Thank you so much.
Dr. Fauci that you follow is going back on what he's saying. He's starting to say, oh yeah, it could cause, and they are also telling you this vaccine is safe and effective. When has a vaccine ever been 100% safe and 100% effective, Parker? When is any medicine?
It wasn't 100% safe or 100% effective. They never
said it was safe and effective. They never gave numbers. That means it is safe and effective.
Safe and effective does not mean 100%. They did give numbers. They said 94 to 95%.
And it's still not even that.
No one said 100%. You can look up COVID-19. Look up COVID-19, myocarditis, and pericarditis.
No, you tell me.
I just told you the title.
Yeah, what does it say? I'm not gonna. I'm looking up your acute.
It's doing actually a comparison between the two. The incidence of myocarditis pre-COVID was reported 1 to 10 cases / 100,000 individuals, and with COVID ranging from 150 to 4,000 cases per 100,000 individuals.
And how many of those individuals were vaccinated?
It goes into explain that stuff later.
Acute liver failure can lead to bacterial and fungal infection within the body, but that's called, you can eventually go into septic shock, which lead to death. But these are things that they don't want to talk about. Yeah, so how many of those individuals were vaccinated, Parker?
It does not say. I appreciate the description. Thank you so much.
It's funny how it doesn't say, because why are we seeing medical hospitals and ERs?
I just haven't read it yet.
Well, I'm telling you right now, we're seeing more people who are vaccinated in the hospitals on ventilators than people who are not vaccinated. Even Fauci came out and said that being natural immunity is the best immunity. He said this 20 years ago. These are things that they pulled up from so long ago that you guys are brainwashed to believe, which is fine. That's not my problem. I didn't get no vaccine, that's for sure. But when you talk about these things, you got to understand the actual science. I asked you to read a book. It's called Dissolving Illusions, and I'm sure you still never read this book. I want to get away from
I've been extremely busy. I told you I was extremely busy.
Let's get back
I'm gonna read it. I haven't had time. I've told you. You can also look up clinical considerations of myocarditis after COVID-19 vaccines, and it compares.
Parker, my page better not get taken down. This is why you bring me into these conversations, because you want me banned. This is what you do.
Platform, you know I'm not doing that. You're trolling.
No, this is what you do. You're smiling. You know it too. I don't care to be banana. That's not a problem.
I just think it's ridiculous. I'm not trying to get you banned. Platform, I've told you a million times I'm not trying to get you banned. I don't care. Like, why would I bring you up if I'm trying to get you banned? Like, wouldn't I just not add you up like Dean?
No. Right. Exactly. Dean is scared to debate me. Dean won't ever.
No, I'm making a joke. I'm making a joke because you were freaking out about it.
No, do you see I'm in his live? I'll be in there for an hour. He won't let me up. He doesn't want to debate me. I'm pro-life. He doesn't want to debate me. I'm gay, right? I'm being why gay is being or whatever. It's wrong to be gay.
No, he'll debate you.
No, he won't.
I just think you wanted to debate other people at the time.
Ask Dean. He sees me in there. I was number 3 in his live for literally 2 hours.
I'll ask him. I'll ask him about it. I'll ask him about it. And if you want him to come up on the YouTube thing, you can do that too.
Absolutely, bring him up. But let's get back to pro-life.
You just want to go over it. Yeah, let's go with the pro-life, pro-choice thing. We can go over the whole vaccination things. We can do that when we do the research live.
Yeah, and I got my YouTube page going, so it's gonna. We go on that. We'll go on my page. We're not going on yours because you're not allowed. You're not going to be muting me because I know you want to. I heard you say it live.
Platform. The only reason I have to mute you is because you are constantly an overtalker.
But are you not?
Right.
And Dean's not. You guys both do the same thing.
Dean is. I'm an overtalker when you say some actual wrong shit. You're an overtalker just for fun.
Well, because sometimes you just say wrong things that you need to be.
No, I don't. And what I said isn't wrong. You just literally just want to cut me off.
When you talked about olfactory nerve, you were wrong. Just to let you know, but we can move past that.
So
these are my reasons.
Not in terms of the idea that neurons are firing in the brain, in terms of the idea that
and they're not. Parker.
Exist.
Just concede to it.
Again, we can go over that. You will concede to that at some point.
No, you will not.
'cause I sent you a source
I'm going
on
to get
that.
like 10 different doctors from my school, and I'm going to ask them the same question, and I'm going to record all of them, and I'm going to send you the recording and say, are there neurons firing within the brain when there is a brain dead individual? And I can promise you they're going to
say can there be? Can there be?
Can there be? They're going to say no, Parker. This is brain dead. This is what we test in brain dead individuals. You don't understand brain dead activity. When the spinal cord, when the brain stem shuts off, there's no function in the brain.
Yeah, so how about we go up to neuroscientists and we ask them that question?
Yeah, and I have neuroscientists. Like I said, there's professors at my school that are neuroscientists that are pulmonologists.
You're talking about your school, right?
They're pulmonologists. They have MDs. They have NDs. They have multiple degrees. They're like 60 years old.
But these are MDs in your state, right? These MDs are not given in any other state.
Wait, what do you mean?
Aren't these MDs like only specific to like your state and only a few others, or like?
An MD can practice anywhere in the country. What are you talking about?
No.
Doctor.
No. Don't you have like a different classification for MD?
No, we have.
I swear, I thought you said that. I must be mistaken.
My program has naturopathic doctors and doctor of chiropractors. That's what we have, and allopath. That's all. But we have MDs that have came back to get their NDs. So their MDs are just a medical doctor that can practice anywhere in the country. But they're
so are you an MD as a chiropractor in your state?
What? No, we're not MDs in my state. MD is completely different than a DC or an OD or a DO.
No. I know. I thought you said that earlier. Sorry, I must have misheard you.
No, and they have multiple degrees. People at my school, even students, have an MD, and they're back at our school because they want to get away from the pharmaceutical companies, allopathic medicine.
Yeah, have I taught you how?
No, I said physician in my state. We are considered primary care physicians, DCs in my state. And you can look this up. It'll tell you right away, right on the first page of Google. We are considered primary care physicians. We cannot prescribe pharmaceuticals, and we cannot do surgeries.
So
look it up.
Charis, thank you so much for the $5 cash app. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
State of Illinois are chiropractors considered physicians? Because I want this to be cleared up for everybody who watches, because you guys love to say that we're not physicians in my state. So in the state of Illinois,
sent me a pulmonologist is for respiratory stuff, not neuron. I don't know.
Yeah, but they have MDs. They specialize in pulmonology. They specialize in lungs. This is just different. MDs have specializations within like cardiologists or like neurologists.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
These are all just different specializations after you get your MD. This is just residency stuff. Look up, Parker. Parker, really quick, for my sake, look up, are chiropractors considered physicians in the state of Illinois? Yes or no?
Oh, you live in Illinois?
Yeah.
I grew up in Iowa.
Oh,
you know where Quad Cities is?
Yeah, right. It's like 3 hours.
That's where I grew up.
Okay, yeah. I almost went to the school.
So what do you want me to look up again?
Look up, are chiropractors considered physicians in the state of Illinois? Because you guys love to bash my school.
The states that do not consider them are California, Colorado, Georgia, Hawaii, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Minnesota, Montana. Yeah, so it seems like Illinois does.
Exactly. So we could see patients, we could see patients as an MD sees patients, but we cannot prescribe pharmaceuticals, and we cannot do surgeries. Yes. No, you just told me. You just read it. Okay, let me show you. Illinois does not define chiropractic. No, I just said we cannot use the use of drugs or operative surgery. That's what I told you. We're not allowed to do, we cannot prescribe pharmaceuticals, and we cannot do surgery. I told you this, but we are considered physicians. And by the way, in the state of Oregon, I'm pretty sure they can, and New Mexico, they can, now they're starting to prescribe pharmaceuticals. In 1965, the AMA, the American Medical Association, was sued the fuck out of because they were talking about the mixed chiropractors in a way that they were talking about your traditional chiropractors who believe that they can adjust the spine and cure any disease. This is not the same chiropractic school.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Let's get back to the debate.
Look into this stuff, but yeah. So like the questions I'm going to ask about like pro-life, pro-choice, they're just going to be related to how much like we value the entity. You're saying you value it at conception. I'm saying I value it at a later date. Have you already established the life future sentience view yet, or are you still just on a life? Yeah.
I'm on a moral obligation, more stance.
Oh yeah, no, but like it's like when's that moral obligation like granted? Because like I believe in moral obligations too.
When life begins at conception, because it's of the human species. It's
Are you against IUDs?
What?
Are you against IUDs?
Absolutely.
You are?
Yes.
So would you be friends with someone who had an IUD?
Just because I don't agree with something doesn't mean I don't respect somebody. Just same thing with the transgender individuals.
Would you be friends with a murderer?
That is something that's morally wrong. I don't think getting an IUD is morally wrong.
But like it does murder.
No, I wouldn't be friends with a murderer.
Well, IUDs, they actually not only can they prevent like fertilization, but they can also prevent implantation. So a zygote implanting into uterine wall, which would kill a life after conception. So that would be so they'd be murderers under your view.
Yeah. I just told you I don't agree with any birth control.
Would you be friends with a murderer?
No, so therefore, no, I wouldn't be friends with somebody with an IUD. I don't know what you want me to tell you. But I'll stay consistent. I'll stay consistent. No.
You won't be friends.
The girl that I was dating, she had an IUD. She got it taken out because of me.
But you still dated her even though she had an IUD in the past. So you dated a past murderer.
She got rid of the IUD. She got
Wait, platform. You dated a past murderer.
No, she's not. How can somebody be a murderer if they're not having sex?
Platform, you dated. Wait, so they never had sex before, but they had an IUD?
No, they used condoms. They weren't getting pregnant. There was no sperm entering into them.
Wait, yeah, they weren't getting pregnant because the IUD was working.
No, there was no sperm entering into them. They were using condoms.
Wait, so you dated a murderer?
Did you hear anything I said, Parker? I swear you jump around from like to just perceive what you want to perceive. Like, do you have genuine conversations, or you just like
condoms never break. Condoms never break. Platform.
Oh no, they break. That's not what I'm saying.
Condoms always work, 100%. Definitely not 85% of the time.
It's not relevant to. You're trying to make something analogous to unaliving an innocent human being. This is where the problem is. And I know condoms break often. Trust me. I know. That's not what I'm saying. But my thing is like, if I dropped you in the middle of the ocean, Parker, would I expect you to survive? Like if you're allowing people to remove this fetus or take this fetus out of the body, you say sentience, you're still ending the life. If I put you in the middle of the ocean, would I expect you to survive with no land around, no food, no water? No, you're going to get eaten by these animals because it's not your natural environment. And I'm not going through the naturalistic route, but I'm just telling you that's part of a reason that you should be keeping these babies in your stomach because it is morally wrong.
Am I in a natural environment right now? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Yes.
No, I'm not, dude.
Yes, you are. Do you have food, shelter, water? Yeah, food,
dude,
shelter.
How is this
water.
a natural? How is me inside of the context of my room?
No? You have food, shelter,
Is that a
and water.
natural environment?
Do you have food, shelter, and water?
Yes, and that's not a natural environment.
Yes, that is a natural environment.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. And then I'm also going to bring up
how is this a natural environment?
Are you covered under a roof?
I'm in a building. Yes, that's not natural. What building?
Dude,
wait, do you see buildings like we live in?
Bullshit.
Do you see apartment buildings in nature outside of the context of human beings?
Dog. It's not, okay, when you're looking at like monkeys, like they have shelter. They have food, they have water. That's their natural environment. I'm just saying, when it comes to natural environments, that is one of the reasons why I think that we should not be allowed, we should be morally obligated to bring this fetus to term and then safely transfer care, just like in the circumstance that if you had a 1-year-old child who was at home and the mother wanted to withdraw consent, she must safely transfer care. Same exact deal.
Holy
That's
shit.
The first thing I'm going to say.
Anastasia. Holy fuck. Can we get a W for Anastasia in the chat right now, everyone? Anastasia just sent a fucking $100 cash tab. Can we get a W for Anastasia Grace in the comment section everyone right now? W Anastasia. Oh my gosh, that's actually insane. Sorry, can you restate what you just said at the end? I apologize.
No, I'm going to move away from natural environment. But babies also didn't put themselves into this situation, so that's not fair for them for you to be able to just take this baby out of this situation.
Oh, okay. Is getting an abortion when someone gets raped, is that wrong?
Yes.
Oh, so you think so a minor who gets raped, they can't get an abortion?
That's where it would become doctor's discretion. Like if it's affecting, if they're like maybe 16 or younger, then it would be like
If they're medically able to and they're 12 years old, and they got raped,
no,
should they get an abortion?
I would say anybody under the age of 16 is not medically able to bring a child to term because of grape.
No. There are some that are medically able.
No, I don't
right?
care. I don't care.
And you don't care?
I don't care. My stance is 16 years old and younger. If you are graped and you become pregnant, you are not obligated to bring this child to term.
Yeah, so if you get graped as a 16-year-old, you are obligated?
I said 16 and younger. So 17-year-old, you're obligated, yes.
Okay, so a 17-year-old is obligated after they get graped to take care of a child and to birth them.
Yes.
After getting graped.
Yes. What did this child do? Why is it this child's fault that it's in this situation? This child has done nothing wrong to be in this situation. Why are we making one wrong and making it right with two wrongs don't make a right? We always hear that saying, right, Parker? So one wrong.
I don't think it's okay to force a woman to go through a pregnancy.
Okay, but you also think it's okay to end
who was raped? I don't think it's okay to force a. I don't care. I don't think it's okay.
But it's one wrong.
Let me finish. I don't think it's okay to force a woman who was raped to go through pregnancy.
Okay, but
Sean, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much.
All you pro-choicers are going to fall short on this. You're going to die on this hill because then we're going to start to see women accusing men of grape when they never did anything. They're going to go in and get grape kits when they've just been. Let's say it's their partner. Let's say it's somebody they've been with for 10 years.
These exceptions already exist. These exceptions already exist. So you're saying this is happening right now?
Parker, what do you mean? Yes, all the time. People are being accused of grape.
Appreciate the description. Thank you so much. No,
abortion's not illegal
accusations
right
just so that they get an abortion.
No, because abortion's not illegal.
In places, there are places like, say, for example, in Europe, they have actually like.
Give me one place that it's illegal.
I want you to fucking shut up for a second so I can finish. Okay? Can you just be quiet for a second, buddy?
Sure.
Just shut your mouth. Close the fucking thing. Okay?
No, I don't shut my mouth.
Well, I'm gonna make you shut your mouth if you don't shut the fuck up, dude. So sorry. What were we just saying, chat? Literally every single time he does this. Europe. Okay. Platform likes doing this. He's literally smiling because he does this shit. So Europe, they have harsher restrictions on when you can. Like at 13 weeks is typically like what we see in Europe. Like from 10 to 13 weeks. But they have extremely large amounts of exceptions. So they have exceptions associated with this. Are you saying that this is extremely prevalent in those countries?
Wait.
And by the way, holy shit, Amanda W in the comment section. Thank you for the $50 cash app, Amanda. W Amanda in the comment section right now. Let's go chat.
Where is it fully illegal, Parker? I don't care. 13 weeks, you can still go get an abortion. You typically find out around 4 weeks that you're pregnant.
Up until that time.
And plus, if you're raped, you should be going to get a pregnancy test within the first 2 weeks.
You might not know you're pregnant.
Sure, first 4 weeks.
Might not know you're pregnant.
Okay, first 5 weeks.
Might not know you're pregnant.
Yes, you will. At 5 weeks, you'll know you're pregnant, Parker.
No, that's not true. No. There's called cryptic pregnancies. Please look it up.
Do you know?
And also, by the way, in Missouri, it's illegal.
That's because they didn't.
Melissa, thank you for the cash app. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Melissa, for the $20.
Isn't because they're not pregnant, Parker. It's a release of hormones, so you know you're pregnant through pee. Cryptic pregnancies doesn't mean that just means they did not test themselves. That doesn't mean that they're not at 5 weeks. They don't know if they're pregnant or not. They just don't understand. They never went and got the test done. That's a cryptic pregnancy.
No. So there are people that don't know who haven't gotten the test done.
Yeah, because they didn't get the test done.
Thank you
but
so much.
At 5 weeks, you know if you're pregnant. It's called a cryptic because you didn't know you were pregnant, and so you never went and got it tested. You never thought you were going to be pregnant.
No. Actually, wait. You were wrong. So a cryptic pregnancy is when a pregnant person doesn't know that they are pregnant.
I get that. So they don't go get a test. Why would they go get a test if they don't think they're pregnant? If at 5 weeks, if you think you're pregnant, you can't have a cryptic pregnancy if you get a test and it says you're pregnant. It's not going to tell you you're not pregnant at 5 weeks.
But you don't know, so you don't get tested.
Right. But a test at 5, if you're grape, we're talking about grape. If we're talking about grape, if you're grape, then at 5 weeks, 4 weeks, you should be getting tested if you're pregnant.
You won't necessarily know if you're pregnant. And also, by the way, so you're saying
Parker, do you know what pregnancy does?
Yeah. Again, a cryptic pregnancy would be defined by the fact that they don't know. So it couldn't be a corrupted pregnancy if they didn't know. I mean, if they did know.
Yeah, but Parker, you're not understanding. If they're raped, then I'm requiring them to get a test within 5 weeks. At 5 weeks, 6 weeks, you must get a test. Plus, I don't even give exceptions to.
That's if you know you're pregnant, dude. How do you know you're at 5 or 6 weeks if you haven't gotten?
If you were raped, then why
pregnant?
wouldn't you go check to see if you're pregnant?
Because you're fucking traumatized. That's the last thing you're worrying about. I might argue that, like, in those circumstances,
trauma, right? Abortion's going to solve your trauma, right?
No, I never said abortion solves trauma. What I am saying is that they should have the choice. If that is the best choice for them in that scenario, that is their best choice.
Up until 9 months.
Wait, for if they were raped.
Yeah.
Yeah, up until they would know.
Okay, so if a baby is crowning, are they allowed to unalive this baby?
You can't unalive, but you can terminate pregnancy.
No. I'm asking, can they unalive?
Not in a lethal sense. It's not a lethal sense of termination, but you can terminate.
The definition of abortion is just terminating a pregnancy. So I'm talking elective.
Yeah. So, but we're not talking lethal termination. We're just talking induction of labor.
Okay, so I mean, fine, but I still would. I don't give any exceptions to rape, unless they're 16 or younger.
You should, right?
No, I should.
So wait, why do you grant?
I just told you it's going to cause a big problem with when it comes to giving exceptions to rape. It's going to cause a massive problem with influx of women going in and saying they were raped, and then these men are going to
let me ask you a question. A medically able 16-year-old, should they have the ability to get an abortion?
If they were raped?
Yeah.
Yeah, I already told you 16 and younger.
They should be able to get an abortion?
Yes, 16 and younger.
Why?
Because I don't think, I just don't think it's going to be medically plausible for this child to carry this baby.
No, they're medically able. It was characterized by they're medically able.
I said I don't think it's plausible. I don't think it's like a real. I don't think
platform. Did you actually know that, like, throughout most of society, it was the case that, like, people literally had kids at that age?
I know my grandma.
I'm not saying they should. I'm saying you should not. But what I'm saying is that you are medically able at that point, right? But regardless of whether or not you're medically able, that doesn't mean you should be forced to when you're a minor, because you didn't consent. Like,
the problem is with these questions is you try to paint us out to be bad people by saying that they should not. This is such a small amount of people. It's sad that you guys paint us out to be bad people because you want to bring up these such, like, literally 0.00001% of kids or people.
Wait, platform. If it's such a small amount of people, then why are you referencing the fetuses that would be unalived by these people who got abortions? If it's such a small amount of people,
what do you mean?
You're referencing the individuals that are going to get aborted from them. You're still saying it's wrong. If it's not that many people, let them get abortions.
Yeah, but then under my view, technically, Parker, it would be contradictive of my point.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying. So just because it's a small amount of circumstances doesn't mean anything.
You just want me to say this for your chat, for your 4.2 thousand people to sound like I'm a bad person. But in reality, I'm talking about the 97% of elective abortions, the 650,000 plus babies in America each year that are unalive or unjust.
Then platform, then say that you are okay with someone who's raped getting an abortion.
Why do you want, this is your problem with you pro-choicers. You guys want us to say this, but you won't say it's okay for mass genocide to happen.
What? That's not genocide.
Do you support mass genocide, Parker? Do you support mass genocide?
It's not unjust. It's not. No, I do not, because it's not unjust killing. Okay.
Yeah, it's very unjust killing. There's no reason for the killing. There's no reason that we're killing this population of people.
What?
Besides, so because it's not.
So it is absolutely justified.
Do you support mass genocide, Parker? Yes or no?
Someone has the ability. No, I do not support mass genocide. It is absolutely okay for someone to get an abortion prior to sentience, as it is the case that, like, they are going to be upholding their bodily autonomy for an individual in which is not sentient.
I didn't ask you that. I asked if you support the
genocide relates to the unjust killing.
Yeah, it's the unjust killing. There's no justification for killing a human life. There's no justification.
There is absolutely justification for having an abortion prior to sentience. Piper, thank you for the subscription. I
This
appreciate
is
it.
where
Thank
we're
you.
going to go back to sentience. Once again, you bring up 18 to 24 weeks. I'm telling you, there's studies showing at 18 weeks, 16 weeks. So we must charge these women with first degree if this is what you're going to say.
No,
Secondly,
they're
I'm
not.
gonna
They're not.
say you're
No, they're not
inconsistent
showing.
because
No,
sentience is based off of just
Platform, you're lying.
experience.
Platform, you're lying. We literally.
No, I'm
just
not
went over
lying.
these
This is
points.
just
So the studies you can send me those. You have yet to send me those. And then secondly, when it relates to what was the second claim you made? Sorry, I wanted to address that. You were making you're bringing up like the animal ethics point. So again, I brought up a conjunction between human and sentience. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. If they don't have both of those, then they're not considered to a greater level of value. The same way that you apply a conjunction of human plus life, not just life. You don't care about microorganisms. You don't care about plants. You don't care about any of those entities. You care about human beings.
Yeah, human.
So you have a conjunction of
we
human
care about
and life.
Humans.
Yeah, human life.
Humans we care about. So when it determines
human life.
No, it determines the stage of life that they're in. That's where we come to determine whether this is just or not. No, it's not. It's not.
It's
the fact.
life.
There's a moral obligation when it comes to human, Parker.
Are you okay with the death penalty?
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
There's no reason some other human should be unaliving somebody else for no unjust reasons.
Well, I don't actually have an issue with us unaliving like Hitler or something, but like there's going to be innocent people that die.
Why wouldn't we let these people suffer? Why are we like this is where your moral standards just are off because you don't believe in God and I do. I think that God will judge them. I don't think I need to be judging them.
So you don't okay, so is it wrong for what Hitler did?
Yes,
subscription. Thank you so much.
I'm saying judge them in a way.
You literally just judged it. Thank you very much.
I didn't mean judge. I meant I shouldn't be judging them in a way that's going to make like I said, two wrongs don't make a right, Parker.
What?
Two wrongs don't make a right. So just because Hitler did something wrong doesn't mean me unaliving Hitler is going to make it right. Nothing's going to make that situation right.
Okay. So you think self-defense is not justified?
Are you vaping, Parker?
Huh? No, you think self-defense is not justified?
Two wrongs don't make. No, I don't know. I don't think like. No, I.
No, if I was, I got to do the Dean thing.
Yeah. No, I think it is justified.
Like, dude. Wait. So sorry. What do you think is justified again? I apologize. I
think self-defense is justified.
Yeah, but like when you say killing someone's a bad action.
Yeah, but if your life's in danger, then if it's your life over, this just goes back to ethics.
Yeah, so the bad action is justified. The bad action is justified for a greater good because you saved your life.
For a greater good, sure, but it's like you're saving your own life over somebody else's life. It's just not. You're not putting Hitler in jail would be just as like bad or good as killing him.
Is it wrong for me to throw you in jail?
No.
Oh, so if I just held you in a jail cell in my own house,
if I did nothing wrong,
for months, that wouldn't be wrong?
No, if I did nothing wrong, then yeah, that would be wrong.
So there would be reason to justify it, right? If you did something wrong.
There would be a reason to justify it, but doesn't mean end my life. Why do you think this is where your morals
wait, no, but you understand that the bad action of throwing you into a prison and throwing you into a cell, right, is justified because you did a bad action?
Yeah.
So that's the same thing when it relates to like the death penalty, right? Like, for example,
because
right,
you're ending
I'm against the death penalty in application terms, right? In terms of the fact that 4% of people die on death row, but I have no moral quandary, no moral issues with, particularly speaking, like us unaliving people like Hitler. No issues. Like if someone just puts a clip through Hitler, I'm not going to care.
Yeah.
Are you going to care about a clip going through Hitler?
If I'm not doing it.
Are you going to care?
I won't care because
I'm gonna be like W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Everyone.
No, I don't care because I'm not doing it.
Yo, chat. Can we get a W's in the chat, everyone?
If you want to be the one to do it because you don't believe in God, then go ahead. But I know that I'm not going to be judged by God. I'm not going on to Judgment Day with a death on my hands. No way.
Well, you're not going to Judgment Day either way because it's not fucking real.
Oh, no, it's real. And we can get into this on the YouTube debate. But it's been time. I have so much evidence for you. The miracle of the sun. I'm going to give you so much. The 2,000-year church, stand over time. These are things that you need to understand if you're going to talk about religion. So, but
we can go over this.
Atheists are so far gone. All I'm going to say is there's never any atheists on their deathbed, Parker. I say this every time.
You say the same thing every single time.
I know. I always do. I always do.
It's so cringe. You said the same thing on
No, what's
on
cringe is like I saw a
on your
video the
TikTok
other day.
page
This
too.
guy's got like 700,000 views or followers, and he clipped your ass. And he talked about what happened to our generation and people like you who don't believe in a deity, and your parents do. I've heard you say it. Who don't believe in this higher power because you are so superficial and you just look at things for face value because it's such an uneducated take because you sit there and say it's simple, right? Your stance is more simple than ours. But let me show you one thing before I go.
But you're misunderstanding. So simpler
No, you said
is in
simple.
the context. So yeah, that's in a philosophical sense, not in terms of an easier to understand. So if you don't understand theoretical simplicity, right, then you're not going to understand what I mean by simple in this context. What simple means is that I require less assumptions under my hypotheses to explain the question as to why we exist. So if it requires less assumptions than your model, then it's going to be more likely to be true.
Okay, Parker, what's more simple? Which line is more simple? A diagonal line or this curved J line?
The one that goes directly straight is simpler.
Okay, but what do you think would happen if you took a ball and dropped it on top? What would be the outcome? Would the ball be faster on the simpler line, or would it be faster on the J line?
Faster on the simpler line?
No, wrong. It's faster on the J line, Parker. These are things you need to understand. This is why I defeat your simple
I don't necessarily
argument.
see why.
Because just because something's simple does not always mean it's the right answer, or does not always mean it's the answer. So you just proved
That's actually platform. That's not what I said. So you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, because I don't hold to there being a sufficient explanation as to why we exist. Oh my God, you just vaped. I don't hold to a sufficient by the way, that's a sin. I knew you were doing that whenever you went to the side, right? I knew that was what you were doing, right? So I don't think there's a sufficient explanation, but I do think that something being more simpler in terms of an explanation, if we're taking it on a theoretical basis, it would be more likely to be true than the other hypotheses. Okay, but
Parker,
that does not mean it's the right answer, but it does mean that it is more likely to be true.
Parker, you answered your own question for yourself. You said you thought the ball would finish first.
Wait, platform. Is it nicotine or is it Schmeed?
It's nicotine. I don't smoke Schmeed anymore.
That's an L. What are you trying to demonstrate with this?
What's gonna finish first, the simpler line or the more complicated line, Parker?
The simpler line.
No, it's not. Go do your research in science. Go take a line, make a line, and then make this line and tell me which ball finishes first. It's gonna be the drop. It's gonna have a lot more velocity and a lot more speed.
Oh, you're asking a ball. I thought you were asking like if you're going, because like I thought you were asking distance. Because the distance would necessarily be smaller for like the diagonal line. If you're talking how fast it goes, I would agree because acceleration. Yeah, like
yeah, but I asked you what.
But like, how does that judge whether or not? How does that judge whether or not?
The simple explanation isn't always the right answer.
I never said that. I said the simpler explanation is more likely to be true.
So wouldn't you think that it's more likely that the ball would finish first on the straight line?
No, because that's not relating to hypotheses.
No, it would. It would be like, okay, so we take these numbers from a diagonal line and we take these numbers from a J-curved line. And the hypothesis is that the straight line, because it's a direct path to where it's going, it doesn't need a drop and then go down, would be the right answer. But it's not the right answer. Same thing goes for God, Parker. Just because it's not simpler does not mean it's not the right answer. You need to look more.
So are you saying like we would have a hypothesis for the line of which one? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So what you're misunderstanding is that you don't have an extra assumption whenever you're relating to the two different models there, because they're just two different lines. Whereas when we're relating to like someone's hypothesis under a worldview, you do have different assumptions. You have an assumption of whether or not God is a mind. You have an assumption of whether or not God is all-knowing. You have an assumption of whether or not God is all-powerful. You have an assumption of resurrection. You have all these different types of assumptions that would relate to miracles as well, right? Those assumptions you do have.
These aren't
whereas
assumptions.
We wouldn't have that on the other side.
These aren't assumptions. These are perceivable things that we've observed within religion.
No.
Dude, people
not
don't.
Things that you could qualify to. No, not things that you could qualify to be true in accordance with the other types of explanations, right? Like, so like what I mean by that is like, you can't differ it from the rest of the data. You can't say that it's more likely to be true. You can't differ it from the rest of the data. You can't say it's more likely to be true than other sets of propositions or statements.
No, that's what you're saying. You're saying it's more likely to be true because it's simpler.
That means you can differ it. So if it's more likely to be true, that means that there is a difference between it and other types of hypotheses, right? But if you can't make a difference in how likely it is, well, then you can't make a claim.
No, it's still not more likely to be true because you thought that on these lines that it would be more likely to be true that the ball would finish first. But this is what you don't understand.
We're relating to assumptions when we relate to simplicity, theoretical simplicity. You're not relating to assumptions there. Okay, you're just relating to like
yes, I am. You're assuming that the ball is going to finish because it's a simpler line. What do you mean I'm not relating to assumptions? It's the same thing.
So we're using simple in two different contexts here, right? We're not using simple in the context of theoretical simplicity, right? Or the amount of assumptions that relates to hypotheses. We're relating to simple in terms of easiest to understand, or like the basic. Right?
Why
That's what
wouldn't
we're
it be
kind of
easier to
understanding simple in
understand if
this
somebody
context.
told you these things, somebody proved these things, and somebody's shown you these things? Why is it not simple?
No. Wait.
Simple to understand.
No, that's not the way I'm referring to simplicity. That's why I told you, like, that's the common colloquial usage of the term simplicity. That's how I understood simplicity throughout most of my life. But simplicity within this hyper-specific context, when it relates to theoretical simplicity, when we're comparing different hypotheses, this specifically is just referring to the amount of assumptions a hypothesis has.
Okay, sure.
So I understand what you're referring to. You're just referring to a different sense of simple, and we're essentially equivocating the senses of simple. Right, when they don't mean the same thing, they really don't mean the same thing.
You're saying it takes less assumption for your hypothesis than mine, but it's really, you don't understand that there's not even an assumption when it comes to my hypothesis. This has been told to us. This has been proven to us. Do you believe? Let me ask you.
Well, then you would have to justify that it's been proven.
Yeah, and I'm gonna ask you. Do you believe that Jesus walked the earth, like was a real being?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're halfway there. So you believe that Jesus walked the earth, but you don't believe the fact that he has 3.4 billion followers. Some random man that apparently just walked the earth has 3.4 billion followers.
He doesn't have 3.4.
Yes, he does. How many Christians are in the world, Parker? It's like 60. It's like some crazy number. 66% of Christians are in the world.
1.3 billion Roman Catholicism. 800. So it's
that's me. I'm Roman Catholic. Just 1.3 billion Roman Catholics. How many?
2.38. 2.38.
Okay, 2.38. Sure. Sorry, I said 3.6, but it used to be 3.6. I think it's declining. But why do we see such a high number of, like, why would you say somebody who walked the earth? Wait, no. I already know what you're going to say. Oh, you're appealing to majority. Why do we see?
No, I was just making fun of the massive decline.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see that. I can tell you right now that when Jesus, as time goes on with everything that's going on in scripture, they talk about this in end times. The city of Jerusalem, Israel was talked about in the Bible. These are things that they talk about that are proven from texts hundreds of years ago that you don't want to accept. When Jerusalem or Israel is surrounded by 70 different countries in war, then we'll really talk and we'll see if prophecy is true. When the Euphrates River dries up, we'll see.
By the way, platform. Can you let me know when Israel was a city?
No, I didn't mean city. I just said city.
Yeah. So fuck. What was the last claim you made? You made a claim that I just wanted to respond to.
No. Yeah. So I was asking you. You believe that Jesus walked the earth, right? Low IQ signs. No, to be honest, it's not low IQ. I just talk too fast sometimes, and I don't think of what I'm saying. When we talk about Jesus walking the earth, you believe he walked the
River.
earth?
No, Euphrates River. So I have a
sure. I already know what you're going to say. It dries up, and it all the time. We've seen this.
Yeah, it's dried up in the past.
Before. Okay, but what about the 6 different? What about the 6 angels that were? There's like 6 tunnels within the angels, or whatever it's called. Let me find the thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but like you're talking about like the supposed angels that are supposed to be underneath the Euphrates River, like claimed in the Bible. Is that what you're trying to reference? Because like it claims that like fallen angels come out and kill like 2/3 of the planet or something, or 1/3 of the planet.
Sure. And okay. And what do we see with like Bill Gates and this whole? I mean, I'm not going to get into this on TikTok, but this whole population decline and birth control and how many people died from the vaccine and all of these things, we're slowly going to see a decline in population because we're overpopulated, right? But Elon Musk would say otherwise.
Yeah, well, actually, we are
once again, let me ask you: if Jesus
wait, platform. Overpopulation is the biggest myth out there right now, the most commonly understood myth, because it is the case that actually we're below replacement rates. Okay. So if we're talking a notion of overpopulation, that might be hyper specific to particular places in the world and which don't necessarily have like the quality of life standards.
The what?
Right. But
what?
as they increase quality of life, it is the case that like you significantly decrease the amount of children that are had by people. Right. Like the average amount of people that have average amount of kids that is had in the United States, right, per individual, which is a woman, right, is like 1.4 when it requires to get up to like 2.1 to be at the replacement rates for our current population. That's why the US is relying upon immigration to be able to continue the population growth, whereas other places around the world aren't going to be able to establish that because they don't have the same type of pull.
Don't even
that
get me
America
started with
does.
immigration, brother. My parents don't even get me started with immigration. But when I talk about these things, I asked you a question, very simple question. Yeah, no, nobody should be able to legally immigrate into the country. You should do it right, just like my parents did and a lot of other people.
I didn't even refer to that. I just said immigrate.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you that.
By the way, we can incentivize people not to come here undocumented by making our legal processes significantly faster.
Sure, I agree with you on that. Completely agree. But what I will say to you is, if you believe Jesus walked the earth, why does somebody who just randomly walked the earth and had kings going after him since he was born, they were looking for this man for 33 years of his life? Tell me why that he has 2.34 billion followers, some random dude. Why don't you have 2.3 billion followers, Parker?
One day we will. I'm just kidding.
No, you never will.
Because I'm just trolling. I know. Obviously, that's not going to happen.
It's just like it baffles me that people think that it's just a made up. It's like some made up thing.
No, it's because but like why does Islam have over 1 billion followers?
Yeah, but it's not 2.64 billion.
Thank you so much.
It's still a spiritual sense. They still believe in a God. Do you know like 87% of the world believes in a higher power, right? Whether it's a God, whether it's false deities, whether it's multiple gods, like they still believe in a spiritual realm. You don't even believe in a spiritual realm.
Yeah, why would I?
Because it just baffles me that like 87%, there's only 7% of atheists in the world.
I don't believe in something we have no evidence for.
We have so much evidence of God. I have so much evidence for you. When we get on YouTube, I'm going to give you so much evidence. But once again, explain to me, you deflected by saying Islam, the Islamic religion. Answer my question. If somebody walked the earth, do you believe Muhammad walked the earth?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you believe these people walk the earth and they gain such a large following, why do these people just get this random large following?
People are superstitious. Like they want to explain things they don't have explanations for. They want to feel some sense of meaning and purpose. They want to easily identify that, and religion allows for people to do that. There's also colonialization and imperialism. It was forced upon people, like across the entire world.
Do you know why these kings became
appreciate the description. Thank you so much. At the very point of divine kingship, right? Of guns.
There was a reason these kings became religious. There was a reason, because they understood that they weren't the greatest power in the world. There was something bigger than them that was controlling the world, that created the world, that put them on the world. That's why kings became religious. That's why these people were religious and believed in a God. That's why you see some of the smartest scientists believing in a God. Whether it's the same God that I believe in, but they still believe in a spiritual realm. When you look at Nikola Tesla, he said the moment we stop focusing on the physical phenomenon and focus on the spiritual realm or spiritual phenomenon or whatever he said, our generation will succeed more than it ever has in a decade. Where do you
also
think
at his time period, we didn't have the internet.
Yeah, but before all of Wi-Fi.
So the internet in of itself did that. So you don't think that we have the level of spiritual maturity that we would need to do that? Yet we did that without the level of spiritual maturity that you're referencing. So it just doesn't seem to be relevant to me.
Do you believe in aliens?
You're on a fucking supercomputer right now talking to me thousands of miles away from you.
Yeah.
Get a fucking grip on reality. You don't understand how revolutionary that is in human existence?
Do you think we have waves that you can't even, there's waves you can't even see. The oxygen in this air you can't even see, but these are particles. These are things you can't see, but they're still there, Parker. Just because you can't see it.
You can't see an atom with your human eye. What about it?
Right. My point exactly, but it's still there.
Okay. We
Right.
have evidence
so
of it.
You
We can
saying
actually
just
measure
because
it.
you can't see God or Jesus hasn't appeared to you, that means there's no way, it's not possible he's there.
How do you measure God? How do you measure God?
He's given us everything. We
There's
don't need
no
to measure
empirical
God. He's
method
not
to do so.
measurable. You
So
don't
if
measure
there's no
God.
empirical method to do so, then
You
how
don't
do you
measure
determine
God.
it rationally? You can either, okay, so here are two ways you can determine something. Rational proof and empirical proof, right?
There's
You
rational
have no
proof.
basis for, what's rational proof?
No, I said there is rational proof with God. There wouldn't
We
be
can
three.
go
there
through
wouldn't-
that. Again, there are billions of people that believe in things that are irrational. You think Islam is irrational.
Give me
billions of people
one.
believe in that.
Give me- what
You think
else?
Hinduism is irrational. Billions of people believe in that.
Wait, tell me billions of people that believe in something that's irrational or that's not true or that's
Islam and Hinduism.
No. I'm speaking
You also
just on the
believe
basis of a
Judaism as
spiritual
well.
being. I'm speaking on just the basis of a spiritual being. They still believe
These are
in
all spiritual beings.
What?
These are all that.
Yeah, so you can't say it's not irrational then, because I'm saying outside of religion, outside of spirituality.
Your view is that it's irrational because it contradicts yours.
What?
You believe it's wrong, therefore it's irrational.
I don't think
If
it's
you
wrong.
believe that they have a false
misinformed.
belief. They hold irrational beliefs.
No,
They're
I'm asking
misinformed
outside of
to believing
spirituality. They
irrational
still,
things.
at least, Parker, at least these people still believe in a higher power. I'm asking outside of any higher power, outside of any entity, tell me something that's physical that billions of people follow.
Physical that billions of people follow?
Yeah.
The Quran.
Dude, I asked, why do they follow the Quran? Because of the spiritual being. You're not understanding.
Money.
I just saw you look at the comments. That's exactly where you're
Yeah, I know. Adelina Loki went crazy with that one.
And
That was a good
how
one.
often does God talk about money? Money runs the world. Do you know? Let me show you something real quick about the Vatican.
Yeah, would Jesus like the fact that you made fun of people for making less than them? Would Jesus like that?
No, he wouldn't. And I'm going to go repent my sins on Saturday. I'm going to go to confession.
Yeah, you fucking better, buddy.
Yeah, I will.
But yeah,
Don't you
platform
worry.
man. I just
I know. I'm going to head off. Just let me show you this.
Yeah.
Just let me show you this real quick. This is all of the kings. This is from the beginning of time. This is when they started, when they worship Baal, when all of these things and everything relates back to my religion.
Of course.
Yeah, the Roman Catholic is the true faith. It's the true. It's the.
I bet
it's
you
the.
think that actually, platform. I've got to get you to debate some other Christians.
I've debated plenty.
I used to do these things where
debating me.
you don't debate Christians.
No, I will. They hate debating me because I just
okay,
don't.
perfect. I definitely have some Christians that would love to debate you. I guarantee I could find some. I used to do Christian on Christian debates. That kind of devolved, but we
They're
might
gonna
bring
hate
it back
me at the end of
for
it. I can
something
promise
like
you that because I deny everything
I
they
hope
say
so.
because they're non-denominational, and I just think that's crazy to me. Why are you branch off of my religion and trying to tell me how to preach?
Should we have a platform versus Jamal debate?
I debated Jamal before, but we can do it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, we
On
debated
Christianity?
before. Yes, and he does not like me.
What was that? How'd that go? Oh, I
Not
guarantee he
good
doesn't
for
like
him.
you. That's
It's
great.
not good for him because everything branches off my religion. So everything they say and all their interpretations is man's word. We have the say, we have the church fathers, we have the keys to the kingdom of heaven, Matthew 16:18. That's all I'm going to say. Peter was given the keys to the kingdom of heaven by
Wait, are you a
Jesus
young
Christ.
Earth creationist?
What?
Are you a young Earth creationist?
I don't know what that means.
Like, do you believe how old do you think the Earth is?
I'm not debating that. I'm not debating
No, because
that.
I was gonna have you. You don't want to debate that?
No, because I don't care. People are like, oh, like it can't be 6,000 years old. I really just don't care. It doesn't say specifically in the Bible how old the earth is. So I don't want to debate that.
Oh, I was gonna have you debate someone who thinks it's that old.
6,000 years old. I don't know. I don't care, to be honest with you, how old it is. I just know that we can. I'll show you one more thing before I go. I just know that we
That
can.
that low key would be proof. Like if you could prove
It's going to be really hard to prove that because there's ice that's showing that's there's ice that we pulled out from ice samples that show so much longer than 6,000 years. So I don't know. I don't know.
I agree with
And
you. I
also-
agree with you there. That's a W.
Yeah, but the
show
biblical-
your thing real quick, and then I do gotta
really
go.
quick. I'm going to show you how we can all stem from Adam and Eve. This is one thing that people don't understand. This is all the genealogy of like where it was very plausible for all of us humans to come from two people. And this has been proven time and time again by theists. So that's all I'm going to say.
I guarantee no one else has said that. But yeah,
No, there's people, but I appreciate you
go
letting
through
me have
this on the what's it called, the YouTube. We can set that up.
Yeah, we'll
we
go
can
through
definitely
all of
do
it.
that.
I'm down to debate
All right,
some
for sure,
Christians,
man.
though. Let me know. So,
Yeah, I'll let you know.
all right, I
All
appreciate
right,
you.
peace out.
Yep.
All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for today. I appreciate everyone coming on today. Hopefully everyone had a fantastic day so far. I will be on tomorrow, likely around my normal time, 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you do like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Y'all already know the deal, everyone. Again, everyone, if you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. I'm getting off right now. We're going to send everyone over to another live. Is there anyone right now we can raid? I know Dean isn't going live today. We can raid Danny. Let's go. Let's go raid Danny, everyone. Let's go raid Danny Phil Talk. Danny Phil Talk. Danny, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Go raid Danny Phil Talk. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Love y'all so much, everyone. Go to Danny Phil Talk, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, y'all. Love y'all so much. AJ, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everyone.